Hello everyone, my name is Taylor.
And I'm Kelly.
And we are the co-hosts of Jumping Bomb Audio, the #1 show all about the world of Joshi Pro Wrestling. Every other Monday, we're coming at you with news, show reviews, and previews of upcoming Joshi action.
So whether you're just getting into the scene or you've seen it all, this is the show for you.
Check us out on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network and wherever you get your audio.
Do you like wrestling trivia? Then check out the 5-Star Match Game, the Pro Wrestling Quiz Show. I'm Joe Gagney, and every episode, I grill 3 contestants with 5 rounds of power-packed wrestling trivia. We have over 30 evergreen episodes in the archives covering WWE, AEW, Japan, Mexico, and much, 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 much more. Play along at home and check it out today.
Life is a workout, and Smoothie King is here to help you power through. Whether you're grinding out bicep curls, or muscling the couch across the living room, crushing morning miles, or sprinting through back-to-back meetings, Smoothie King has fuel to help you maximize your workouts, own your recovery, and elevate your game. Give your body the energy, protein, and power it needs with a lineup of delicious smoothies made to help you conquer your goals. Only at Smoothie King.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 258, and I'm very pleased to be joined by a returning guest. Hello, Arametha.
Hey, John. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's always awkward for me starting these episodes when we've been talking off air for like 20 minutes already. It doesn't happen.
Right.
It doesn't happen every week, but I'm just like, you have to go on the pretend headspace where, we haven't just been talking about a bunch of stuff. So it's like, oh, this is the first time I'm speaking to you today, sir.
Well, how about I give you a little underhand throw to get the conversation started, and you can hit it out of the park, okay? John, have you felt like you have reached your limit yet of how much wrestling you can watch in a week?
No.
No? Not even close, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm going to get there soon with the G1 and the 5-Star and the Dreamstar.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of hit it when I was like, man, I think I'm on my 25th hour of watching wrestling this week, which is It's a lot.
It was definitely a lot. I mean,
It was a lot.
two Stardom shows, 4 New Japan shows, All Japan, Tokyo Joshi. There were a couple times where like it took me forever to finish stuff. Like I definitely had to be like, okay, I'm not really enjoying what I'm currently watching, so I got to go back.
You can just say you hate Andrade Giant Panda. Like, I'm not going to defend you if he busts down your door, but you can say it.
Oh, when we get to Tokyo Joshi again, the work Rady Nicole returned because that was so funny. but yeah, we have a lot to talk about, everybody. So thankfully for the listeners, we did our like bullshitting about Japan travel and stuff off the air this time. So, although some people say they love hearing that stuff, so I don't know. Maybe it's not. But I don't know. This episode would be like 5 hours long if we did like
the particulars about flying out of Des Moines. Yeah, sure.
I know you would. I honestly had no idea like how that worked. I was just like, oh, I guess it's just a transfer. But yeah, it turned out to be a transfer. What, in Houston? I think is what we found.
You found the cheapest option in Houston. Yeah, I've seen a lot that go out from Chicago straight to Japan.
Yeah. But yeah, there you go. I mean, I'm flying nonstop. I've definitely done stopovers too when it's cheaper. There was one year where I think this was 2019. Delta, and I guess this is also before like inflation really kicked in and everything. But like Delta had a flight somehow where I had to transfer in Detroit, which is a pretty easy transfer for me in New York. It was like it's like basically I go in the air for an hour and I land and then go to the other plane. But yeah, it was like $800 or something for round trip. I was like, what?
What, round trip to Tokyo?
Yeah,
that's nuts. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was. I think I caught like a really good sale or something. I just remember seeing that price. I remember seeing that price. It was like a transfer in Detroit on the way there and a transfer in Oregon on the way back. And I was just like, wow, that price. It was like an unreal price. But
well, there are those services you can subscribe to where they watch flight prices and will alert you. And that apparently includes, like, I guess sometimes someone can fat finger or make a mistake on the price of something in your favor. So maybe that was the case there.
Yeah, because I remember being amazed at how cheap it was. I was just like, wow. But yeah, when I paid for my flight this year, I told you off the air. I don't even really want to repeat that on the air because holy fuck.
I feel less bad about how much I'm going to have to pay. So you helped a little bit there.
I did premium economy one way, but it's like still only one way, and it was still fucking way too much money. But whatever. It's December. I live in New York where they price gouge us for everything, so it is what it is. And I flew I'm flying the fancy new JAL Airbus, so just what I want to fly. Yeah, the A350. I'm a little bit of a nerd about stuff like that, so just like, yes, new plane. Apparently, like, people talk it up as like not even like even besides the fact that obviously the seats are nicer and everything in pretty much every class. I remember reading a lot about how it can fly lower or something, so it like reduces the cabin pressure.
Huh. So they're cruising at a lower altitude. Like what mechanical change could allow that, though?
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but somehow they're able to cruise at a lower altitude, and it somehow makes like the entire experience better. So I'm looking forward to trying it because it sounds pretty cool. But
it's that Japanese engineering putting America to shame once again.
Well, this is European engineering actually. But
okay. Look, I just made assumptions.
Airbus is so far ahead of Boeing right now, though. It is kind of embarrassing for America. Yeah,
but it is.
They don't have planes randomly falling out of the sky. Either or whatever the fuck, doors flying off the hinges, all the other shit that happens. But,
they didn't not test their software before going to prod and caused crashes in live flight.
Yeah. Lots of stuff going on with that Boeing. But we have a million shows to talk about, everybody, so we're going to get right into it. Just to go over the topics you're going to hear on this podcast. So we're going to cover the 2 Stardom shows for this past week, which is Stardom Sapporo Rendezvous. I almost said Rendezvous from July 21st, Sunday, July 21st, and then the Stardom Nighter in Korakuen from this past Thursday, I believe, or Wednesday, actually. No, Thursday. I had that right the first time. Thursday on the 24th. Then we're going to do a big preview of the 5-Star Grand Prix, which is starting tomorrow on the 27th. So, yeah, I mean, that's not as bad to me as like previewing a one show the next day, like we kind of did last week. Where the other thing is I have no idea when they're going to put the shows up, so it could only go up on Sunday for all I know. But we're previewing an entire tournament, so I figure like you're still going to get people still get value out of that, even if they end up hearing it after the first night. And the second night's not even until the 30th, too, which is, there's like a gap there. Is every single show live on Stardom World, or is there only...
So we don't know yet.
We only have the July.
Stardom posted their schedule until the end of July, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I did see a comment that there would be English commentary on VOD for a couple of the shows. And one of the pay-per-views, I don't think it's the one tomorrow, since it's Walker doing the commentary and he has G1 to do.
Yeah.
I think he might be doing, I'm just guessing here, English commentary on the closing stretch.
Yeah. So, there you go. But yeah, so we'll talk about that. Then we have the G1 to go over, so we'll talk about nights 3 through 6, since we did 1 and 2 last week, and briefly go over the schedule for next week. And then Tokyo Joshi, Summer Sun Princess. I know how much everybody loves the Tokyo Joshi talk. So we'll do Tokyo Joshi, and we'll look at the Princess Cup too. Then we're going to preview the Marigold Dream Star Grand Prix, which is also starting pretty soon. I think on
August 2nd.
Yeah, so it's a little less than a week away, which I cannot believe.
Yeah.
And then finally, somehow we're also going to do an All Japan review, although that might be the quickest review of all time. That's the July 21st Osaka show. So, because I could already tell by the end of it, we're going to be like, oh, fucking All Japan. Show wasn't that good. Goodbye, everybody. But yeah, a lot of Joshi this week, which is, a lot of people seem to like the Joshi talk. So, definitely don't mind doing more of that. But let's start with Sapporo, which was the Stardom Sapporo Rendezvous, easy for me to say, show on Sunday, July 21st. It did the biggest crowd number that Stardom has ever done in Sapporo. So they did 1,056. I feel like that number in a vacuum might not sound super impressive, but you have to basically remember nobody other than New Japan ever does 4-digit crowds in Sapporo. And it's also a venue with very few usable... It's also a city, I should say, with very few usable venues. Like after this, it's pretty much the Kita Yale that New Japan runs that holds a lot more people than this. So I believe I heard they sold it out. And this was actually a sellout for the this is like this little hotel ballroom, basically. And you could see the stands in the back when they brawl. Saya and Poi very smartly brawled to the back, all the way to the back stand, so you could see the house they drew. So they were like, "We're gonna show this off." But yeah, they had a great crowd there. Last year they did a doubleheader where both shows did around 700. So they did actually, I guess, drew more in total because they did 2 shows. But this was still like the best single crowd Stardom's ever drawn. And if you go back through, in Sapporo, obviously, and if you go back through previous years, like before Bushira, they were lucky to do 500. I mean, there were a lot of shows that were under 500. So
and Sapporo's pretty far from Tokyo, right?
It's very far. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like a market that otherwise wouldn't get any good Stardom shows. This is kind of the big one for the year.
They're all the way up in Hokkaido. So, obviously, because I remember this kid, I talked a little bit about this, I think, either on the air or off the air, I can't remember. When we were talking about like the difference between opening the G1 in Sapporo versus Osaka, it's like, obviously, if you're a fan of wrestling in Tokyo and you want to go to a show in Osaka, you have a million options. I mean, you have the Shinkansen that can get you there in like 2 hours. You have the overnight buses that are pretty cheap. We have the flights that are, not very expensive either, since it's like one of several ways to get there. So it's a very quick trip to go to Osaka. If you want to go to Sapporo, you pretty much just have a flight. I mean, it's just because the flight will get you there, I believe, in like 2 hours or something. Maybe less than that, I remember. But the train takes forever because the Shinkansen only goes to the very edge of Hokkaido after the Hokkaido expansion. So basically, it's an 8-hour trip by train from Tokyo. Half the trip is to go from Tokyo to the edge of the island, which is the longest trip by distance. But that's the part that has the Shinkansen. And then when you get to Hakodate, which is like the very edge of Hokkaido, it takes like another 4 hours on local trains to get from Hakodate to Sapporo in the middle of the island. So, yeah, it's a very long trip. It's a trip where I'm sure a lot of people don't, who otherwise are hardcores who go like all over the place, probably don't make this trip because it's, very long. But the resort's supposed to be really nice, so maybe people just made a vacation out of it. I don't know. So the resort where the show was, I mean, because it's in this hotel ballroom.
Right. That does sound like a good time. Shoot.
Yeah, I hope the wrestlers got to use the hot springs, is what I was thinking. Because I looked on their website when I was looking at different, just out of curiosity. It looked super, super nice. So
I hope they got to eat a great traditional Japanese meal.
Yeah, I kept hearing them talk about this on both shows, that the food is really good in Sapporo, apparently. And I'm just like, well, the food is really good everywhere in Japan. So if Japanese people consider this to be great food, it must be really good. But
I think there's also a level of it's a change, right? There's some exoticism to it, right?
Yeah. It's like the beef tongue and sundai. I wonder what the Sapporo... Let's see. Sapporo cuisine. Now I'm curious. It's renowned for its unique and hearty cuisine. Miso ramen, soup curry, and Genghis Khan barbecue.
Huh. Ooh, okay. I mean, yeah, that all sounds like great cold weather food too, right?
Yeah, a type of Japanese barbecue featuring grilled lamb, often enjoyed with a sweet and savory sauce. And they're also very known for their fresh seafood, which I guess, well, I mean, where is it in Japan? But, but yeah. It says Genghis Khan's a Hokkaido thing, but it's much more summer barbecue thing. Well, it is summer, so. But there you go. So that is, I guess that's the food they're talking about. But yeah, this show opened up with a pre-show match with Ryan defeating Emma Maishima in 8-12. This was okay. It was not really anything special. It was a lot of it was like the world's strongest twerp struggling for a long time and a half crab. And she kind of got the ropes and then pretty much cradled Emma for the pin like right after that. So, they worked hard. It was like 2 3/4. I'm not really seeing it with Emma so far. I feel like other people like her more than me, but she just feels like she's not really standing out. Especially maybe it kind of sucks for her that her contemporary is really standing out in my mind. Like I think Furusawa looks really, really good.
Yeah.
So that is probably not doing her any favors when the other rookie in like the same class as you looks that good. But yeah, I mean when Kiko Furusawa looks that good, it just kind of makes her look not that great by comparison. When she's probably, totally fine for her level of experience. I just think Kiko looks so much better so far.
Emma has also talked about wanting to be a high-speed wrestler, but so far I'm not really seen it yet. It's good she has that ambition, though, to kind of set her apart from the rest of the class, but it's not there yet, it feels like. Yeah, so, she's just kind of there right now. Rhea, meanwhile, has looked good, and I think she's going to be good in the 5-star, so, as we'll get to. The main show opened up with the Future of Stardom title match. Hina retains the title, the 5th defense, against Sayaka Kurara in 13-23. The results surprised me at multiple levels. First of all, Hina got almost all the offense early, and I guess that's kind of what she's been doing. She's kind of been this future monster, I guess you would say, dominant champion, dominant champion, the gatekeeper role. But she had so much offense early that I thought Sayaka was winning this for sure.
And it turned out, no, she's just eating up Sayaka like she's eating up a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
She missed the frog splash. She got caught in the choke. And I don't know why, but I love that Sayaka does that choke. I don't know. It's just kind of funny. It's just like, it's like, oh, soft unicorn, and then I'm going to choke you out. It's just like, this is very funny. She even got to hit. She did hit the Tokimeki spear. Hina kicked out because she's just unstoppable right now. Sayaka tried to slice bread. I'm not sure I've ever seen her do that before. But Hina escaped it. She went right into the Gato clutch, which got a super close near fall. She did hit the STO. Hina kicked out of it with about that was around the 3-minute remaining call, because remember, 15-minute time limit. And to be fair, I guess, because Hina kicked out of Sayaka's finish, Hina did hit the jackhammer, and Sayaka also kicked out of her finish.
Yep.
She hit another STO, and then went up for the match flash again with less than 2 minutes remaining, and she hit it, and that is the pin. So Kozen started off 0 for 1 here, and it would not get any better for them, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me, that's a massive fan. But yeah, I thought this was pretty awesome. I went 4 stars on it, 4 flat. Hina, this entire title reign, she was, before this title reign, she was well behind Rina for me, and now I think she's closed that gap a lot, where she looks so much better during this title reign than she has previously for me. It feels
Maybe
like
it's recency bias, but I think I might like Hina more than Rina. I think she has great champion aura. She feels like a great, straightforward, no gimmicks, is just going to beat you up and stand tall at the end kind of wrestler that, I don't know, I kind of think she's cool. I don't know how else to put it.
She has a cool aura. That is like, she has this aura of like, of a champion. So it definitely works for her.
She has old Queen's Quest aura.
Yeah.
Utami, Io Shirai, that kind of generation.
Yeah, she looks like somebody who like, is very, very cocky, and not necessarily likable, but not like dislikable like a true heel.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
she's kind of in that role where you kind of want to see her get beat, but then when she wins, it's not like you're mad. You're just like, oh well, she's just too good.
Yeah, exactly.
But
that is almost the ideal champion you just described there, right?
Yeah.
So, makes sense that she would retain, I guess. But I also thought Kurawa was winning this. I also went 4 stars flat on this. They did a terrific job doing a big match in a short amount of time with a kind of epic feel to it once they get to the closing stretch. Both of them look extremely ready for something like the 5-star Grand Prix.
Yeah, totally. Then we have the 5-star qualifier match. Yuria Hime wins this one. I think that was an upset to a lot of people. She beats
to everyone else but me. I figured something out. I'll tell you later.
Okay. But yeah, she beats her in 6:59 with what they're calling an arm lock style figure 4 neck hold. So Yuria just like pounded the crap out of Akira's chest at one point in this match. She was like really laying it in. And the thing with these two, and I think I've talked about this already, Akira was great from the moment she started. Like, that was her whole thing. She just looked like a natural at this from the moment. Some people just look like naturals, like, Homare and Dragon Gate's another one recently, Senka and Marvelous. Some people just start wrestling and you can tell they have it immediately. Yuria was not that. Yuria looked like she was more than a little awkward at first, but the amount of growth she's had in what's been like 5 months or something is pretty incredible. She looks so much more comfortable out there already. And, like I said,
she quickly got obviously great at selling in particular.
Yeah.
And getting the crowd to sympathize with her. The part that was missing was, well, what's her offense like? What's her control period like? And the answer turns out is vicious.
Yeah, she's working
she
it
like
around.
A killer.
She's doing those hard, the hard pounding elbows that I just talked about, and then here she got like really into using her legs, which makes sense because I would want to show off my legs too if I was her. But yeah, she's like squeezing Akira's head with her legs. She's like doing that old banging the opponent's head against the mat spot that Alex Shelley popularized a very long time ago now. And then she just kept squeezing until she got the submission.
Yep. Well,
But yeah,
she also, the spot I remember most vividly are her vicious big boots,
yeah,
while she was holding on to Akira's wrist and just spammed the hell out of that. That looked rough. It was good.
I love the auto translate for both their names. By the way, it just comes up Iron Akira versus Princess Yuria. It's like perfect. It's like what perfect rivals. But yeah, Hime is princess. People don't know that. I guess Kurogane is a way to say iron. I don't know because so a lot of Stardom
Isn't her
wrestlers
nickname like
use,
Iron Fist?
yeah. So a lot of Stardom wrestlers use I don't know the best way to say this, like interesting or like like eccentric or esoteric readings of kanji. So you'll also see Akira's name transferred a lot as Akira Tetsu if you do auto translate, and that's because Tetsu is the more common way to say iron in Japanese. So I believe she's using the kanji for iron, but using a weird reading of it, basically. So that's why her name shows up like that. But yeah, you see a lot of Stardom names, like the auto translate gets them wrong, and it's because a lot of people use in the promotion use like esoteric reading because a lot of them are not using real names. Which I think people
Are
know
they
that.
picking their names, or
Yeah,
are they given to them?
I don't know. Actually, it's a good question.
Because yeah, Okada's kind of made a big deal about revealing what their ring names are going to be recently when debuting the wrestlers. So
Yeah, but it is interesting. So I don't know if it's being chosen, but yeah, like just to give another example, like if you look at Miyu Amasaki, her name will show up as Amasaki Mitsuyoshi. I guess that's because that's what the more common translation of her first name is. And there's a lot of people like that. Like Amy Soray is Magnificent Amy because I believe her kanji literally means magnificent. So yeah, there's a bunch of people like that.
Oh, Waka Tsukiyama has a very funny one I was seeing on Stardom's website the other day. It was like Gasala something something. It was nuts. I couldn't see how that related to anything.
Right now it's showing up as Gasan Waka for me, but I've seen multiple different ones. But yeah, just a little nerding out there about Japanese names. But yeah, this was I really liked this match for what it was. It's just for being so quick. I went 3 1/4. Very enjoyable for the 7 minutes it lasted. And I mean, I feel like I can't, like every time I come on here, I put over how good Stardom's training is and how good these wrestlers get so fast. But it is crazy.
Yeah, I think Yuria looks like she belongs.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see how she does in the 5-star. We'll talk about that more when we get there.
6-woman tag next. This was a preview of the turned out to be very awesome strong title match that we'll get to when we get to that show. But it was the Mi Vida Loca team of Suzu Suzuki, Rina Yamashita, and Bozilla defeating Neo Genesis, Azumi, Mei Sierra, and Miyu Amasaki. So it was Bozilla pitting Miyu in 8:42. So Azumi got her ass beat by all 3 of the opponents for a while, obviously, especially Bozilla. She did finally manage to suplex Rina and tag out to May, and May got to run wild for a little bit. Miyu got to hit like this enormous DDT later on Bozilla, because she loves that hanging DDT, and she just like leaped up all the way to her neck. Obviously, Bozilla being very tall, and it looked very cool. It was like a very cool DDT. She tried to go for like some kind of double underhook driver DDT or something that was wildly optimistic on her part that she could lift Bozilla. Did not work. Miyu almost pinned her with one of her wacky cradle things that it feels like all the Stardom wrestlers have, but the others all ran in to break it up. And Bozilla ended up pinning Miyu at the end with a tombstone. Fun undercard tag stuff here while it lasted 3 1/4. And I liked the post-match too, where Azumi like stood up on the ropes to be taller than Bozilla for a moment, but they just got like swatted down while the 3 mean girls in Mi Vida Loca all like did mock crying for her, which I'm like, okay, they've done a good job making them total assholes. So it is.
Yeah, they're filling a good heel role that I think Stardom kind of needs, where they're not cheating heels, but they're just assholes.
Yeah. Especially since so many people love hate.
Yeah, Yeah, there's that too. You need someone who's actually hateable.
Yeah.
I went 3 stars on this, and one observation I'm just going to plant the seeds for here is while I was watching this, I thought, Bozilla sure is doing a lot of no-selling for these tiny women, which is both understandable, but also I thought would be a worrying sign for her singles match against a tiny woman in the near future.
Swing and a mess. Not a take that aged well, but yeah. I also find it funny, by the way, how Azumi always it feels like she wants to be tall. Is it just me? Because she's like standing on ropes to be taller than Bozilla. There was a time where she had remember, like, I think it was Utami who had her up on her shoulders, and she would just like sit like do the I don't know, be like super tall Azumi on top of Utami's shoulder.
I mean, her current gimmick is a cyber cat, and you know how cats love to climb up on high places.
That is true. That is true. But yeah, there you go. Azumi secretly wants to be taller, I think, or maybe
his cat,
secretly, or his cat. The 4-way tag battle, but she was like climbing up there and like looking down at Bozilla, like, "Ha! Now I'm taller than you." I don't know, I just thought it was funny.
It's a good bit, yeah.
It's a good bit. I was trying to remember who the fuck she was doing it when she was on Tommy's shoulders. I feel like she was doing it to Natsupoi, of all people. I'm like, you're already taller than her. It's like one of the only people on the roster you're already taller than. But yeah. 4-way tag match. We had Amy Sourei and Lady C. They came out on top here. The other teams, and Koguma took the pin, or Koguma. So it's Hazuki and Koguma, Fukuoka Double Crazy, Yuna Mizumori and Aya Sakura, and Wakasukiyama and Hanako, Ricer Bread. So the pin, I believe, was Ami pinned Hazuki with like the sunset flip cradle thing. Or no, Koguma, I'm sorry. The sunset flip cradle thing. So, yeah. The big thing we learned out of this match was Ami's face is stronger than Waka's ass. Because, like, it sent her flying off the top rope when Ami, like, you know how Waka, like, will put her, you know, kind
she
of
does
like
the Danshoku Dino.
Yeah, or the Taguchi, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, and then Ami like went flying into her, you know, like whipped into her, and it was Waka that went flying. So Ami's face is stronger than Waka's ass. That's the main thing I learned in this match. But yeah, 7:45. Not, you know, it was a little messy at certain points, I felt, but still fun enough that I went 3 stars. I had a good enough time with it. But you know, just one of these little undercard 4-way tags. Not a ton to say about it.
Yeah, 2.75 from me. And do you think FWC are kind of on their way out to Marigold in particular?
I don't know. It's a good question, right? I mean,
right?
Hazuki keeps showing up in Sendai Girls now. And they're weirdly not in the 5-star when like the entire rest of the roster is. I mean, that could also just be they have foreign bookings or something.
Could be, yeah. And they did specifically mention they were going to go overseas. But I do wonder if what precipitated all that was not, I'm going to go overseas. It was, I want to be where Mayu is.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't think they probably wouldn't even feel like a big loss to me at this point, just because they feel so downcycled and so unfocused, which I guess would be good booking if they're departing.
No, like maybe they had told Stardom, hey, when our contract's out, we're going to go to Marigold. Book us how you want, but we'd also like to maybe take some extra bookings, Sendai Girls and elsewhere and so on. So
yeah, and I feel like they would be much more impactful in Marigold at this point. I mean, they would,
yeah.
So
I also think Hazuki has a much higher chance of getting pushed as a singles wrestler in Marigold than she does in Stardom.
Yeah. 8-woman tag next. We had Hanan, Sayaida, Momokogo, and Kikyo Furusawa defeating the hate team of Natsuko Tora, Ruraku, Momo Watanabe, and Konami. Hanan pinned Ruraka in 8:49. So basically, Momo missed a roundhouse kick and hit Ruraka by accident, and that led to Hanan rolling up for the pin. All these matches are going so quick. I was like, are we going to a 30-minute draw in one of the 2 final matches? It turns out we would not be.
You were flashing back to last week.
Yeah, it was just Kozen eating shit night. So, but yeah, I mean, this was, you know, all right, like 2 3/4 level, not really anything special. And I figured Hanan pinning Ruraka was probably not a good sign for their chances of retaining, and that ends up being true. So.
Yeah, 2.5 stars for me. Not much to say about this beyond, yet another instance of Momo accidentally hitting one of her teammates. I wonder if they will ever pay that off.
Yeah, it feels like they've been teasing it forever.
Mm-hmm.
The semi-main event. This is so pretty much the undercard. Besides the future match, I would definitely recommend watching. But the two main events here, the other thing you absolutely have to watch. It starts with Starlight Kid defeating Saori Anou in 21-38 with the black. What the fuck is it called again? The Black Tiger Leg Killer. The translate just says Black Tiger Leg Kill, which is funny. But yeah, this match was fucking amazing. Honestly, so I watched this entire show live, and at this point, I might have been getting a little tired. I don't know why I did that, by the way, on a Sunday night when I had work on Monday, but I'm too into the World Wonder Ring at the moment, I guess. But yeah, I kind of want to go back and watch this again because I kind of think if I rewatch it fully awake, I might go even higher than the 4.5 I went on it. But this match was, look, they went out there and did a match where both women worked over each other's leg and both of them sold it.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think of another match I've even ever seen where both wrestlers committed themselves to selling the leg. I really can't think of anything off the top of my head. I'm sure it has happened, but it's incredibly rare that you see both wrestlers work over the other one's leg and both wrestlers sell the leg. That is an insanely, an insanely difficult and ambitious match type to do. And they didn't just pull it off; they pulled it off amazingly.
Found a way for both of them to come up with really novel offense to target each other's knees. And Starlight Kid, I think, already has natural fits in her arsenal for having a leg match where she's going to attack the leg and get the submission with the Tiger Killer, like you talked about earlier, or with the stretch muffler she got from Despy. But it's Anou who started it, which in retrospect, maybe not a good idea, honey.
Yeah, she started going after her leg first. They did, there was one point where they did these dragon screws to each other, and then they started trading seated leg kicks.
Yes.
And that was talk about fucking galaxy brain shit. Those are that is two wrestlers who really are going to go out there and actually innovate, which you see so rarely these days.
Yeah.
But yeah, they, Kid, they both sold it really well. Kid, first of all, the fact that Starlight Kid's become such an amazingly great mat wrestler, and there was this one really beautiful transition on the mat at one point where she went into one of her wacky leg submissions. That was just that. She's doing this on a whole other level right now. But yeah, she sold really well too. There was one point where she did her twisting splash off the top, but paused to sell the leg and couldn't cover right away, which let Saori kick out. But Saori was the one who was doing next level leg selling in this match, where she was doing these bridging suplexes, and it wasn't just she was ow, my leg. She was continually moving the leg up and down to indicate that she was in pain and couldn't hold the bridge. And she eventually found ways to hold the bridge while moving the leg and really making it clear the leg hurt in a really, really cool way. And it's just
while maintaining a beautiful back arch, right?
Yeah.
The crowd gasped the first time she did it. They were astounded. I was too.
The level of thought for that. There's so many matches where people. We're going to talk about one with a fucking piece of shit wrestler in New Japan who allegedly sold the leg by shaking it off a few times and executing every single move with his normal perfect precision. Which I'm just seeing that after this match made that even worse for me, I think. But she did everything she did. It was was all around selling the leg while still doing the moves. And it wasn't just a token leg shake here or there. She was actually executing the moves differently.
Right. She had to rebuild her entire offense around only having one leg. Yeah. And it's her doing her standard stuff like that potato ring hold she does, all the beautiful suplexes Saori now has access to. Yeah. I thought she kind of outshone the champion here. But otherwise, this was a absolutely tremendous match. They just very effectively told a story of both wrestlers targeting the knee, and one of them ends up giving up first. I went 4 3/4, by the way, and I was wide awake the whole time.
I honestly think if I watch it again, I'm going to go even higher. But 4.5.
Yeah, the first time. I bet it holds up very well.
Yeah, I mean, this was also like a match where I kind of talked about this on the Stardom channel on the Discord. I'm like, there's so few promotions doing this kind of thing right now, like actual like technical wrestling, and like where they go out there and they sell, and they do such a great job and they really do limb work on a high level, and it feels like such a lost art at the moment, especially. Like obviously the most popular promotion in our fan circle is AEW. And I'm not trying to turn this into an AEW hate zone, but like with Bryan Danielson basically retired, I know he did the run in All In, but we still haven't really seen him wrestle or anything. And if he does come back and do matches, it'll be very part-time at least. They really don't have anybody doing like technical wrestling at a high level, which is kind of insane for like the most popular like hardcore fan promotion, that they just don't have. That style is basically just not represented.
Well, where are you going to learn it if you're an American wrestler, right?
That is true too. Yes,
because everyone just has to get their reps in the indies, where not a lot of people are very good, and the technical wrestling skill certainly doesn't seem to be passed down at all.
Yeah. So like the fact that we still have at least 2 major champions in Japan, like who are ironically train with each other, but like we have Starlight Kid and we have El Desperado in New Japan, and those are 2 of my most enjoyable title reigns of the entire year, if not my 2 most enjoyable title reigns, period. And they both just wrestle a style that just appeals to me. And watching this match again, it's like sometimes I get mad when people ignore Stardom because it's Joshi and all, they're just cute girls being cute or whatever. This is one of those matches where I honestly just start to feel bad for them. Like if they're missing this style of wrestling that you really can't get in a lot of other places right now, and they're missing a match like this where these 2 women went out there and did like this insanely ambitious double leg cell match, like at that point, you're missing out. You're the one missing out, not me. So I do feel sorry for people doing that. So. Who are able to get over their their personal hangups about Joshi wrestling because the girls wear cute outfits. Okay. But,
yeah, look, there's nothing gay about liking Joshi wrestling.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it is what it is, but it's it's just it is very funny to be after watching a match like this and being like, yeah, people don't even realize what they're missing. So. And then you have another match like the main event where they don't realize what they're missing because these 2 women tried to kill each other. Saya Kamitani defeated Natsupoi in 24-54 to make her 4th title defense. And yeah, Saya just beat her ass all around ringside to start, which, is kind of what you'd expect. And, she was, the early part of it dragged a little bit for me. I did like Poi's selling a lot, but I thought the initial offense by Saya was maybe not the most interesting in the world.
Yeah, I thought the opening to this match was slow, especially because I still sigh a little bit inside when I see a Stardom match. Immediately go to the outside and they're going to throw each other around on chairs. It's not a great start.
Yeah, so there was a lot of outside brawling. It did pick up, though.
They recovered, yes. Yeah. Ironically, by going back outside. Then trying to kill each other.
Yeah, Saya tried to hit the Star Crusher on top of the ramp. Poi escaped it and then slammed her instead. And that's the point where they grabbed each other by the hair. They sort of started throwing each other back in the ring, but then ended up back on the floor again. And that's where they did that spot I mentioned earlier where they brought all the way up in the stands at the back of the ballroom, and they were almost like, look at the house we drew. That's what it felt like to me.
Saya Kamitani was leaning against a very lucky fan while trying to sell an elbow strike from Natsupoi. I don't think that guy washed that shirt that week.
Probably not. But yeah, because you could not. This is not a venue too where you could see how far back it went, because like one section, basically the side that went all the way back was the side where the hard camera's sitting, not the side where the hard camera's pointing at. So you could not tell at all until they brought back there just how big that crowd was, basically. So, but yeah, there was they did strong crowd brawling at that point, and there was some really good stuff back in the ring after that, where Saya hit this like really vicious like mid-air double stomp on Poi, and then Poi though came back with this huge release German, and then she did 3 straight of her signature like really hard drop kicks against the ropes, which looked like she killed her. They did a pretty normal strike exchange before it devolved back into those really hard slaps they were trading back at Korakuen. Poi then came back with another huge release. I'm sorry, actually I'm reading the wrong part. She eventually took Saya down with her spinning kick, at the end of that strike exchange. That left both girls down at the 20-minute mark. And then Saya eventually hit the Star Crusher, couldn't cover. Poi got the fairy magic for such a close near fall that I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, I thought that was it, basically. Like, just like, I thought she actually did it. But Saya decapitated Poi with a big boot, and then she hit the Tam-killing knee, the, what's it called? Kamegoi. And then she hit the Star Crusher for the pin. The other thing, too, is I thought, oh my God, is Poi actually winning, given that the Cosmic Angels were 0-2 on the night at this point? But no, it was just Cosmic Angel Destruction night. So they ended up going 0-3. Yeah, they really got there by the end, is basically the note I put at the end of this, because it's like, it was still fucking awesome. So I went 4.25 on this. Awesome match. And it's also a match where I feel like they kept something in the chamber. Like, it does not feel like they blew their load at all here. And I think they're going to have a better match when they inevitably rematch, which, if this is the match for December, I will definitely not complain. That is for sure. So,
yeah, they could rematch as part of the playoffs for the 5-star Grand Prix.
That's true too. Yeah. But
I went 4 flat on this one.
So there you go. Any other thoughts before I move on to the next show?
No, it's it was a match that started slow, but the offense got vicious, especially once they were back in the ring, and they put together yet another great match in Saya Kamatani's like resume of great matches for why she's probably the best wrestler going right now.
Yeah. So, just obviously the last 2 matches and the future match are must watches. And anytime you have 3 matches of that quality, it's obviously a very good show, even though the rest of the card was nothing special. So.
It was a breezy undercard, inoffensive. I think the most annoying thing about it really was that they clearly took what could have been a loaded show and split it into 2 between this and the Korakuen. But it was otherwise, at worst, inoffensive.
But the other side of that too, though, is I don't know if the strong match or the tag title match gets as much time.
True.
If they put on one show. So.
I think they're kind of allowed to do this right now, right? Because they're so hot that they can kind of get away with stretching things out a bit.
So that brings us to the second show of the week, which was the July 24th Korakuen. So they did do one of their smaller Korakuen crowds of the year for this one. It was 1,101. It's not their smallest one, because the April 24th show right before All-Star Grand Queendom, that had a Saya Azumi versus Tam SLK match as the main, that did 1,096. So it's their second smallest Korakuen crowd of the year so far. I'm guessing a bunch of people just decided to skip this with the 5-star opener coming up in basically the same market 3 days later. And Oda Ward is a lot harder to get to than Korakuen, but it's still Tokyo. So, but yeah, their down numbers are like the kind of numbers that your Mari Golds and stuff would kill for. So, on most months anyway.
And it's especially impressive that they've been able to get that large audience for weeknight nighttime shows.
That's true too. Yeah, it was a Thursday night show. The dark match here was Aya Sakura defeating Kikyo Furusawa in 8:41. And here's where I'm going to be like, well, Kikyo had a much better dark match, I thought, than Emma did. The early part of this match, they like were in there fucking doing ring shit or whatever. They're like I was shooting him for a takedown, and they were taking turns passing each other's guards. I'm like, yeah, shoot style is alive and well here in the Idol promotion. So I love when they do that shit though, because they have so many real shooters on this roster. We've talked about it a few times, I think, but you know, Aya's she has like that legit martial arts background. So there was like this gunshot sound at one point when Aya did a leg kick, and I was just thinking in my head, the entire roster must absolutely love it when a new kick gal shows up on the roster.
They have so many of them. It's so many kick demons.
It's like, yeah, here comes another kick demon to fucking kick the shit out of our legs every match. I'm sure they're thrilled at that.
I'm gonna have to sit down and take it on the back again, and it's just gonna fucking suck.
Yeah. There is this like really nice smooth transition from Kiko when she went from her leg lock that she does right to an ankle lock, which again, like this woman's been wrestling for like 2 months. It is crazy how good she is already.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's I end up getting the triangle locked in, and Kiko had no choice but to tap. You know, very fun, very almost entirely mat-based match here. I went 3 1/4. You know, maybe I should have gone higher, actually. Maybe it should have been 3.5. But yeah, just the Idol Joshi promotion, I continue to have some of the best technical wrestling in the world at the moment. So it's a common theme. 8-woman tag opened up the main card. This was the team of Mivita Loka, Suzu Suzuki, Rina Yamashita, Itsuka Aoki, and Akira Kurogane, defeating the team of E-Nexus Fee, Hanako, Rion, and Waka Tsukiyama, and Ama Fushima. This ended with Aoki pinning who's she been? Rion, where they splash off the top. The highlight I thought was Rion versus Aoki. Rion was playing like a really good underdog babyface here. Mm-hmm. She ended up taking a 4-way simultaneous super kick from the Crazy Gals new team before she got pinned with the splash off the top by Aoki. You know, standard undercard tag stuff here, but again, Rion looked good, so hopefully she's getting ready to have a good 5-star. But yeah, I went 3 stars on this. Gentlewoman's 3, as it were.
Yep, I did the same.
Match number 3, a 3-way tag battle. Fukuoka Double Crazy gets the win here for some reason. They're not even in the 5-star, but Koguma ends up pinning Yuria in 6:58. So it was Hazuki and Koguma, Saki Kashima and Lady C, the Reiwa Twin, or not the Reiwa Twin Towers, the Reiwa Mini Twin Towers or something. Saki's still quite tall for a Joshi. She's like 5'5", but not as tall as Ami. So, but yeah,
I think I was missing some lore during this match. Does Lady C, does she just want Saki Kashima to respect her, and Saki refuses to?
I think that's the general vibe, right? I feel like.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's a funny dynamic that they have going when they're forced to tag together.
But yeah, the other team was Momo Kogo and Yuria Hime. I have to say this every time, but calling them Peach and Lily instead of Princess Peach, such a cop-out. I don't care about your damn copyright concerns. Just call them Princess Peach. It's right there. But yes, Hazuki and Koguma, I don't know, they just feel like they're from a different promotion at this point.
They do.
Like, they don't feel like they fit in at all here. And Koguma rolled up Yuria for the pin. I don't know why they did that finish when Yuria is going to be the 5-star and Koguma's not, but this was a match that happened. This was like 2.5. Right.
You skipped a match, by the way.
Oh, I did? What did I skip?
Yep. Do you remember the vinegar match?
That hasn't happened yet.
Oh, it hasn't? Maybe I have this in the wrong order.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be on me.
The vinegar match is next. Yeah.
Ah, damn it. I'm sorry.
No problem. The auto translate for the two. You see the auto translate for the two wrestlers. Starlight Kid is, which I guess is what Mizkan means. Starlight Kid is Easy Vinegar Tarlight Kid, not Starlight. Easy Vinegar Tarlight Kid, and Fukigen is Unexpected Vinegar. So there you go.
She also had black vinegar as well.
Yeah. So Easy Vinegar, Starlight Kid pinned Unexpected Vinegar in 7:55 here. It was Starlight Kid and Miyu Amasaki against Azusa Inaba and Fukigen in your sponsored match here. I honestly totally forgot the entire point of this match was to shill for Vinegar until the graphic came up for the match. I was like, oh yeah, that's what we're doing here. But you know, by the way, the funniest part of Fukigen is they act like she's some mystery because the graphic comes up where they list no height, no weight, no birthday, but then it also just says at Kiori Oniyama for a graphic.
They do the like if it's an ex-wrestler, the shadow, but the shadow is very clearly Fukigen Death.
but they do that all the time for Fukigen. Is what I'm saying. Like all the time they list no height, no weight, no birthday, and then like because it's like she's supposed to be a mystery, but then they just like at Kiori Oniyama, so it's Kiori Oniyama, everybody. So it's just kind of funny. It's like they're both working it and not working it. But yeah.
Yeah, well, she is an alien, so
that is true. But yeah, it's just the battle here is between the Kantan Starlight Kid shilling light vinegar and Fukigen shilling dark vinegar. So the light versus dark here.
The battle for the ages.
Also, by the way, Miyu had like another new ring outfit here. I know, like we're now we're leaning into the idol thing, talking about ring outfits, but like, why? Like, this is her third, because she just got a new ring outfit when all of Neo Genesis got those weird new ring outfits of like a month or so ago. They don't seem to wear that often, but then she got another new ring outfit here, and it was like very sparkly, very very sparkly. But yeah, I liked it more than those like the ones that the whole unit got. I thought were weirdly plain looking, like they were like very gray. Remember? So
I don't remember them looking that bad. I actually kind of liked that they had uniforms.
I don't think they looked bad, but I don't know, kind of plain looking. Whereas like this one was really like sparkly. So I don't know. I like the sparkly Miyu outfit here.
Getting these extra outfits ahead of the 5 stars probably pretty smart. There's going to be weeks where they're going to have matches one day after the other. So
that's true.
Saves yourself some laundry.
The other funny thing I noted in this match was like seeing people wrestle Starlight Kid, like and seeing how big she makes them look is always so funny to me because you had like 156 centimeter, 5'1" Azusa Inaba here, and just looking like enormous as she beat the shit out of Starlight Kid in this match. I just thought it was so funny. But Azumi kind of has the same thing, where she's like 5'0" or 5'1", and she still manages to look tall next to Starlight Kid. But
yeah.
But yeah, a lot of vinegar-based comedy here. It was all right. It was like 2 3/4, but they got paid as Balrog / M. Bison would say.
Yep, inoffensive kind of comedy. Not much to say. 2 3/4.
8-woman tag match. The Cosmic Angels, who obviously desperately need to win here. They did say in the post match they're like, we're going to totally rebuild from here. So we'll see if that results in something for the 5-star. But yeah, it's Natsupoi, Soriano, Sayaka Kura, and Yuna Mizumori defeating the God's Eye team of Amy Sore, Hina, Tomoko Inaba, and Rada Yagami. This went 10-21. Sayaka and Rana, I thought, had this nice little exchange early on. That ended with Sayaka basically like standing up to Rana's hard kicks and getting this little the little springboard attack she does. I don't know how to say it. Like she kind of springboards off and just like turns in midair and kind of hits you with like a double chop. It looks cooler than I'm describing it, in my opinion, but it's just hard to describe. And then the theme was Sayori and Amy, who are in the same. Do they say Amy or Ami? I think they say okay, they do say Ami. Okay.
I think so. Now I'm doubting myself too.
I am doubting because you would think it would be Ami based on Japanese, but I feel like they say Amy a lot.
In my head, when they're announcing her to the ring, I hear Sore Ami.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I thought so. Anyway, I'm gonna keep saying Ami, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Very nice Sayori and Ami exchange. That ended up being like the big theme of the match, and they are in the same block in the 5-star, so I was probably setting that up.
Mm-hmm.
But Sayori took one of these bumps. She is very like Naito-esque, where she can find any way to land on her neck sometimes. And she takes this like very simple shoulder block from Ami, who, Ami is obviously a, kind of a big, thick lady, and she can really bowl you over. And Sayori just like falls backward and like lands right on her neck. Like it looked really, really hard. Ami later was like just chopping the absolute shit out of poor Sayori, but then Poi comes in and hits her with a super kick out of nowhere. You never know when that little gremlin's gonna pop up. And Sayori then gets the pin on Ami with her backslide cradle thing she does, the potato ring, right? That's what it's called.
Yep.
And that, like I said, could set up something for their 5-star match. But yeah, another fun little undercard tag here. I went 3 3.25 on this. This was quite fun.
Yep, both a nice recovery for Cosmic Angels, and yeah, effectively a good preview of a match that will be seen in the 5-star.
The high-speed title next. May Sarah defeats Honoka in 5:16, 2 falls to 0. So Honoka accepted a handshake from May early on, only for May to immediately take her down and pin her. You can't trust that little goblin. I mean, she she acts like she's nice, and then she just like takes you down and tries to pin you. They do approximately like 7,000 cradle reversals before May finally gets the sunset flip out of the corner for the first fall, I should say.
Lots of drop kicks too. This is a very drop kick heavy match.
Lots and lots of drop kicks. Honoka did hit a nice dive off the top rope to the floor, followed by a missile drop kick to what you said right there. That got a 2 count. May caught her coming off the ropes, though, with this brutal high drop kick of her own. And it's always like, how can someone that tiny really jump that high? It is crazy. Honoko gets this, got a very, very close near fall with her own wacky cradle thing. But then she ate another high drop kick to the face from May. And then May hit a sit-out powerbomb and knock out the pin. So she won this 2 falls to 0. I thought it was a lot of fun while it lasted. I went 3.5 on it. There's a ceiling for these fucking 10-minute high-speed matches that have to have 2 out of 3 falls somehow. But, this was probably close to the ceiling. This was quite good.
Yep. May Sarah is a terrific high-speed champion. But it does feel like she's kind of out of challengers at this point, and they're digging really deep. Yeah. Digging real deep to get to Hanukkah, too. I don't even know what promotion she's from. Wave, I think?
Wave. Yeah, Wave.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she was the one who challenged Sai on the Wave show I went to earlier in the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She seemed pretty good here. She didn't look like she didn't belong, at the very least.
Yeah. So May has had this title for almost exactly 1 full year, if people don't know that. So she beat Saya Kamatani July 28th, 2024, at the last Sapporo Rendezvous, the Sapporo World Rendezvous, when they split into 2 nights, the second night. But yeah, she had a time limit draw with Xenia. She beat Yuna, who's already trying to challenge again. She beat Momo Kogo at the end of the Korakuen Christmas show. And yeah, this year she's only had 3 defenses. So she went from March 3rd to July 24th without defending this belt. But yeah, she beat Saki Kashima, which was the first time they did the 2 out of 3 falls thing, where Saki hilariously went backstage and said it sucked. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. She immediately buried the new stip for the belt. Yeah.
She was like, I don't want to be involved with that belt anymore if that's going to be the new stip. So I thought that was funny. And then she beat Fukigen at Korakuen on March 3rd, and now she beat Honoka. So,
yep.
But yeah, we're digging deep considering Yuna's trying again, basically, to try to get another title shot.
Well, they are in the same block, so.
Yeah. So it's Yuna Mizumori and Waka Tsukiyama both want the next title shot. So I think May basically told them afterward, hey, the 5-star is next, so shut up. What I got out of her promo.
Yep, and all 3 of them are in the same block, so.
Oh, okay. So there you go. But yeah, because I definitely heard her say Urasai, which is like, shut up. But yeah, I heard her mention the 5-star. 6-woman tag next. It was the Hate Trio of Saya Kamatani, Momo Watanabe, and Konami, defeating Sari, Chi-Chi from Evolution, and Miku Kane, who's a freelancer, I think. Or she's in that Colors thing, right? I think.
I thought she was the wrestler who was tagging with Hoda right now.
Yeah, so I think that's Colors.
Oh, is that Colors? Okay.
That little mini promotion or group or whatever.
Right,
But yeah,
right. The one that Saki runs.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Hoda was doing a separate thing. Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. I mean, it's off the top of my head. So, but yeah, Konami ends up
Comment
submitting
in the Discord if you know.
Yeah. Konami submits Miku in 928 with the triangle Lancer. They look, first of all, I have to complain here. How much more money are you guys gonna get out of me for these tiny little fucking acrylic stands and shit? Like, you make plenty of money, so you really can't license Cerie's awesome theme song. I have to get muted every time she wrestles.
Oh,
That's gonna be annoying as fuck for the whole entire 5-star.
Yeah, it is.
Like, just license the damn song. It's a great song on top of it, so.
Definitely kind of robs her of some of her aura when she comes out to silence.
I've met your simps. I'm arguably one of them. You have enough money from these people, including me. Like, come on.
Yeah. The heat here between Momo and Cerie, by the way, was something else. Really want to underline that. The audience loved that.
They were going really heavy on each other on social media, the way both these girls can. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the crowd picked up on it right away, and they were like, the crowd was so into hate here. Like, they loved hate, and they hated the Cerie team. So, they were very much like, get the fuck out of here, Cerie.
Stardom crowds right now are great for elevating the atmosphere because of how strongly they are homers,
Yeah, they love their promotion, and they're like, everybody else sucks, basically. Like,
yeah.
So
get out, one of the greatest women wrestlers currently working right now. Don't belong here.
I love the thing too, where at the start of the match, when Saya showing off how much aura she has as a heel now. So Miku's very tiny. People don't know she's like 5'0", 4'11" or something. And Saya was like just towering over her and completely no-selling poor little Miku's forearms at the start, and then just like shoves her down with one hand. It was great. She's just like, she's basically like, I am that bitch, and you're some tiny little indie wrestler, and I'm going to treat you like that. So
yeah, think about how face Saya would have sold that itty bitty little punch, right? And how that would have looked kind of lame, and you'd go, I like that she's an asshole now. It rounds her out.
Yeah. It is very cool. The crowd like seemed, really behind Konami, like you said, when she was in there against Cerie, but then Momo tagged in, and they just went fucking nuts for her, beating Cerie's ass. And they were so into that resulting strike exchange, like, you wouldn't even believe there were only 1,100 people in the building. Yep. I mean, it sounded so loud. But yeah, Konami, like, she taps out Miku. She won't let go of it afterward, which triggered like this huge brawl. This was a ton of fun. Everyone was super into it. Everyone was vicious in the actual match. 3.5 stars for this. This was quite good.
Weirdly enough, I completely lost track of Chi-Chi in this.
Yeah, she did kind of end up being the lost woman here. I felt like it. I did feel like that way too. So that was interesting.
Yeah, one of the rare moments she gets to show up in Stardom outside of New Blood, and nothing happened.
Yeah, it was interesting that she just didn't make a huge impression here. Then we get to the match of the night. This was either as good as Starlight Kid Sayori or maybe even slightly better. I mean, this match was so fucking good. Azumi pinned Bozilla in 15-20 with the numero uno clutch to make her first successful defense of the Strong Women's title. Look, I like Azumi. I feel like there's some people out there who don't really care for Azumi and think she's repetitive or whatever. I think she's really good, and even I didn't think she had this level of match in her with Bozilla. I mean, They went out there and fucking killed it for all 15 minutes of this. I mean,
they both killed it, to be clear. It's not just... Azumi was amazing, but Bozilla was also amazing. I was so glad to be wrong.
I didn't see that much of her Marigold stuff. Was she ever this good in Marigold?
No, but she also didn't have as good dance partners for the most part, right? And she kind of said as much after the match, where she thanked Azumi for being a great competitor before hitting her with the F5.
Yeah. I mean, they were also very, like, they were both very appreciative on social media, so you could tell they knew they did something special.
They did. It's a tremendous match. Sorry, we should go into more detail here, but I'm giddy just talking about it.
So Bozilla just dominated early, as you probably expect. Azumi was doing a great job selling, but she just couldn't do anything with this woman, with the 10-inch height difference or whatever. Azumi finally got something going, and then Bozilla just puts her down with one single elbow when Azumi's on the second rope. But Azumi comes right back with this rope hanging kick on the apron, and then she fucking hits her with La Mystica off the apron to the floor. That was such a fucking awesome spot.
Holy
so
shit.
Cool.
Yes. And it immediately made sense too, right? And it was a completely convincing stretch of offense from Azumi to Bozilla to even the odds. And it just kept getting better throughout.
The thing I liked about it a lot too is like normally you would expect the little wrestler to, I almost said littler, the little wrestler to target the big giant's legs.
Right.
And I sort of liked her idea of targeting the arm because then it's like, well, she can't throw you around everywhere.
Yep.
So, and she has a lot of finishes that involve the arm, so it made sense too. Azumi. So Azumi tried to follow that up with a running kick across the apron, but Bozilla caught the leg and gave her this brutal powerbomb on the apron. I'm just like, oh my god, these two women were going so fucking hard here.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the ring, we had Azumi fighting her way free of Bozilla in the corner. She hits the hanging double stomp to her, then hits a second double stomp off the top rope. Bozilla kicks out, but Azumi just grabs her in an armbar immediately. That looks so cool. Bozilla managed to slowly maneuver out and powerbomb her, but Azumi still wouldn't let go. Again, always an awesome spot. Bozilla then lifts her up and powerbombs her a second time. That finally gets Azumi to break the hold. I thought pretty impressive selling of the arm from Bozilla here too. And it's not something you'd expect her to be that great at because like when does she sell? I thought she did a pretty good job here. Just after the 10-minute call, Azumi tried for the Canadian Destroyer, but Bozilla just like shoved her away midair. I thought that looked like a pretty neat counter. Very simple, but sometimes the simple counters can be very cool. She gets another La Mystica. She actually manages to get the Azumi Sushi on the Giant, which I wasn't sure she'd be able to do that, but they managed to make it look good too. And Bozilla just barely kicks out. Bozilla cuts Azumi off going to the top again, hits this avalanche fall-away slam. She goes for a fucking moonsault, but Azumi rolls out of the way, kicks her in the head, but then she runs right into Bozilla's arms for the Death Valley Driver. That gets a 2 count. Azumi then reverses another powerbomb attempt into this massive reverse Rana that Bozilla just goes fucking flying for. This huge Azumi chant goes up from the crowd. Bozilla catches her coming off the top rope straight into a sit-out powerbomb for a very close 2 count, and that's where I just wrote in my notes, like, holy fuck, this match. Because it was like, at this point, you're just like, what the fuck? This the best matches are matches like this where you have no idea what to expect, and they just blow you away.
And it just keeps escalating, right? You'll hit what you think is the high spot, but then it just keeps getting better. It's incredible.
Azumi escapes Bozilla's arms again, somehow does get the Canadian Destroyer. That might have been like the least clean big spot they hit, but it still managed to look pretty good anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then she does a sunset flip powerbomb off the second rope. Then the Azumi Sushi again, which I thought was going to be the finish, but Bozilla kicked out again. But Azumi goes straight into the armbar from the kick out, and then basically maneuvers her down from the armbar into a cradle, which is the numero uno clutch. And that gets the pin, which I think a lot of people expected Bozilla to win this going into the 5-star.
Yep.
And, Azumi ended up winning anyway, which I do not dislike as a fucking decision, because I feel like it gives her some added credibility going into a really loaded block that we're about to talk about in the preview. That's, the block that's most needs to carry the tournament from a work rate perspective. So, this match,
and it was also good for Bozilla, I think, right? That she showed she has some incredible selling ability, right? She needs someone to kind of get to the level where it's worth the effort,
Yeah. So, she showed she had the selling. She showed that she could do something other than just be like a one-dimensional monster, which I think is big for Stardom, because it's not that like a monster can't be cool, but it's like, I don't know if you can do that. It's not the most interesting role in Stardom, right? Long term, to just be the unbeatable monster. I mean, I feel like they almost want something more in this promotion.
And I think it can just also make for boring matches to watch because how I thought this match was going to go was Azumi maybe attacks the knee, right? Like you were talking about, as a way to get Giants down to size. And Bozilla would mostly no sell, but then maybe sell a bit near the end before F5 or something to close it out. And instead, every bit of offense from Azumi feels earned, and part of that is because Bozilla really bumped her ass off for her in a way that looked super convincing. It's kind of nuts. she's like 3 times heavier than Azumi.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they managed to make it work to the degree they did is amazing.
Yeah.
And, this was an awesome fucking match. 4.5 stars. As good of a big versus little match as you're going to say. Yeah. And, I mean, just, Azumi after the match was really thrilled. And she had that look on her face where you could tell it was not just kayfabe. She was just like, "Oh my god, we killed it!" Basically, like that was the look on her face.
She was so. Nobody has ever been happier to retain the New Japan Women's Strong title. Sorry, yeah. Willow.
Yeah, I mean, she was so thrilled here. She, like Bozilla, she acts like she's all humbled, and she's like, she offers the handshake to Azumi Senpai, which I loved just calling her that. But then it's a trick. She gives her the F5 anyway after shaking hands with her to stay heel. But yeah, this was I don't know. I feel like I'm getting on here every week and like putting over Stardom too hard, and people are gonna be like, "Why don't you fucking marry Stardom then?" But like, what do you want me to tell you? They've been amazing all year.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just having. I think it was Armani Shoe Exchange in the Discord. He was like he watched way more of it before than I did in the last like few years, especially. I mean, my heaviest watching it before this year was probably like 2017, 18 or something. Whatever Queen's Quest era was. So that original Queen's Quest era. But like he was like, I watch it every year and this is like the best it's ever been. From like an in-ring standpoint for sure. And it's just like they just don't miss this year. I don't know what else. I mean, it's like when we get to the 5-star where people are like, complaining about the format and stuff, I'm like, I get it, but like I'm not going to bet against them. You're going to bet against them the role they're on this year, that they're not going to have a bunch of amazing stuff in that tournament. I'm sure not going to bet against them. So.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely the best since I started watching, which was in 2019.
Yeah.
Extremely consistent. Also probably helps that the small number of foreigners they do have, like none of them are crap. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. And they don't overpush them either the way
yeah, they don't get, thanks for touring with us. Here's a shot at the red belt that Rossi would normally give every tour.
Yeah. The main event, the Gossip of Stardom title match, the Team 2000 BMI, right?
BMI 2000, I think.
BMI 2000, okay. I'm like combining them with Team 2200.
Right. I get them confused too.
Natsuko Tora and Ruaka, they defeat Ringori, Hanan, and Saida in 1753 to become the 36th Goddess of Stardom champions. So I'm trying to remember how many defenses Ringori made. I should look that up beforehand. Let's see. The on-air typing. Everybody loves the on-air typing.
I think this was their 4th.
Yeah, they have been since December. So it ended up being 207 days. They won them December 29th in that awesome match against Bobo and Thekla back at Ryogoku. But yeah, they made no, this was their attempted fifth defense. They made 4 defenses. So they beat Mei Sierra and Suzu Suzuki. Before that, the Crazy Star imploded. That was back at the Path of Thunder show. That was awesome in Tochigi on February 24th. Then they beat Maya Utani and Momo Kogo on March 22nd in Okinawa. They beat Hazuki and Koguma, Fukuoka Double Crazy, before they kicked them out of Stars on April 27th at All-Star Green Queendom.
After Hanan shot on Hazuki, yeah.
And they beat Poi and Sayori in that awesome fucking match last month at Stardom the Conversion. So yeah, they made 4 defenses before they lost them here. Look, I did not want them to lose these titles, especially this team, but this ended up being better than I expected. So I can't really complain too much, I guess. I mean, it did feel like a well-earned moment for Ruaka, who has looked better of late. I mean,
Yes, and she was kind of the focus of this match too.
Yeah, I mean, she was always like just kind of there for me as a Stardom viewer, and she's kind of like the least. She always comes off to me as like the least passionate heel in existence. Like she thinks her being heel is like looking disinterested all the time, but she looked a little more into it here, I will say. So I mean, part of it's like her persona. So I'm not, it's something she is trying to do, but sometimes she looks a little too disinterested, and I didn't really think that was the case here.
Yeah, and she noticeably is almost always just in tag matches where her high spot is hitting somebody with luggage. So she doesn't have that much to do.
I did think the early beatdown of Hanan, which was mostly by Ruaka, was quite boring. So that was the weakest part of the match. Things did pick up when it was Tora and Ida. They were just running into each other repeatedly. And then it ended up with a pretty decent flying crossbody from Tora. At one point, we got a very nice backdrop suplex hold from Hanan to Tora. That got a close near fall. Tora also did some kind of flip senton thing on Hanan and Ida from the turnbuckle to the floor. That didn't look smooth, but it still ended up looking like this giant missile attack or something. So it still looked pretty sick. We got simultaneous splashes off the top rope from both Team BMI, or again, I wrote Team BMI 2000, but only gets a 2 count. Ruaka, though, eventually does put Hanan away with a pair of German suplexes. Hanan got missed at some point. I didn't even notice when that happened. I must have looked away or something.
I don't think the camera caught it either.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Because I don't remember. I remember her face afterwards, right?
Yeah.
She went blue, la-dee-dee,
but blue point from the Corrigan is still the funniest thing because she looked so upset too. And after Tam lost, so it was like sad blue point basically backstage. Like blue point through that entire post-match and backstage and everything was just sending me. It was so great. But yeah, blue Hanan here. But yeah, I was going to say, when something like that happens where I don't catch it and I didn't write it down in my notes, I always assume it was me because I have ADHD. But I guess it was actually if it was the camera missing it, then that makes me feel a little better. But yeah, the last German suplex I should mention was like this really delayed German suplex that looked pretty cool. So
yeah, so was that I thought when I saw it that it was a 2-stage dragon suplex like Mayu used to do. I might be wrong though. Everybody else thought it was a shutdown suplex.
They wrote German. On the websites. I think it's a shutdown style German. Yeah.
Okay.
Like Kento Miyahara does.
I was losing my mind there for a little bit because I did not have Mayu passes the 2-stage dragon suplex to Ruaka on my bingo card.
I thought this was pretty damn good by the end. I went 3 3/4. I couldn't quite get to 4 for how boring it was early, but it was very good. It was very good.
Yeah, I went 3.5. Like 2/3 of it was not great, so I don't know. But it does end well. Sorry, who took the pin again? I can't remember.
Hanan took the pin.
So would you say she blew it?
Oh. She blew it. There you go. But yeah, so this, I mean, I think getting the titles off of Ring Gory probably also makes Hanan look like a more realistic contender going into the 5-star. So I get it from that perspective. Like, I think this could be the year she goes to the final and loses. It wouldn't even shock me if she won. But if even if she's going to lose like in the semifinals or something, which I think is probably her floor, it does make her look more realistic as a contender to lose the Goddesses titles here. So I get it.
If only we had an extensive breakdown of the 5-star Grand Prix on audio format where we could discuss these kinds of things.
Yeah, which we're going to do right now. But yeah, good Korakuen. Very good Korakuen. Yeah. All right, so the Stardom 5-star Grand Prix 2025. It's like, first of all, thank you to our Luther who wrote some great notes for this before you come on. So I want to shout you out here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
32 wrestlers divided into 4 blocks Red Stars A and B, Blue Stars A and B, which, by the way, I've seen a lot of complaints about the format, okay? Some of them are kind of valid. I get that, people think it's too many wrestlers and it's too many matches and, it's not it's not prestigious enough now with the likes of Waka getting in. But my defense of that is I want to see your Waka types in a singles match. And I get that you could just do it anyway, but they just don't do that very often.
Yeah.
So I think it's I like that aspect of it, getting to see people who don't normally do singles matches do singles matches.
I think the other element here is if you go through the list of absences from the 2024 Grand Prix, there's a lot of great singles wrestlers that are either injured or not in Stardom anymore.
Yeah.
They need to figure out who their next great main event singles wrestlers are, and this is probably a really good way to do it.
Yeah. But what I was trying to say, though, is before I kind of got off track, of the complaints I've seen, the absolute dumbest one is being worried about what the fucking block names are. Because I've seen people be like, why are they red A and red B? Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, that seems a little weird to me as a complaint.
So, why did they call it A, B, C, D? Or why did they call it red, blue, yellow, green? Who gives a shit? It's red A and red B and blue A and blue B. Who gives a fuck?
It has always been red stars and blue stars, and to make 4 blocks, they just added an A and B. I don't see the problem.
Well, I've seen multiple people complain about this, so apparently it's a big problem.
Well, what Stardom should do is adopt how Catch the Wave does it and give each of the blocks gimmick names.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, we have it's a standard point scoring, 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss. The top 2 in each block advance to a 12-woman single elimination tournament with the semifinals and finals on the August 23rd show from Oda Ward, just like the opening is also from Oda Ward. It's top 3 from each block.
Yes, top 3.
Okay, top 3 from each block. So it's a lot. They have a lot of wrestlers advancing. That complaint I get too. It's like almost almost half. So, but yeah, it's you do still have the format though, where the winner of each block gets a bye the second round. So it still is important to win.
Right. It is important to win your block. Yes.
The second place in each block faces the third place in the other block. So it's A versus B. So the red A versus red B, blue A versus blue B. The winner of that match faces the block winners who got a bye. The quarterfinals are in Korakuen, and then the semifinal and final are back in Oda Ward. So, let's go over the absences here from 2024. There's a lot of people. So Hazuki, Koguma, they're both out for reasons. We don't know why, really. Micah is injured. Maya Iwatani's off on Marigold Farm. Sayuri is injured. Thekla, and you put injured kind of. Did you see those fucking pieces of elbow? She's injured.
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh.
She posted a photo of herself after the surgery, it was so gross, with these pieces of fucking elbow they took out of her elbow. Like, why would you put that on social media? I don't want to see elbow
I don't
chunks.
want to see that. Thanks for letting me know about it.
Yeah, don't go under Twitter.
Oh.
Thekla, who was fired. So they fired her ass.
Though she doesn't quite seem done with Stardom, because she and Okada were still sniping at each other on Twitter. So maybe she'll return at some point. Do a Midnight Rider run.
Tam Nakano on a farm with Velky, as we all know. So see, they are a very peaceful life together, and we, as always, we wish them the best. So Risa Sarah on the retirement tour and starting a promotion, like you put in the notes. I'm like,
yep, I don't think it'll ever air, but apparently, yeah, she's working on starting a new promotion as well.
Yeah. We have Manami, who's, as you put, howling in Sendai Girls. Yeah, that is a good recap of what Manami's doing. I like her, but some people seem to find her very annoying. So
I'm not a fan, but now that Sendai Girls is on Wrestle Universe, I'll probably warm up to her eventually.
And then finally, the biggest absence, of course, Anna Jay. So
what is she doing?
Not wrestling in AEW, I guess.
Shoot, I have no idea what she's doing.
Like, okay, let's look because the wrestlers in AEW get so few matches. So you know what? She's wrestling a little more than I would have guessed. So
Okay.
she wrestled April.
Wait. Let me guess. So did she? I'm going to say she wrestled 3 times in the last 2 months, and all like Ring of Honor.
Actually, yes. Well, so in the last 2 months, from now to May 26th, he's wrestled 4 times. So you're
So
off
close.
by 1. 2 Dynamites, 2 Collisions, no Ring of Honor. She had a brief stretch where she was wrestling she wrestled 4 times in May, which for an AEW wrestler is like an amazing amount. But then she's dropped off again. So she only wrestled twice in June, and she's only had 1 match. She wrestled July 2nd, hasn't wrestled since. So there you go. The AEW wrestler, and people wonder why AEW wrestlers don't develop. It's a big mystery. Suzu Suzuki, the only participant this year who's won a 5-star before. Mm-hmm. And she, Konami, and Momo are the only former finalists. So, wide open this year, folks. Wide open.
Yep.
Let's start with Red Stars A.
Oh, one final comment, by the way. I would think Hazuki would be a favorite if she was involved. Especially if she was still in Stars. She could have been the natural babyface hero to face off against Saya Kamatani. And it doesn't look like that's happening at all. And there's a part of me that's still a little bummed about it. She was always a highlight for the 5-star.
That is true. Red Stars A, we have the World of Stardom champion Saya Kamatani from Hate on her 6th consecutive entry, 6 total. Hanan from Stars, 4th consecutive, 4th total. Mei Sierra from Neo Genesis, the high speed champion, her 2nd consecutive entry, 2nd total. Yuna Mizumori of Cosmic Angels, 2nd entry, 2nd consecutive. Lady C from God's Eye, making her debut. Waka Tsukiyama from EXV, 1/2 the New Blood Tag Champions, making her debut. Azusa Inaba from Hate, also from JTO, also a double champion JTO now. She beat her sister for the Queen of JTO. She's also making her debut. And B. Priestley, who is unaffiliated as of now, no official word on what unit she's in, is her 2nd entry. Her last entry was all the way back in 2019. Yeah. So Red A is kind of the Saya, Hanan, and Friends block to me. This is those 2 are locks to advance. I don't think there's any universe where they don't advance. And they're definitely going to be expected to carry the block from an interest and probably also match quality standpoint. Mm-hmm. The 3rd slot to advance to me is very open. I would think B has the inside track. I would think she's probably not coming here not to at least make the playoffs. Yep. But I wouldn't call that a guarantee. It's just there's nobody else that jumps out at me here.
I think it's close to a guarantee because she faces Saya on the last night.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, I think to go over each individual wrestler's situation. Obviously Saya's World of Stardom champion. I don't think there's any chance she wins as champion. I mean, if you're going to do it, maybe she'll be the one to do it with.
I don't think they've done it before.
Yeah.
And I don't see why they would start now either. They have lots of really good candidates, so I think kind of do the champion wins your big singles tournament when you are really out of good challengers for your top champion.
Well, I would say also when you're trying to make your champion look super, super dominant, nobody else has a chance in hell of beating her, which might work for Saya.
Might. I don't like the idea of that for Stardom though, right?
Yeah, I
just feel like there's too much good talent in the roster to tell that kind of story right
now. But yeah, she's obviously having an amazing year, so she's going to have to carry this block. But I don't necessarily think she can't. So
no.
Hanan will be interesting. I mean, I think her tag title reign went really well after getting off to kind of a slow start. I've never liked her as much in singles, though. And I thought, again, the Cinderella, she really didn't stand out as a singles wrestler. So I think this would be a big a big tournament for her to like really push forward and really like show that she's ready to take another step forward as a singles wrestler.
Yeah.
Whether or not she pulls it off is, going to be an open question, but I think she's one of the wrestlers in this tournament who has the most to prove.
Yeah. Most likely to have a big gap between how entertaining her matches are and how strongly she's pushed.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, her big definitive singles run was with the Future title, which I remember being kind of annoyed at. It got so long. It was 11 defenses, and not all of those were great.
Yeah, I remember people being pretty down on it.
Yeah, so, but she has been great as a tag champion. So there's green shoots there. I think she'd be a reasonable choice as long as she can deliver in the matches.
She's one of the favorites to win, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
She's clearly getting a big push. I mean, to me, I think one of the scenarios I could see for this is Hanan wins. They do the title shot pretty early again, and she probably loses. And then she goes back to the tag team and wins back the tag titles. I think could be a scenario.
When does she face Saya?
They have like a big show in September now, don't they? In like Yokohama.
She faces her at Korakuen Hall.
Oh no! I thought you meant one. Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant one where she faced her if she won the tournament. But yeah, where did Suzu take her title shot? Do you remember? Was it Nagoya?
Suzu Suzuki?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember. That was at Korakuen Hall.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
That Kamatani versus Suzu Suzuki.
No. But that was not her 5-star title shot. She had another one.
The one against Micah?
Yeah.
The one against Micah was that was a couple years ago at Grand Queendom, I think. And that was when Micah was champion.
Oh, duh, she didn't win last year. She won 2 years ago. My bad.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking she won last year. But
that was the weird one where the crowd clearly wanted Micah to win, and it seemed like they backpedaled into Suzu still getting her win, but Micah still gets the belt and wins and defends successfully at Dream Queendom. So
to answer the question I'm trying to ask is, when did Micah get her title shot? She won the tournament last year. She got the title shot only a few weeks later in Osaka.
And so that's when they were doing that weird gimmick where like Tam had a title shot against Natsuka Tora because she was losing all her matches. And then she won the title from Natsuka Tora midway through the tournament. And then Micah lost to Tam.
Got it. Okay. So there you go. See, that all kind of got... I didn't see it. That was before I was really watching every show, and it kind of got jumbled up in my brain. So
the thing is, like, Stardom is bad about doing like these title matches midway through the 5-star, which I really don't like, and it does.
I don't think they're going to have this year, though.
It doesn't look like it. I don't see where in the schedule they could fit it in, which I guess is another advantage of having 32 wrestlers in.
Yeah. But yeah, so maybe I remember there was a show on the schedule where I was like, that could be it. But let me see. I think it was like September, I want to say. Let me look. It was Stardom to the World 2025 on September 6th in Yokohama Budokan. I feel like that could be the show where they do the title match. So, but yeah,
something like that. They are running Yokohama Budokan as part of the 5-star this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they'll be running it again so soon.
Well, that's booked already.
Oh, it is? Well, never mind.
Yeah. So I'm saying that when I saw that date, I was like, okay, maybe that's the 5-star title shot.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
September
we
6th,
really were playing an extensive version of Who's on First there. It was making great audio, I'm sure.
We were not on the same page there at all.
Not remotely.
It was my fault for talking about the person who won 2 years ago when I meant the one who won last year. May Sierra, she is the high-speed champion. Probably no chance to even advance, but she's going to be, again, important from a work rate standpoint, where I feel like people who are talking shit about some of these blocks, she's really fucking good.
I think she's like top 5 worker in the company, frankly.
Yeah, so I think she's good enough to help carry this block from a work rate perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and she's going to have the storyline about who's going to challenge her for the high speed belt as well going through this. So that'll help.
Yuna Mizumori, another underrated wrestler.
Yep.
And she's going to be targeting the high speed, as we talked about. But again, another wrestler who I think will have better matches in the tournament than some people might be expecting. Lady C, who I think she's made some strides this year. I mean, she's someone who she looks a little better, I think, in my mind.
I agree with it, but also the bar was so low
to
start with.
But there was that that Artist of Stardom title match earlier in the year where she was kind of a big focal point, and I thought she was really good.
Yes, and that she did show up very well there. And I think also having her in a leadership position there for some of the younger God's Eye wrestlers made a lot of sense. She's the one I'm probably worried about the most, which might sound weird given who we're going to talk about next, but I'm somewhat optimistic she'll be able to more than hold her own. Let's see here. Are there... No, okay, none of the current artist champions are in her block, so that won't be a storyline for her. I think it's just going to be, can she survive her first... her debut into the 5-star. Normally people do very, very poorly in their debuts, so it's kind of what I'm expecting here, at least in terms of points.
I don't think she's going to do very well now, especially since the main thing they're setting up for her is a tag team with Ami. So.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Reiwa New Twin Towers. Waka Tsukiyama, again, making her debut. She's the one who I'm most worried about from a work perspective in this tournament. I mean, she's such a comedy wrestler that I don't know how it's going to look.
Yeah, she's impossible to take seriously, just if nothing else because of her voice.
Yeah. She's very Osaka Ben.
Very small, very squeaky.
Yeah.
A lot of hip-based offense as well. That's hard to take seriously.
Yeah.
Real goofball. But in her defense, I think she throws everything into those hip attacks. They look good. And she does have a solid history of delivering when she's in the spotlight. She had a great run in New Blood, where she was the main character for a bit as part of a feud with Nanae. She came out looking really good there. And I think she's been really good in the trios tags that she's been doing with the Nexus V. So I feel a little better probably than you do about her inclusion here. I think she has a good chance to surprise some people.
Yeah, well, I mean, she'll definitely surprise me if she does it. So, and she's the one I see the most complaints about. So I will say,
it's understandable. Like, she doesn't have any gravitas. Like Rian, who is a twerp, as we say, has more gravitas than Waka. It's incredible.
Azusa Inaba making her debut. Again, she looks great lately in both promotions I've seen her in, Stardom and JTO. I mean, there was some point where she suddenly just decided, you know what, I'm experienced enough at this now. I'm just gonna kick people really hard and they can deal with it, and it's been great. So, so she's like another sleeper in this block. B Priestley, no idea what to expect from post WWE. B Priestley, no clue. She could be fine. She could be good. She could be horrible. I really have no idea.
Oh, yep. I have nothing to say about Blair Davenport.
Blair Davenport.
Good Lord. I do have one prediction about her, though. Beyond, I think there's a good chance she'll beat Saya on the last day of the block finals on the 17th of August. I also think she's going to join Mi Vida Loca. The reason why she's going to join there and not Hate is because you'll notice that each block mostly has 2 representatives from most units, but Mi Vida Loca has the fewest wrestlers by far. She would probably fit in pretty well in Suzu's unit. She can fit the aesthetic of a GCW wrestler, which, let's be honest, that's what it is. So,
but overall, I mean, maybe we can rank the blocks at the end of this. But I don't dislike this block. I think there's it's a little weak on paper, but again, I think some people are sleeping on May way too much.
Yep.
And Saya, they're basically asking Saya to carry the block from like a fan interest standpoint. And I think she's capable of doing that. So,
do you want to make predictions about who's getting out of the block and what order?
In what order? I mean, I would assume Saya's going to win her block. I don't know why you wouldn't have her win her block. Maybe B second, Hanan third.
I would say yes. Saya wins her block. Hanan second, B third. B has to win to get in.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. You could still do win to get in, and she still has second based on a tiebreaker or something. But,
could do that too. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess second and third does not really matter compared to first. It's really just who wins the block is most important. Red B, which, you know, this is the block. Even the Stardom haters, I feel like, have to admit that this block is awesome. Starlight Kid, the Wonder and Artist Champion, her sixth consecutive entry, 6 entry total. Azumi, so the other second Neo Genesis member, the Artist and Strong Women's Champion, 7th entry, 7th consecutive. Natsupoi from Cosmic Angels, 5th entry, 5th consecutive. Sayaka Kurara from Cosmic Angels, making her debut. Tomoko Inaba from God's Eye, 2nd entry, 2nd consecutive. Rion from Enex's V, making her debut. Natsuko Tora from Hate, now one half of the Goddess Champions. Her 5th entry, her 2nd consecutive. And Rina from Hate, making her debut.
Hell yes, we're getting Rian versus Rina. I'm excited. And it's going to be impossible to talk about.
Again, this block is so fucking stacked.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting matches that, like, we've gotten a million times that are always great. You're getting some matches, and a shout out to Reddit, by the way, who put up this graphic showing, their people's records. So Natsupoi, who's my, obviously one of my personal favorite wrestlers, she has 3 first-timer matches in this block. She's going to face Sayaka, Tomoko Inaba, and Rion for the first time. And the Sayaka Poi match is a match I have circled. And she's only ever faced Azumi once, which is insane. Yeah. That match has only happened once. I mean, that's, again, a match I have circled on my calendar. We're getting Starlight Kid versus Sayaka for the first time ever, which could be really good. We're getting Azumi versus Sayaka for only the 2nd time ever, which could be really good. Obviously, the matches we've seen a million times that are almost always great. Starlight Kid versus Azumi. SLK has a 5-4-4 record against her.
But keep in mind, a lot of those wins from SLK were when they were both not young lions, but still kids, right?
Yeah,
recently, Azumi has been dominating the singles record.
But Starlight Kid did beat her at
yes, did beat her at Grand Queendom.
We have SLK versus Natsupoi, and that record's tied at 3-3-2. When's the last time they wrestled? Because I remember their high speed matches. They probably had a recent one, and I'm just not thinking of it. But they had the fucking match in December. Like the 3rd best match of the year. What the fuck am I talking about? So yes, we're getting a rematch of like the 2nd or 3rd best match of the year from last year. So
I wasn't gonna say anything. I knew.
When I thought about it for a second, I was like, wait a second, I'm fucking dumb. That match is the match that made me like go maybe into like a fucking simp for this promotion. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
But yeah, that match. So we're getting a rematch of a 4 3/4 star match that I cannot wait to see that. We have Sayaka versus SLK for the first time. Sayaka versus Inaba for the first time. Just so much cool shit in this block. So really, I guess the only thing dragging it down is Tora, but her bullying all these tiny wrestlers is probably the best use of her anyway. So.
Yep, she's up against a lot of really good baby faces, so she'll probably do fine from a match entertainment standpoint. I think this is the block that's going to break your heart, John. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Starlight Kid versus Natsupoi is on the last block night.
Uh-oh.
I think one of them is going to be eliminated from that match. I'm sorry. And if I had to guess, it's not Sepoy, since she already got a title shot earlier.
And in that case, it would be SOK, Azumi, and maybe Tora advancing.
Yeah, I could see that. I would like there to be a surprise here for Kurawa or Inaba, but I don't think they're going to pull the trigger on that yet.
I mean, it's also possible SOK versus Poi ends up just being for first place and they both advance. You could do that.
You could, but
not impossible in this format, but yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to maximize the drama. Also, if you kind of look through the block finals matches, it's the clear highlight. So I think that's going to have all the stakes involved in it.
But you could also argue Poi eliminates SOK to get her back for taking the title.
Could, yes. I just don't think they're going to do that to the Wonder of Stardom champion, right? She's not one of the 12 best wrestlers in Stardom. That seems unlikely, but I don't know. We do have the GHC champion in NJPW out, so
yeah.
Though that's through injury, no fault of his own.
But yeah, so SOK, I mean, she's having one of the best title reigns in the world right now. She's that match with Sayori to me put her over the top. Where I didn't vote for her for most outstanding when we did the halfway mark, but if I did it right now, she would be like second.
I did wonder if we didn't throw enough flowers at SOK during our mid-year review show because God, she's on a heck of a run.
Yeah, so I think she'd be like second at worst for me right now. So she's obviously going to have an amazing tournament, I'm pretty sure. Azumi, she's coming off one of the best matches of her entire career against Bozilla. And just, I think she's going to have a great tournament. I mean, I don't really see, especially the 15-minute time limit. I mean, that if anything plays into her hands as a, high-speed wrestler. So,
but do you see her winning this?
The tournament? No.
Yeah.
Actually, well, that actually, if it's gonna be the winner gets the title shot and loses, if we assume Sai is holding the belt until December, and we assume whoever wins the 5-star is not going to win the title from Saya, I think she's a contender.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a big, big, big win for her. It would make her feel like she finally got a signature win, and then she can lose the title match, obviously. Yeah, and I don't think you have to worry about like the prestige of the fucking strong women's title either. I mean, if you're going to do a champion as a champion, have her lose, I think she's fine to do that. Yeah. So,
or maybe this is a good chance to unify the belt with the world or the. Well, I was going to say the IWGP would probably be a better fit, but maybe not. They take that belt very seriously in Japan. I was reading a recap of an interview Suri had with, what was his name? A New Japan veteran wrestler, Blue Justice.
Yuji Nagata.
That was Yuji Nagata. She did like a conversation with, right? That guy was recapping on Discord.
Yeah.
And
it was Chris on Discord recapping it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they apparently put a lot of weight behind that belt and talk a lot about the spirit of Antonio Inoki being in it since it's an IWGP belt. So. Yeah, probably a little too prestigious to be unified with the Strong Women's Champion, but maybe because I just don't see them holding on to this thing. Why would you?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense at this stage. I mean, Azumi did do an interview where she said she wants to raise the prestige of it to the point where it can match the World or the IWGP. So I don't know if that's going to lead to anything, or maybe that could even lead to the unification. But
yeah, well, she's off to a good start, if nothing else. So
yeah, Natsupoi.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Natsupoi I think would normally be a contender, but just the fact that she just had a title shot, unless they're gonna, I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe, if they want to do something where the winner doesn't get their shot for a while, they could do it. But barring that, which would be a major change, and they haven't said anything like that, I would assume Poi is strongly in the running to be the one to take the belt off of Saya, and it could be in December. But I don't necessarily think that. I don't think she's going to win here though, because it would make no sense to ever get another title shot so quick.
Yeah, maybe she's a finalist. Maybe she beats Saya in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's all possible. Now we're into the tier where these people all like those are the three from the block that make sense as contenders. The rest of these people all have no chance to win. But Sayaka, this is a big tournament for her where she's looked good as a singles in a lot of her. She's really good at like selling and making you invest in her matches as a babyface. She's going to be in there now with some smaller wrestlers, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do, like with that situation where she's the bigger one and she might even get to like throw the other one around. So we'll see what that looks like. I like her a lot, and I think this tournament could be like a big coming out party for her. So
yeah, I think she's gonna show very, very well here. She has some great dance partners, and she's no slouch herself against less experienced wrestlers. So I think I think she will really raise her stocks.
Tomoko Inaba, I mean, she's very good. I think everybody kind of realizes that, and she's going to be here as a straight ahead wrestler, doing, having probably really good matches. So there's not a ton to say about her though, to me, because she's still not full time in Stardom. Everybody thought she was going to announce that. She said she had a big announcement on the JTO anniversary show at Korakuen earlier this month, and her announcement turned out to be that she's running like a produced show. I thought was funny. Yeah. But at some point she probably will go full time for Stardom eventually, but yeah, until then she does feel like kind of a guest star at times. So
yeah, it feels like she's spinning her wheels here, and I just don't see any reason for that to change.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be cool to see her in all these matches, and she's very talented. But yeah, she still feels a little bit like an outsider. Rion, again, until a few months ago, she would have been that Emma tier to me where I'm like, you're so far behind the other wrestlers in your generation and you don't look anywhere near as good. But she really tapped in to like this underdog babyface charisma, and it really works for her. The joke on the Discord, like I said, is always that she's the world's strongest twerp. And that's pretty much what she does. She gets her ass kicked a lot, but she never backs down. And she looks really good at times. There were also some matches where I forget what I was trying to say now. Well, there were those matches with Poi where Poi would bully the fucking shit out of her and was like drop kicking her really hard and just fucking treating her like be like the twerp that she is. And it's just so rare to see Poi like bully somebody. But, she's Poi can be very vicious, but she's usually not in that role when she's bullying someone. And, that really, if anything, makes me really excited for this match. Because they're going to have a match in this tournament. I think it's going to rock. I think Poi's going to bully the fuck out of her.
Yeah. And Rian had a terrific future title match against Tina. And I think is a good proof of concept that she's going to raise her stocks here as well as a singles wrestler. Yeah, I think she's. I think give her time, and even her presentation might change in such a way where she can get a little more gravitas, and people might take her a little more seriously when they see her in the ring for the first time. Step one will be get rid of the twin tails.
Not to, I work for Nuts Boy. Not to like put over Poi too much as one of my favorites, but like that dichotomy between, I'm cute, I'm adorable, and then all of a sudden she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah,
favorite things of wrestling.
That is central to the appeal of, I would say, Joshi wrestling in general, right?
Yeah, but she's like the ultimate version of it to me.
She is, yes.
Like she just turns it on so fast, where she just goes from like, hee hee to like, murder death, and it is so great. Like you'd never believe a 4'11" wrestler could be that scary looking. So that's what she's probably gonna do to Rion again in this match. So Natsuko Tora, she's not great. I mean, she's one of my least favorites in this company, if not my least favorite. I mean, just not not a wrestler that often looks good doing much anything besides just like landing on people as hard as she can with her full body weight. So I know she has her fans, but
Yeah. Her senton is really cool when she hits it,
well, that's
because it always
one of
looks
those-
like it's going to go so wrong.
that's one of the ones I was talking about for sure.
But yeah, she's there to be the bully, and get sympathy for the baby faces. I don't have too strong feelings about her one way or the other, really. She has a
But
role.
yeah,
She fills it.
Probably will advance, I guess, especially if either Poirier Kid doesn't.
Yep.
Rena make your debut. That's really cool. I mean, look, we have to see what she looks like after the injury, but she was able to get in the ring during Korakuen. She looked fine, so hopefully that's a good sign. But yeah, I mean, she's very good. She's again become a very good bully. She's 5'4", which is like classic Joshi tall height, where she's gonna look like she's towering over like the likes of Starlight Kid and Poi here. And she's in a good block for that. I think she's gonna be just another bully asshole and just a better worker version of that than Tora. So,
yep. And had a tremendous match earlier this year with Starlight Kid for the title, which I think really opened some eyes. I'm looking forward to seeing her do more singles work here.
Yeah. Let me think about this. Who advances here? I'm gonna say Azumi wins the block. I think this is like her big. That match was like the start of her big coming out party. Azumi wins the block. Starlight Kid does advance over Poi, and the third person to go through is Tora.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I would guess too.
Yeah. Because who does Tora wrap up against? Tora wraps up against Azusa Inaba. So yeah, she probably just beats her and goes through.
Mm-hmm.
So, Blue A, we have Saya Ida from Stars. It's her fourth entry, second consecutive. Miyu Amazaki from Neo Genesis, the Artist Champion, second entry, second consecutive. Two wrestlers from the Cosmic Angels, Saori Anou, who's another one of the favorites to win this, I think. Third entry, third consecutive. And then Aya Sakura making her debut. Amy Sore from God's Eye, her third entry, returning from last year when she, of course, was out with the injury. She missed last year, I should say. Mm-hmm. Bozilla making her debut. You did note here she went 5-4 in the inaugural Dreamstar Grand Prix last year, for whatever that's worth. Ruaka from Hate, now one half of the Goddess Champions, her third entry, her second consecutive. And Yuria Hime, who she is officially Stars now, right?
I thought so too. It's not on her Wikipedia, but she's tagging with Momo. It feels as official as anything.
Yeah. So she's making her debut. So yeah, there's a lot of first time matches in this block, which makes sense with all the debuts. Trying to look which ones am I looking forward to? Miyu versus Yuria. That's an intriguing one to me. Two young wrestlers who both are very much in the idol vein and both have shown a lot of promise so far in their careers. Mm-hmm. That could be good. Yuria almost her entire block is first time matches, except Saya Ida's the only one she's faced in a singles match before.
Yep. And now I'll explain how I figured that Yuria was going through. It's because she had that singles match against Ida earlier this year, and we knew that was the block that whoever won the match was going to be slotted into. So, also, Yuria's final match is going to be against Saya Ida. I think there's a really good chance she's just going to lose all her matches up until that point, and then she gets her win back against Ida.
Yeah, that's interesting. We do have the big girl showdown between Ami and Bozilla. It's another first time ever match. What am I most anticipated? Another first time ever is Saori Anou versus Aya Sakura, the Cosmic Angel battle.
Yep.
So that will be really cool. I think they'll both have a really good be out to have a really good match there. And I think they'll probably pull it off. Saori and Ami have only ever faced each other once, and they did hype that up. So I think Ami is 0-1 against her. She'll probably beat her now that Saori pinned her in that tag match. So that's another match I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I like this block. I mean, there's a bunch of people I like. There's who's like I guess the person dragging it down is Raka, and she's looked better lately. So,
she has, yeah. I'm a little more optimistic about her after that tag title match.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't see the bad block complaints for Blue A. I mean, it has Sayori Anou as one of my favorite wrestlers in the entire company. It has Aya Sakura, who's looked outstanding lately during her run as Sendai Girls Junior Champion. Avi's looked good since she came back. I mean, just a lot of people here look really good. The contenders from this block to win the entire tournament, obviously Sayori. I mean, I think she's more of a dark horse now. It'd be a little weird to me to have her win this and then lose a red belt match right after she challenged for the white belt. So maybe more of a dark horse than a true contender. But she's like really, really prominent in the marketing if people haven't seen that. So like she's definitely a wrestler they're pushing hard, and she's very popular. So I think she is definitely in the running. Another dark horse is maybe Ami.
Yes.
I mean, she feels like someone. The only thing is to me is, like I said with LUC before, the fact that they're pushing that tag team kind of hard makes me think maybe that's the long-term goal, but you could still have her win the tournament and lose the title shot to Saya and then go back to the tag team.
Or just have her just be very strong throughout the tournament, right? That maybe she wins the block here.
Yeah.
Checking what her final match is. It looks... yes, it's versus Bozilla. So that might be... Yeah, that might be for the block or for who goes through.
Yeah, that is interesting. See that. If they're going to send a young wrestler through, you have Miyu versus Aya, which feels big.
I don't think that feels big, but I bet it'll be a good match.
Sayori Anou's last match is against Yuri Hime, which to me says she's going to have her spot wrapped up already.
Yep, agreed.
There's not. Well, okay. Well, here's the other thing. Here's the reason why I think that could be a decider. I don't see any other deciders here besides Ami and Bozilla.
Yeah. Because Sayori now, she isn't even wrestling on the block final night.
Yeah, so she's just going to go through.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she's just going to go through. So maybe the block final night, those are the two matches to decide who goes through with Sayori in A, is Miyu versus Aya and Ami versus Bozilla.
Okay, I
could see that.
Yeah.
I mean, if they want to have a young wrestler take a big step, like getting the playoffs could be a good one.
Aya and Miyu would be really good choices. You're beginning to sell me on this. I can see it now that,
Yeah. So, I'm going to say, based on that, Sayori wins the block. She has it wrapped up already for the last night, so she gets the bye. Miyu beats Aya and goes through, and Ami beats Bozilla and goes through.
I'm going to say Bozilla beats Ami is the only difference. Okay. And she goes through, Ami eliminated.
To go through each wrestler here, I mean, Saya Ida, maybe we're discounting her chances. Maybe she has more of a chance than we think. She's not on the last night either, though. She's wrestling her final match against Bozilla, which to me screams Bozilla pins her and knocks her out. I guess we'll see. But yeah, she's obviously very good, and she has these really hard chops that I'm sure the rest of the roster loves taking. And
yes, she was kind of protected because she wasn't the one who took the pin.
Yeah.
Maybe that matters. I did feel like one of the good things about Wingori was how it felt like a great chance to spotlight Ida. It feels like her stock has risen while she was Goddess Champion, which to some degree, yes, obviously when you're Goddess Champion. But I don't know. I think she's shown up well. I think she has a good chance to be a highlight of the block. But yeah, for some reason, I just don't see her as a contender.
Yeah. So I don't really see her as a contender either. Miyu Amasaki, we talked about her as maybe one of the two young wrestlers they might want to put through. So she's interesting to me where I think she really shines in those Artist of Stardom title matches. Like, she does a great job coming in, doing the DDTs, she has like good little flying offense. And she had like that really awesome Artist title match earlier in the year that, Meltzer gave 5 stars to. She hasn't shown out to me in a huge way in singles matches yet. I thought her future reign was good but not great. She did have like that. She had one match I was really high on. I think it might have been the one where she lost to Tahina. But she never quite hits like a next level for me as a singles wrestler. Whereas I think, someone like Aya is a little further ahead of her as a single. So I'd be interested to see what she looks like. Sometimes her quest to hit like every possible variation of the DDT can be a little weird in a match. So, I mean, I like her. I like her quite a bit. I just like her more as a tag trio wrestler than a single right now. So.
Yeah. Look, she leans into what she's good at, and she's good at DDTs. Who are we to complain?
Yeah. Siriano, I mean, I think she's like gotten so underrated again because she got nothing to do for a lot of this year. But then like the last few months, I feel like she just showed out again where she did that. She had that awesome tag match against the Seven Night Girls team at her and Poi's anniversary show. Like the greatest 5-minute match of all time with Poi at the end of that show.
Yep.
The awesome tag title match. And then that match we just spent all that time raving about. I mean, she's having like 2 of the best months of any wrestler after doing really very little. I mean, she had that awesome artist title match too early in the year. So, she's done a little more than I think some people think. But yeah, she did have a lot of months there where she was doing nothing. So,
yeah.
But yeah.
She's always a threat.
She's always a threat, and she's really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, she's another reason why I think people slept on Blue A when they were talking down the blocks besides Red B. But Aya Sakura, again, I've been making very clear, I think she's been very good. The kicks are great. The mat wrestling is great. I think she's going to have a really good tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Ami is, God, I keep going back and forth because I just said, I think Bozilla will eliminate her. But I feel like it was such a big deal with that when she came back that I kind of thought she was going to immediately get a push.
Yeah. I did think that too. And she's like de facto God's Eye leader.
Yeah. And being set up for a tag team with Lady C, like there's juice there. Yeah.
She's one of these, she's looked really good since she came back.
Mm-hmm.
And she's one of these Stardom wrestlers who, when you watch her in these tags and these multi-woman tags on these undercards, you just go like, oh yeah, they could just push her anytime and she'd probably be really good. Yep. Which is like, where again, even with the departures, they still have a really deep roster. And I think there's some people, probably not a lot of people who listen to this show, but because I can't imagine they're not tired of the Stardom by now. They don't like Stardom. But there's some people out there who really sleep on how deep of a roster Stardom still has. So.
Yeah, and if you were to solidify her as one of your best singles wrestlers, this is kind of the place to do it. Yeah, I don't know, but it also feels like Bozilla has to get it, has to make the playoffs at least, right? I don't think they would have her. You want her in a prominent position, I think, right?
I would think she's going to make it. I mean, I picked Ami, but you were kind of talking me into it, so I don't know. I feel like that's the hardest one to pick because they both feel like they should be in big positions.
Yeah, Blue Stars, I think, kind of has the most going for it, and like big question marks for, besides Anou, who are the other two going through? So increasingly, like I'm convinced of your Miyu and Aya theory as well, that's for who's going through as well. Man, there's this is a good block. The more I look at it,
I know. I feel like people were really sleeping on this block. Bozilla, again, now that she went out there and had that fucking amazing match with Azumi, I'm sure a lot higher on her in this tournament than I was before. She can do that again.
She was solid in Marigold. It's just she didn't have great dance partners. So, and she'll have great ones here.
And she's got Ami, who's obviously one of the bigger wrestlers of the roster to go up against. She's got some little people to slow around too. I think this will be cool. Ruaka, again, she's looked better in the last month or so. So not the anchor she would have been before that, if she can keep that up. But we have to see her in singles now, so we'll see.
I don't remember her being very good in the 5-star last year. But maybe if she's got as champion, she will feel like she has to show out more.
Yeah, maybe she has more confidence too, maybe.
Yeah, could be that too. And look, if nothing else, it's fun to see her hit people with luggage.
That's true. Yuria, we just talked about it. I mean, she's improved an incredible amount in a short amount of time. I'm not worried about her in this tournament at all, to be
Nope.
frank.
She'll be very entertaining, and she's not going to win any matches, except maybe the last one.
Yeah. Blue B. So this one is like, I don't know. This is interesting, but also like it probably is one of the. I think this is probably the weakest block, which is a little disappointing given that Sari is in this one, but I mean, let me go with the names. Sari, obviously making her debut, IWGP Women's Champion, unaffiliated. Suzu Suzuki from Mi Vida Loca, her fourth consecutive. Momo Watanabe from Hate, her 8th entry in 9 years. She was not in last year's.
I don't know. I tried to look this up, but that's what the video said. So
okay.
I think at some point she was injured or something.
Hina from God's Eye, future Stardom champion, making her debut. Konami from Hate, her 2nd consecutive entry. She's made 7 entries total. Hanako from EXV, new blood tag champion, making her debut. Momo Kogo from Stars, her 3rd entry, her 2nd consecutive. Rana Yagabe from God's Eye, her 2nd entry, her 2nd consecutive. I mean, look, there's good wrestlers in this block. I mean, there's 5 wrestlers here that I think are really good. So Sari, Suzu, Momo, Hina, or I should say 4 wrestlers I think are like consistently really good. Rana can be hit or miss for me. 2025 Konami can be really hit or miss. Hanako again I liked her title match against Starlight Kid, but she's not like, sometimes she looks like she's put it all together, and other times, as like to wrestle as a tall person or, a giant in this company, and other times she looks like she sells way too much for everybody, and she's just not, she's just not, it's not working.
The opposite problem of Bozilla.
Yeah. I mean, I will be interested to see like what, what she looks like here, but it is very interesting.
This is maybe my favorite block. So, like the exact opposite reaction that you have. This has my favorite mid-carder in it.
I love half the block. I mean, the first 4 names in this block are all great. It's just the other. There's no other block where I look at 4 names and go, I don't know. So,
well, I mean, I don't have that reaction to those other names. So, Konami had a tremendous match against SLK earlier this year, right? And yeah, she leans into the gimmick.
I think you and I are higher on that match than almost anybody else because
that's true. She does lean into gimmick a lot and cheating a lot in her tag match, but I mean that's what Hate does. I think she can still go, and she's gonna want to go against the IWGP Women's Champion. I think everyone in this block, except maybe Hanako, has it in them to get a great match out of her. Hanako is the one I'm shakiest about, but Momo, I've talked to you before about how she's my favorite mid-carder in Stardom. I think she is just very consistent. Not consistently great, but like consistently good. She's entertaining. Rana is, yes, inconsistent, but I think trending upwards. Also notable that she got a singles match against Sari earlier this year at Korakuen as a present, quote unquote, from Siri, right? Which is kind of a weird present to get your ass beat, but that's how it works in Joshi. I think she'll show up pretty well here. This is, in my estimation, probably the most stacked.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I know it's a somewhat contrarian, but
you think it's more stacked than Red B?
Let me look at Red B again. I'm pretty sure I'd agree. I think, yeah, because Tomoka Naba and Natsuka Tora, I think that's enough for me to lean Blue Stars B over. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And I put it as my bottom block, so we have the exact opposites there.
Exact opposite. Maybe, yeah. Like I understand.
Maybe higher than Red A, but I don't know. Even then, it's close.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on some of this, but I think this is I'm going to look forward to this block the most.
So Sari, every single match is a first time ever match except the Yagami match, as you mentioned. So you do have some really exciting first time ever matches for her. That's the big highlight of the block, where she's going to face Suzu for the first time, and Momo, and even Hina, and Konami. So we'll see there. Suzu's also never faced Konami before. Momo's never faced Yagami before. She's also 1-1 against Konami. They haven't met that often. Hina's never faced Konami or Hanako or Kogo. Obviously, Suri as well. Konami's never faced Hina either. As I mentioned, Konami never faced Suzu. So yeah, there's a lot of first ever matches in this block, so that's cool. But yeah, like just there's a few too many. The other thing too, this block. Do you look at the final night? It's so fucking weird.
Oh no, I did not.
Okay,
let's take a look.
So the last night in Hamamatsu, the block final, it's Momo Kogo versus Suri, Hina versus Hanako, and Suzu Suzuki versus Rana Yagami. None of those scream like one wrestler looking to move on, one wrestler, or both wrestlers looking to qualify to advance.
That is
like
a good point. Yeah,
I would think the people I would most expect to advance in this block are like Suri, Suzu, and Momo.
Yeah.
Maybe Konami instead of either Momo or instead of Momo. I don't know, but I would think Momo over Konami.
Wait, I thought Momo and Suri were.
They're on the second to last show.
They are. You're right.
Yokohama. Yep. Suri versus Momo second to last show. So maybe you're in a scenario where Momo in her last match has to beat Suri to advance, and she does. And then Suri either already has first place locked up, she's been so dominant, or then she needs to beat Momo Kogo to advance, and she does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of. But Blue's gonna be weird. I mean, the last nights of this, just they don't really make a ton of sense to me for like advancement scenarios. The way we see a lot of matches in the other blocks, where they make sense as advancement matches. So. So I guess I'll go Suri to win the block, and then Suzu and Momo as the other two qualifiers. I don't know. I don't really see what else there would be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because I don't even see, like, Hina doesn't even have an outside chance. Konami kind of does, but...
Yeah, Konami would be, like, the next most likely.
Yeah, but Hanako...
But that's the other thing about this... Well, that's the other thing about this block is there's, like, 4 wrestlers here to me who have no chance in hell. Which I guess is kind of the case in a lot of the blocks, but this one especially.
Hina beat Hanako for the future belt at some point, right?
They had. I remember Hanako having a future challenge.
Was that against Miyu? Is what I'm thinking of?
Miyu, yeah.
Okay. So they're not even running that back. I did wonder if they were going to try and push Hanako in the absence of Micah, and maybe she would slip through, but if her last match is against Hina,
yeah,
I don't really see that happening, and I don't think she qualifies for the future belt as well. Okay, yeah, this when you point out the matches, this does look like it might not be that exciting of a block. I'll definitely agree to that. It just has a lot of my personal favorites in it. You want to talk about Suzu Suzuki?
Well, let's talk about each wrestler. So yeah, Suri to start. Obviously she's going to have an amazing tournament. I don't think there's any question, and she's going to need to carry this block. But Suzu, it's interesting, right? I mean, she feels more established now than she did a couple months ago when Vita Loca felt like it was kind of struggling out of the gate. She's another outside contender to win. I just don't see them doing... And Suri obviously is a contender to win, but in kayfabe, but she's not going to because they're not going to do... Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to do Saya versus Suri for the title versus title. I don't think that's happening. Suzu is an outside contender, but I don't see them doing heel versus heel, though.
I don't see that. I also worry about her weight. That while I don't think they've held her down per se because of her weight gain, it always worries me, right in the back of my mind, because this is still kind of an idol promotion, even though it's not fair,
Yeah.
It feels like if I would think that she would be a top contender, if only because she is a former 5-star champion, hasn't held a singles title in a while, and has a new faction. I think those are normally signs that you're going to get a singles belt run with the red or white at some point. but that doesn't seem to be what's happening here.
Yeah, she seems like she's just kind of going to be like the heel on the outskirts of the main event or something.
Yep.
Momo, I mean, the hashtag Momo 5-star thing is such a cliche at this point.
Yeah.
She's not going to, I guess they could do the win with her and have her turn finally. I just don't see it happening.
I don't either. It feels like, yeah, her winning would be a meme. I just don't take it seriously anymore.
She's going to have a very good tournament, though, because she's a very good wrestler. So.
She's one of the best. I don't know why they don't push her.
I mean, it could again be the weight thing.
Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah, she might be another example of that. Same with Konami, now that you mention it.
Like, it's a good look for heel in Stardom, but it's not necessarily a good look for, like, someone they want to push as a top star. Hina, no chance she wins.
Yep.
But I'm very much looking forward to seeing her in this tournament, given how well her future reign has gone. So
I can't wait to see her have singles matches against, like, everybody here in this block.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
I mean, Hina versus Saray could be, like, a really, really
good. There's going to be so much attitude in that match alone.
Yeah. Konami, again, we never really know what you get from her these days. I want to hope she's going to be good. But, yeah, she has a tendency to coast, so I guess we'll see.
Yep.
Hanako, I mean, we kind of talked about already. There's times where she shows flashes and times where, like, the Cinderella, I thought she looked really good in that opening. I think the opening match went to a draw.
Yes. Yes.
But there's other times where she just doesn't look like she's leading into her size enough. So I guess we'll see. It'll be a big tournament for her either way to see which way she goes.
I think it helps that she's up against tough veterans here and not a lot of younger, smaller wrestlers, right? Like she would have been in New Blood, for instance. Like she can sell just as much to Momo Watanabe, and it makes a lot more sense.
Momo Kogo, she's in her third entry, her second consecutive. I don't know why I said that again. Yeah, she bores me a little bit, is the thing. It's not like I dislike her. There's just like, she just kind of feels there. So, it's not a wrestler I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see her. So
no, that's not an inaccurate description. I still love her. She'll probably be fine here. I take any win I can get for her.
Rana, Rana was probably a little hard on before. She's looked mostly good.
Yes. The match against Sari was very good. It's Sari, so to some degree you would expect that. But I think Sari, to some extent, was kind of asking her to take another step forward, right, by having that match with Sari. And also, she was in Catch the Wave this year.
That's
and
true.
I believe was in the finals. So I think I saw people say she looked really good in Catch the Wave. So maybe she has taken another step forward as a singles wrestler, and we'll have a great block.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so the schedule, let's just go over this really quickly, and then we could wrap up the very long starting segment of this podcast.
Guys, we're not even halfway through the rundown.
I mean, some of the I do think the starting part is going to be the longest part, though. So
yeah,
there was a lot to cover. The 5-star Grand Prix schedule. So it kicks off later tonight as we're recording this. So it's July 27th at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So it's definitely a show I'm planning to watch live tonight from Oda Ward, which is the big 16-match show where a lot of these matches I think are going to go very short. But the main event and a match that I cannot wait for is Natsupoi and Sayaka from Red A. The semi-main is Sari versus Konami from Blue B. So there's also Starlight Kid versus Inaba. It's not a loaded lineup beyond that, though. There's a lot of like kind of whatever matches. They're kind of counting on, I guess, the novelty of 16 singles match show to draw. And the ticket sales weren't doing that great last time I checked. So we'll have to see what crowd they end up with. But yeah.
John, you forgot to mention one of the greatest budding rivalries, Rian versus Rina.
That's true.
The absolutely going to be impossible to discuss match afterwards.
I also said we're going to rank the blocks, so I forgot to do that. So let me say, I would go red B1, blue A2.
At Arizona State University, we've made online education better, smarter, and more personalized so you can go further in your aspiring field.
I decided to pursue medicine once I realized that ASU did have the online program for biological sciences. You're still required to learn the same curriculum. You're still being tested on the same content that anyone would be tested on in person. The comprehensiveness of the program prepared me so well for medical school.
Explore over 350 plus programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
Life is a workout, and Smoothie King is here to help you power through. Whether you're crushing morning miles or sprinting through back-to-back meetings, give your body the energy, protein, and power it needs to help you conquer your goals. Only at Smoothie King.
I think I talked myself into blue B3 and then red A fourth. So yeah, okay. I think blue B has a little bit of a higher ceiling than red A. But I think, to me, red B is for sure the best. Like, it's like red B, gap, blue A, big gap, and then the other two. Because I think those two are the best blocks by far. And I think people are kind of unfairly sleeping on blue A because I think, look, Sayoriana's going to have an amazing tournament, I think. So,
Yep.
Maybe I'm the high person on her. Me and that guy on Twitter, the Sayori fan guy. And
I think, and like you said, they look like there's going to be interesting final day scenarios for Blue Stars A. So I bet that's going to do very well.
Yeah.
I guess my ranking, I'll stick to my guns. I'll say Blue Stars B is my highest, but Red Stars B is very close. And I guess between the two, Blue Stars A would be my third most looking forward to, but I don't think Red Stars A is any slouch either.
Yeah, I don't think Red Stars is that bad either. I mean, it's just it's just, but I think it's like you talked me into putting Blue B ahead of it, so yeah.
I'll take that as a win.
It's close. But yeah, to get back to the schedule, so then we have that show, by the way, is a pay-per-view, so you either pay for it or are matey. I'm just gonna pay them, I guess, because that's what I've been doing. They get all my money now.
They sure do.
July 30th, that's a Wednesday show, a 6 a.m. Eastern start time, that we know is live on Stardom World. We don't know yet for the rest of the shows, unfortunately, if they're live or VOD, because we got to wait for the August Stardom World schedule. But yeah, July 30th show. It's because all these shows from this point on are 8-match shows. So this is Red A and Red B. I'd say the big match of this is probably there's not a ton that stands out. Oh, you have May and Lady C. That could be good, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of a weak card. Starlight Kid and Rion, Sayaka and Rina, Poise stuck against Tora, Azumi versus Tomoko. But yeah, this is in Iwate, so they did give Iwate kind of one of the weaker cards, I think. Friday, August 1st in Fukushima, a 5:30 a.m. Eastern start time. This show has some better stuff. This is Blue A and Blue B. There's only 7 matches in the show. Did you miss one?
This is what they have announced.
Okay.
I got this directly from Stardom's website for what it's worth. They do list the cards, just not in order. So maybe I missed one, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. Some of these block matches, wrestlers will have the day off explicitly. If you look at the graphic they list, there's a gray column that lists when that person has a day off. So I think sometimes we don't have 8, even though it is a block match
got
day.
it. Let me just see. I'll just double check, but it never hurts to check.
Yeah.
I see. I think I see here. It says Bozilla has the night off. Okay. So, I don't know. I think maybe. Oh, they still had it listed as the winner of. That's right. Okay. They didn't change it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there was only 7 matches. You're right. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, we have Sayori versus Miyu, the Cosmic Angel battle. That's a big one for me. We also have Momo Watanabe versus Konami from Blue B, the big inter-hate battle. So that should be cool. So those are the highlights of that one from Fukushima. Then we head to Sendai, the Sendai Pit on August 2nd. On Saturday, this is a 12 a.m. start time. This is a Red A and B show. We have another intra-hate battle with Saya Kamatani and Azusa Inaba. We have Starlight Kid versus Azumi here. That's obviously a big match from Red B. Poi versus Inaba. Looking forward to that one. So yeah, actually 2 intra-hate battles because Tora faces Rita on this show as well.
Oh, yeah.
Then we go to Tochigi for the day-night doubleheader. So Sunday, August 3rd, the first show is at midnight, so technically like Saturday night. This is Blue A and Blue B. We got the Sayori versus Amy Sorhei match here. They've already hyped up. That's one I'm really looking forward to, as well as Aya Sakura versus Yura Hime, which, 2 younger wrestlers I really like facing off. Blue B has Suzu versus Momo. And it also has Rana versus Konami, which you can see those 2 kicking the shit out of each other. And Hina versus Sarai, the match we talked about, where they both are going to have a ton of swag there. And it's Hina's hometown, so that could end up being the main event.
Oh, that's a good point. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card actually looks extremely good.
Yeah. The Tochigi Night Show, which is 5 a.m. Eastern Time. That is Red A and Red B. Hanam versus B Priestley could be the bane again. Oh, excuse me. Again, because it's the hometown of all 3 girls. What is Rena doing? Rena has off, I guess.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, no, she's facing Tomoko Inaba. My bad. Which that could be, 2 younger wrestlers again. This also has Poi versus Azumi, which is a big match. A match I'm definitely looking forward to. Yeah, and this is Mei versus Yuna Mizumori. Hyping up the high speed thing that they're doing with the 2 of them. So yeah, both these Tochigi cards look really good.
Yep. Did you mention Natsupoi versus Azumi?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I didn't hear that. As I'm reading this and you're also reading names, it's a little difficult to concentrate. But I'm just thinking, wow, this Sunday show, both shows look fantastic.
Then
I transcribed all this, by the way. I just didn't remember any of it, it turns out.
Then 2 days off where they go to Korakuen on Wednesday, August 6th. So that is a 5:30 a.m. start time. This is a 9-match show, so I guess that's why one of the other ones is a 7-match. But it's mostly red. Oh no, it's for Red A, Red B. It's like all 4 blocks are on this one. Okay. The big matches here to me, we have Sayori versus Bozilla, Azumi versus Rina. Like these are just my anticipated matches. Mm-hmm. And then obviously the one I would expect to be the main event is Sayaka Otani versus Anou. So.
Yep.
But yeah, there's your Korakuen.
Suzuki versus Hanako should be good too.
Yeah, it's a little weaker than I'd expect for a Korakuen, but yeah, I guess they're counting on Saya versus Anou to carry things.
Yeah, and also again, good chance to give some of these mid-card or younger wrestlers some spotlight at Korakuen Hall. So.
Then we go to Saturday, August 9th, so that's a 12 a.m. Eastern start time. KBS Hall in Kyoto. It's Blue A and Blue B. Not a ton standing out here to me. There's kind of one of the weaker shows of the tour, it looks like. I mean, there's Suzu versus Sarai, which I assume will be the main event, and that should be really good. And there's really not a lot else on this card. Maybe Hina versus Rana, but they just face each other it's not like that's a first time match or anything, even though they're both gods out. They did have a really good match though for the future. So that'll be a rematch of that. Anything else stand out on that card to you?
I'm kind of into Ami versus Yuria, actually. I think that could be a surprisingly great match. Otherwise, Aya Sakura versus Bozilla should also be very good.
Yeah. But she'll try to chop the big giant down.
Mm-hmm.
August 10th in Okayama on a Sunday. That's a 12 a.m. Eastern start time. These are all going to be the shows where I have to rush back from Otakon to watch them live, probably. But yeah, we have Red A and Red B here. Hanan versus Lady C. Oh, Meishi versus Usanaba. That should be really good.
Yep.
A little bit of a weaker card on the Red B side, but you do get Natsupoi versus Rina. That should be very good. Azumi versus Rian could be good. Sayaka versus Tomoka. And then Starlight Kid versus Tora, which could end up being one of Tora's better matches, probably. So,
yep.
Monday, August 11th. This is a national holiday, so it's another.
Also, sorry, we were talking about the high speed challenger storyline. This is where Yuna versus Waka will happen.
Oh yeah, there you go. Monday, August 11th is a national holiday in Japan, so it starts a Sunday at midnight. This is in the Kobe Arts Center in Kobe. A Blue A and Blue B show. This has the very highly anticipated for me Sayori versus Aya Sakura match. This also has Amy Sore versus Miyu Hamasaki, Suzu Suzuki versus Konami, Hina versus Momo Watanabe. That could be really good. But yeah, just not the strongest card, but there's some good stuff there.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're off for like 6 whole days. They come back on August 16th at the Yokohama Budokan with another bigger than usual show. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 11 matches, I think, maybe 10. But yeah, this is like the second to last block night. So highlights here: Starlight Kid versus Rina, rematch from their awesome Wonder title match earlier this year. Natsupoi versus Rion after Poi had been bullying her all that time, which I can't wait for. Sayori versus Yuria Hime, which looks like it could be, a match that I think could be really good. Sari versus Momo, which they've been building up to. But yeah, some really good stuff here in the Yokohama Budokan.
Did you say Saya versus May?
I did not.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. I bet that'll be great too.
That could also be really good, yeah. There's a lot of things here that could be main events too, so let's see. Interesting to see the card order. And the block finals are that show is 2:30 a.m. Eastern time on this Friday night into Saturday morning. The block finals are August 17th on Sunday in City Hamamatsu in Shizuoka. Like a weird place to put the block finals. It's like that big of a building, and it's one of those like hospital lighting buildings.
And you're following up from the Yokohama Budokan? I don't get it.
That was weird scheduling, and there's a lot of big matches in the show.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this show takes place at midnight. We talked about a lot of these already when we were talking about final scenarios, but you have Saya Kamatani versus B Priestley as the big match of Red A. You have Starlight Kid versus Natsupoi, the big rematch, plus Azumi versus Sayaka in Red B. You have Miyu Hamasaki versus Aya Sakura and Amy Sore versus Bozilla from Blue A. And then the kind of weird Blue B where really nothing there stands out. I mean, Sari versus Momo Kogo, Suzu Suzuki versus Rana Yagami, which could be really good, and Hina versus Hanako. Anything to say about that before I move on to wrap this up finally? Okay. So the tournament ends with the Korakuen Hall quarterfinals. So basically you have the second place in B facing third place in A, second place in Blue B facing third place in Blue A, second place in Blue A facing third place in Blue B. And then they're going to go right from that to the Blue Stars A first place facing the winner of match 1, and the Blue Stars B first place facing the winner of match 2. So they wrap up blue before they go to red. And then match 5.
Oh, I don't know if this is the order they're going to go in, by the way. I wanted to write this out in this way to help make it clear, like how the bracket works, because I know it's confusing when you write it out.
I see. Okay, so because I would expect they're just going to do all 4 the second versus third, and then all 4 the first versus winner.
Yeah, that's what I'd bet too.
But yeah, second place from Red B faces third from Red A. Second place of Red A faces third from Red B. First place from Red A faces the winner of the second B versus third A, and the first place of B faces the winner of second place from A versus third place from Red B. And that show is at 5:30 a.m. Eastern start time. And then the semis and finals is Saturday, August 23rd, at 3 a.m. Eastern start time at Oda Ward Gym. So we go back. We start at Oda Ward, we end at Oda Ward. So, And folks, I think that is a long enough 5-star preview. I think we did our duty here. So
we went longer than some of the 5-star shows are going to go. So you're welcome.
But yeah, very, very, I think, detailed 5-star preview for everybody. All right, folks. So a little pause there because we had to take a break after that 2 hours and 40 minutes we spent on just Stardom. But Now we're going to get into the G1, so the New Japan G1 Climax 35. I mean, there's been two themes so far that have been emerging here. And those who missed, we did nights 1 and 2 last week, so this will be nights 3 through 6. The tournament has mostly been very good in ring. I would say there's been a lot of really good stuff, especially besides night 1. Like, night 1 was the weakest show by far to me. And it's not been drawing at all. It's been drawing really poor crowds. So those are kind of the two dual themes that are going to show up here throughout these shows. The first show we're talking about here took place on Tuesday, July 22nd. So this was night 3. It did an attendance of 1,714, which was way down from Sendai last year. Last year was 2,632. They did make the decision to put this show in the smaller Sendai Sun Plaza Hall instead of running the Zebio Arena Sendai like they did last year. And thank God they did, because 1,700 in Zebio would have been like nothing. It would have been swallowed up by that building. Whereas like this building probably only holds like 2,500. So it didn't sound bad at all. Like this crowd was actually super into this show, which did, it always helps. And I'm not going to bother touching any of the undercard matches, so it's just not a thing I'm going to do. So we'll start out here with Ryohei Oiwa defeating Callum Newman in 10:24 with the grip. At the time, that put Oiwa at 2-1 and dropped Callum to 1-2. I thought this was a pretty good little opener. I went 3 1/4 on it. I think there were two little tiny issues with this match. The first one was they started really fast, and I kind of wish they could have just kept up that pace for the entire 10 minutes, given that's all they were getting was like 10 minutes and 20 seconds, instead of like slowing down for a little bit after that. So that was kind of one flaw. The other flaw is like the grip itself is not a very good finisher to me, especially for the kind of drama New Japan likes to build in their matches. And it kind of was like very obvious here where Oiwa gets this rolling chaos theory German, which it would be a way better finisher, by the way, for like New Japan counter sequences and everything. Looks really cool. He tries for the grip after the 10-minute call. Callum counters it with a headbutt. But Oiwa then just kind of tries it again immediately and hits it and gets the pin. So I'm not even really sure what the point of the Callum counter was. It didn't look cool or interesting or anything. It just kind of was like, oh, you didn't hit me. You stopped me from hitting it. Well, I did it again, and I got it this time. It was like very weird as a final sequence.
Yeah, feels like a rookie mistake, really. That he would figure out in time to not try and end a match that way. Because otherwise, I think Oiwa has more than looked like he belongs in the G1.
Yeah. The finisher is the weakest part of his game, to me. Everything else has looked good. But yeah, I thought this was still pretty good. I went 3 1/4, but, I was actually kind of expecting to be a little bit better, given I like both guys at this point.
Yeah. I went 3.5 for this. Enjoyed it. I enjoy how a lot of wrestlers are well-rounded and can do a little bit of everything, right? But Oiwa feels well-rounded in an emphatic and interesting way, right? Because he's already a great strength wrestler, and you kind of layer on the technique to add like another threat. And in this case here, there was a cool bit where like Newman tries to do a spin kick that Oiwa catches and turns into a half crab as part of the storyline of the match, where he is aggravating Callum's knee, which seems to be an ongoing storyline for Callum's G1 in general. And it looked smooth and convincing and was, just really good stuff. I'm a little more positive on this than you, but I thought this was a really good way to open the day.
Then we had Hiroshi Tanahashi losing to Bolton Oleg at 9:50 with the Kamikaze. Bolton went to 2-1 at this point, and Tana dropped to 1-2. This was more how you do a 10-minute G1 sprint. This match was awesome. They just kind of, Tana obviously is limited by what he can do physically, but it's really not holding him back in this tournament at all. I mean, he's been performing at a high level, even with the limitations. There was this and Bolton obviously is very good at this point. He was able to work around Tana's limitations. So there was this very nice snap German suplex at one point from Tanahashi after he had just escaped a waist lock from Bolton. But then Bolton hit that really impressive drop kick of his, just being such a big dude he can hit a drop kick at all, to counter the sling blade when Tana tried that. So that looked really great. Oleg also like cut Tana off on the top rope, and then he basically grabbed him off the top rope and put him right from there into a press slam position, and then turned it from there into a front power slam. That looked awesome. Tana was able to counter the F5 though from Bolton into a sling blade in midair. Obviously, he used to be able to do a spot like that, the midair sling blade counter, much faster, but he still managed to look cool, even though he did it slowly here. I still think it looked pretty cool. Then he hit a second sling blade for a 2 count. He went for up top for the high fly flow attack, the high fly attack, the crossbody, but Bolton caught him in midair and just like hoisted him up, nailed him with the kamikaze, and that got the pin. So yeah, the finish was like, it's one of those finishes that looks so fucking cool. This was like on the border of 3 3/4 and 4 stars for me, and I just was like, fuck it, that finish ruled so much. It has to be a 4-star match. Like Bolton looked like a fucking killer here, and the way he also immediately went from like the killer to checking on his senpai as soon as the match was over was so great. Just such a great little moment where it's like immediately leaning over, like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" With the little ice pack. It was so great.
He is such a sweetheart. It's not fair that you can have a man this large, this gifted, and also this kind. Yeah. I also really enjoyed this. I went lower than you, 3.5 as well. But I thought this was impressively worked because both the counters looked natural, were worked into the match really well, and Bolton kind of started by giving Tana no room to breathe and kind of forcing the veteran to use his veteran wiles to get back into the match, and the way that Tanahashi did it just looked great. So yeah, I was really down on the idea of Tana in the G1, by the way, but I feel like it's proving me wrong.
It's working everywhere except at the box office, unfortunately for New Japan. But
yeah.
Sonata defeated Evil in 6:33 with the Samson Clutch. That was his first win, so he was 1-2 at this point. Evil was 2-1. This day's outfit was like the fishnet outfit he had for the press conference, where he's like almost doing a Lita cosplay or something. It was very special. But yeah, he walks over. He does the cigar pose with Fale and Togo in the corner, only to get jumped from behind by Evil immediately. It's like, wow, what a bunch of jerk-offs. He was also ready, though, for Togo to trip him from the floor, and he stopped himself from that, so it makes sense. He would know all the tricks. But then he also stopped himself from like hitting the bottom rope into Evil's groin when Fale just kind of pointed to the outside and was like, "Hey!" And sounds like, "Oh, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't do that to my house brother here." But the funniest thing in the match. So first of all, it was funny that they both sent each other into their own torment victim at ringside. Sonata sent Evil into Milano. So Evil retaliated by pushing Sonata off the apron right into Abe at ringside like immediately after. That was funny. But yes, for some reason, Kanemaru shows up. He rings the bell at ringside when Sonata had Evil in the Dragon Sleeper. And you're like, okay, well, he's going to side with Evil here, I guess. But then he pulls the ref out when Evil has Sonata in the Darkest Scorpion. So he stops both guys from winning. And then he puts the ref shirt on. What?
He is the only one who can call this straight down the middle. No, he was right to do it. Marty Asami was not up to the job. We needed referee Kanemaru to step in.
And then he tried to act impartial throughout the match. He even stopped the dick-to-dick contacts when they were going to do the dick-to-dick contact.
It was going to be Don Fale doing the dick-to-dick contact. Who knows what damage that could have done? We've never seen it before.
Don did that contact. Wow.
Right.
The big Don and the little Don. They both teasing each other's finishers. Sonata got the skull end, but then Marty fucking Asami pulls Kanemaru out of the ring.
That fucking fraud, Marty Asami.
He puts his ref shirt back on. Meanwhile, Drilla Maloney on commentary is like, "No, you look jacked, mate." I can't do a British accent. He's like, "You look jacked, mate. Keep it up. Keep the shirt off." That was so fucking funny.
Drilla is incredible on commentary, by the way.
He was really good. But yeah, he did look surprisingly jacked, I will say. That should be his new nickname, Surprisingly Jacked, Marty Asami.
But he also struck a wrestler? My God.
And then he shoved Sonata down in the ring, too.
Right? That
But
just
Evil,
unprofessional behavior all around from Marty Asami.
Evil shoved the ref down, and probably in retaliation for everything he's been doing to his unit, and then hit a low blow on Sonata. But Sonata then just kind of shrugs it off and cradles Evil with the Samson clutch, and that got the pin. Barely a match, but it was fucking funny. So I went 3 stars on it.
So I also went 3 stars. I did consider giving it 5 stars. But I feel like this is a good example of what cheating needs to be fun to watch is just novelty, right? And they found a really novel and fun way to have a match together. I get annoyed sometimes when people talk about cheating like it's the kiss of death for an entire match. And it really is all just in the execution, in the timing, or in just kind of knowing ahead of time, well, what would be a really funny way to do this? And I feel like they came up with some great answers here.
There you go. Look, I was worried they were going to do that shit where, the early years of the Bullet Club versus Bullet Club matches.
Yeah, where they asked the other guy to lay down, and then they're surprised when they get rolled up.
And they avoided all of that, all those cliches. So good for them.
No, it's which heel can out-cheat the other heel. That's a far more entertaining match.
It was like the Takataichi one from Best of Super Junior back when they were both like cheating heels. So, that one was way better, but this was it was similar to that. Then we had Taichi defeating David Finlay in 13:35 at the Black Mephisto.
This fucking match!
Yeah, it made Taichi 2-1. It made Finlay 1-2. So Finlay is like, he's getting up in Taichi's face. He's like, "Come on, bitch, what you got?" And Taichi just fucking cracks him in the face with an elbow. I was like, let's fucking go. David Finlay, he's never afraid to eat shit as a heel, which I always appreciate. So many heels nowadays do not eat shit ever. They're just too busy trying to
MJF.
Yeah. They're too busy trying to look cool, or like they're the smartest guy in the room, or whatever the fuck. And David Finlay's like, he comes off, he still manages to come off well, and he still manages to come off like a cool wrestler. Well, I forgot to turn the air off before I turn this back on. I'm sorry everybody heard my air conditioner all this time. That's my bad. Before I turn the recording back on, I meant.
I don't think any of it is coming through in the recording for what it's worth. No. It might be fine.
Usually when I do these recordings, it does sound really loud. But I could, I guess I'll listen back and I'll see if it came through. And if it does, maybe I can just keep my air. It didn't, maybe I could keep my air on in the future. Who knows? But if it did come through, I apologize. And now it's off again for the rest of the show. Anyway, because I have one of those window air conditioners. They're usually
right. Yeah, those are noisy bastards.
Yeah. So, because we don't have central air here in New York, a lot of apartments. So, but yeah, Taichi beat Finlay here. I'm talking about David Finlay as a heel. Yeah, he's a really, really good, heel who still manages to come off well himself and still manages to come off like, a serious threat. But he also is willing to look like a jerk off and look like, eat shit a little bit and look like somebody just got his ass kicked, which I appreciate. So, and he takes awesome bumps. He takes this amazing flipping bump for the Axe Bomber from Taichi at one point, and that again had been after he was like taunting him while Taichi was down. So again, another example of him just eating shit as a heel. They did this like really nice like high speed strike exchange at one point before that the Taichi just kind of ended it with this big enzigiri, and then he sent him over the top rope onto the apron with a backdrop suplex just for the 10-minute call, and that was another enormous bump from Finlay. Taichi then did throw him back in the ring instead of taking the count out win, and they were yelling, Drilla and Walker on commentary yelling about how that may have been a mistake by Taichi. So I did have my dander up here for Taichi loss, but obviously it didn't end up happening. He fucking takes his head off with that burning lariat that he added as one of his moves back in the ring recently for a 2 count. Finlay was able to recover. He cradled Taichi, got a very close near fall after that, and then hit into oblivion for another super close near fall. They just went back and forth reversing each other before Finlay blocked the super kick and hit this huge roaring elbow to Taichi. He went for the overkill, but Taichi caught his leg at the last possible second. Like, it looked like he got hit with it at first to me before he's like, oh no, he did catch the leg. He gets a cradle for a 2 count. Then he gets the Gato clutch for a 2 count with, of course, Gato looking on at ringside. Then he finally hits the big super kick, gets the Black Fist over the pin. This was fucking awesome. This was 4 1/4. The crowd was super into it, just as you'd expect. This ended up being the match of the night, even though I love the main event almost as much too. But this match was so fucking great.
Yeah. This is everything I want in pro wrestling. I went 4 3/4.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is up there with the Anou match. It's up there with Kenta versus Keno. It's up there with Sari versus Sari. Like all the best matches of the year. This was a match of the year contender for me. Oh, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it because I wasn't on then, but that ZSJ versus Ren Narita match is one of my favorite matches this year as well.
What do you think of Yuya and Taichi? Because that's my current match for the tournament.
That's also up there. Yes.
Yeah.
Exact same stratosphere.
Yeah. I was just curious.
No, this has been a tremendous G1 for me, to be honest.
It's been really
I'm having
good.
a great time.
I mean, like I said, I wish they could draw some more fans, but the in-ring has been really good. I just don't really see how else you could say it hasn't been. I mean,
let's play a short game at the end once we're done talking about the matches.
Okay. A block, Yota Tsuji beat Yuya Uemura in the main event to stay at 2-1. Yuya drops to 1-2 at this point, or go to 2-1, I should say. And Yuya drops to 1-2. It was 16:56 with the Gene Blaster. Big shock to me. I thought they were going to go even Steven booking with Yuya getting his win back from Dontaku. But I like that they just kind of had Tsuji beat him again. It's like Tsuji just has the upper hand in their feud right now. So Yuya worked on Tsuji's arm to start. He has that very nice, like old school offense he does sometimes. It looked good. I wouldn't say the first 10 minutes were like action packed, but they also didn't drag. So it was like, it's not like it dragged, even though it wasn't like super thrilling. And then everything after that was really good. Tsuji hit the one-man Spanish fly off the top. That got a 2 count. The two of them traded these really hard chops and slaps and elbows. There was one slap in particular from Tsuji that left this giant purple welt on Yuya's, like, his chest, his man titty.
Yeah.
It looked disgusting.
Real gnarly. I think it's still kind of there, right?
I think it's still there, yeah.
Yeah, like he bruised him real bad.
Yuya missed a high fly attack style crossbody off the top, but they countered the Gene Blast with this huge deep arm drag. Always awesome when he does that. He tried for the deadbolt suplex. Tsuji blocked it and headbutted himself free, but he got cracked in the head with a much harder headbutt from Yuya. That was awesome. But then Tsuji gets cracked in with a headbutt. And he just kind of tries to back up off of that, which he does this sometimes. It's always really great. Just naturally backs up before you even know what he's doing and tries to explode forward with the Gene Blast again. But Yuya sees it coming, and he counters it with another hard elbow just for the 15-minute mark. He goes for the deadbolt again. Tsuji counters that with a knee to the face. Yuya ends up getting a German suplex hold instead for a 2 count, then a dragon suplex hold for another near fall. Amazing sequence there. That was so awesome. Yuya went up top again. He hit the high fly flow style frog splash, probably thinking, screw you, Yoshioka, the entire time he was doing it. He did not break his arm this time, thankfully. Tsuji, though, kicked out of it again. Yuya went for the crossbody off the top again, but Tsuji countered it with a midair Gene Blast. But again, Yuya kicked out. Tsuji went for the charge-up Gene Blast again, but Yuya countered with a Rana for another super close near fall. But then Tsuji just kind of backs up and just explodes forward with the real Gene Blast again, that's the greatest part of that finish for him, is he can just hit out of nowhere all the time. And that got the pin. So yeah, 4 1/4, a little bit below Finley Taichi, just because the first 10 minutes were not the most exciting, but the closing stretch was so fucking great. And just still an awesome match. And the crowd, probably the best thing for New Japan is the crowd that was here reacted to this match that they were seeing 2 main eventers go at it, which is desperately what the kind of crowd reaction New Japan needs at the moment for Tsuji Yuya matches. They reacted better than they did for Dontaku, honestly. So
I went 4 1/4 on this. Do Yuya Uemura and Tsuji have the best rivalry out of the young wrestlers?
It's either that or Tsuji Kid, right? I don't know what else would even be in the running.
Yeah, well, Rin and Shota would be the other big one, I would think, which we'll talk about that match later.
Yeah.
And then, Yuya... yeah.
Because they haven't established anything with Oiwa. They haven't
Yep, they
established any
haven't
rivals
yet.
over it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, not yet.
So it's probably either this or Gabe Suji, and I guess I would lean this.
This Gabe Wren would be another one I would throw in.
Oh yeah, Gabe Wren. Gabe Wren was good.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't count that for much, which I think is a mistake.
Yeah. Then we go to G1 Night 4. This was a B block show from Ayori Nagaoka. Another disastrous attendance, 1,547. Very bad attendance here for the rematch of Shota and Zach from the Tokyo Dome. I mean, last year in the G1, they didn't run the show last. Oh no, they did 3,022 for last year's G1 show. So this is down almost half. I will say that was a block final, so that does give it a little bit of advantage. It was also a Naito versus Okam main event, and obviously losing Tetsuya Naito has been a gigantic loss for them and from an attendance perspective. But even just this year, they drew 3,271 for the New Japan Cup final back in March, although again, that was a show where Naito was still around. It was also Shota versus Finley in that main event, and that show did, but the people wanted to not know the main event when they bought a lot of their tickets. So yeah, just a very bad number for them in Nagaoka. And even the 2020 show at the peak of COVID restrictions in the G1 did 1,685. So that still beat this number. So not a good attendance, that's for sure. The G1 opener, Yoshihashi defeated Drilla Maloney. These two had both been 2-0 entering this show, and Yoshihashi moved to 3-1, dropping Drilla down to 2-1. He beat him at 11:32 at the Karma. We got some hard chops by both guys, which Yoshi got the better of that exchange to start. There was like a kind of boring period where Drilla just kind of slowly worked Yoshihashi over. But things do pick up eventually. I liked Yoshi's reversal of the Drilla killer straight down to an inverted DDT. That looked really neat. He just kind of like dropped out right behind him and just dropped straight down to the inverted DDT all in one motion. Drilla then tried for it again. Yoshi was able to block it and eventually hit the Canadian Destroyer for a 2 count. That was like right at the 10-minute call. Both guys got back up and they traded these really hard slaps and headbutts. Yoshi put him down with a super kick and a lariat, and they just picked him up and hit the Karma for the pin. So a little shocker to me. Did not expect to see 3-0 Yoshihashi, who, after Gabe Kidd dropped out before the following B block night, he would then be 4-0 on paper at that point because he got the forfeit win over Gabe Kidd at that point. Because the New Japan just gives it to everybody once the guy forfeits. So he had not officially forfeited. They were doing show by show before then, but once he officially forfeited between nights 3 and 4, at that point they just gave everybody the win. So yeah, he was at 4-0. Just crazy. But yeah, the closing stretch and the start were both so strong that I was able to overlook the kind of boring middle part quite a bit. So I went 3.5 on this. I thought it was good.
I did not take notes for this show. I do have ratings, and I don't really remember it all that well. 3.25.
Okay. No, I mean, it's fine.
Sorry, scintillating conversation there.
We're going super long anyway. So, match number 7, Ren Narita defeated El Phantasmo in 9:50. Why did I say Ren's name like that? I don't know. He defeated El Phantasmo in 9:50 to go to 2-1 and drop ELP down to 1-2 with the Hell's Guillotine. Oh boy, this match. So, the context for this match, which I hope people need to remember, New Japan does not have road agents, okay? There's nobody backstage, as far as I know, telling you exactly what you have to do in your matches. They give you finishes and they may give you certain things, but everything else that happens in these matches is totally up to the wrestlers, as far as I understand. I mean, I've heard wrestlers talk about this before. They talk about all the freedom they get to work matches the way they want. So Narita and ELP, they didn't angle on the previous show in their tag match where Narita hit ELP's knee, which you may remember was recently injured. That not even a month ago, he missed time for a knee injury. He hit it with the fucking steel push-up bar. So they set this match up with ELP having a knee injury. That's what they set it up with. Again, that was probably their fucking choice. They go into this match, and ELP, and I kind of talked about this already when I talked about how great of a job Sayori especially did selling the knee in her match against Starlight Kid. ELP, Narita works on his knee to start, which again has already been weakened, and ELP, he kind of like lightly shakes it. He just moves it back and forth a couple times, and then he does all of his normal high flying, which already doesn't look good to me to begin with, but he does it exactly the same way he always does it, which is to say, it doesn't look like his knee hurts at all, basically. Except that all of a sudden, it's like, oh, let me stretch it. Can't forget about that. Now, jump off the rope some more. Just like, this looked fucking horrible. If you're gonna do a knee match, especially one based on a pre-existing injury, then just do a fucking knee match. Why are you wasting my time with this 10-minute fucking match with this fucking knee injury that you're not even selling? It made no fucking sense. It was fucking horrible. And this was where I was just fucking sick of ELP's shit. Now, he had been my worst wrestler in the tournament so far, by far, to the point where I'm being accused of doing a racism by people on the Voice Wrestling Discord. But, like, I just, like, I can't stand this guy right now. And he would sort of redeem himself on night 6, as we're going to get to. But yeah, this is my worst match of the G1 because it made no fucking sense. There was even this moment at the end where ELP, like, he goes for a super kick. Narita just kind of grabs it. And it was hard to describe because, like, it just looked horrible. And I don't even know whose fault it was. It looked like ELP missed the super kick on purpose because Narita was barely moved to quote-unquote dodge it. It looked horrible. The best part of the match was this beautiful German suplex that Narita did for a 2 count after raking ELP's eyes, a very unique transition there. I just think his suplexes are super underrated in general. But yeah, we got a bunch of interference stuff at the end, and Narita, after ELP fights off 3 guys by himself, because of course he has to do that. The supposedly one-legged man fought off Narita and Kanemaru, who was the other guy? I
think it was just Kanemaru.
Okay, maybe it was 2 guys.
I think Kanemaru has kind of been like Ren's unofficial cheating partner.
Yeah, I thought maybe Dick Togo showed up too, but maybe that was on the next show. But yeah, Kanemaru fights off 2 guys by himself while on one knee, but Narita low blows him, hits the double cross, and hits the Hell's Guillotine for the pin. Yeah, fuck this match. Narita barely got to do anything. ELP took 80% of it, like he does in so many of the matches he's going to lose. And again, what the fuck was the point of injuring his knee if he wasn't going to sell anyway? 1.5 stars. I feel bad doing that to Ren, but this match fucking sucked.
Wow. So I didn't know the background about them setting up the knee injury. And when I watched this, I thought, yeah, this is kind of pedestrian. I don't know why, but ELP's high flying just hasn't really done anything for me. I remember thinking, especially when he used to do the Thunder Kiss 86 from clear across the ring, right? And the commentators would hype it up by, oh, there's no way he can hit it, and then he hits it. That was cool. What the heck happened when he transitioned to being a babyface and just lost something? They really need to consider turning him heel.
Yeah, is something. I don't know. It's just, I don't know what his deal. I mean, look, he did redeem himself somewhat on night 6. We're going to get to that. But this match fucking sucked. And he's definitely the worst wrestler of the tournament for me.
I will say, as far as weak links go, you can do so much worse than ELP being the worst wrestler in the G1. My God, I've seen so many Tongaloa matches.
That is true. He just annoys me, so...
Yeah, he's the one who's going to be the target of your ire because he's the weak link. I think it's completely understandable.
It's like, I just can't, I don't know, like, he annoys me even more than he probably should at this point. It's just become, people think, like, it's become the point where people think I'm doing a bit. It's like, no, I really can't stand watching this guy wrestle. So, it's where I'm at.
For what it's worth, I don't hate him, but right now I just don't find him interesting. And I kind of wish he had a change of some kind. So, turn heel, or like maybe start a new faction with Shota, or go on a tag run with Shota. Do something. I don't think the TV title is really a good fit for him at the moment.
No. Konosuke Takeshita defeated Great Okan in 1705 with the Raging Fire. That moved him to 2-1 and dropped Okan to 1-2. This was awesome. I mean, this was like a very awesome match. So Great Okan, he like slammed Takeshita like really hard on the ring apron just before the 5-minute mark. That was pretty sick, and it was a great deal that 5 minutes was spent on the outside. Takeshita came back with this really nice tope con hilo. He always does a great tope, but it just looked really, really, really good. There was this big strike exchange back in the ring that ended with Okan just taking Takeshita's head off with this huge lariat. Just ripped his head right off. Okan at one point, he did that claw cobra twist hybrid on him. Take, he like kind of tries to flip it around to the Dominator, but Take escaped it, and he killed him with the knee to the face and hit the blue Thunder Bomb for a 2 count. Then he hit the big senton off the top for another 2 count. Okan, though, was able to counter the Raging Fire by just dropping right down and hitting the TTD for another close near fall. That was a great looking counter by Okan, just very smooth. He went for the Eliminator again. Take dropped down behind him and hit a reverse Rana and then another power drive knee. Okan kicked out of the cover. But then he kicks out and he gets the claw instantly with his hand. I love when he does that. He's like immediately reaches up. He puts Take down and Take with the claw, and Take just barely kicks out when it returns into a pin attempt. He transitions into a front Russian leg sweep, goes to Eliminator again, but Take just barely rolls through it. Like he just kind of like lands, and instead of landing, he just rolls right through it. He cracked Great Okan in the mouth with an elbow, but then Okan nails him in the gut with this punch. That looked awesome. Take countered him again, though, when he leaped in with another elbow. Then he hit Raging Fire, and that finally got the pin. The ultra rare, awesome Great Okan match where he lost. He actually tried when he lost. The Great Okope tried when he lost. People were joking on the Super JCast Discord that he may have been like trying out to get more AEW bookings. He does have some expensive habits. He loves those cabaret clubs and shit. So
yeah, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we were a little too hard on GOK at the beginning of the G1, because I feel he's been a pretty consistent wrestler so far.
Yeah, he had like that one bad match against Shota, I guess.
Yeah, that would be, and I wonder if part of that is he just doesn't like Shota. So yeah, he'll make himself look good when he's going to win, but if he's going to lose to Shota, he's not going to make the effort to make Shota look bad. Look good. So I do think there's some truth to that. But otherwise, yeah, I went 4 1/4 on this. I say it over and over again, but I am so happy as well that Takeshita is in the G1. He just, he fits so well in here and delivers every single match.
The main event, Shota Umino defeating Zack Sabre Jr., the Tokyo Dome rematch. That again did not draw at all. He beat him in 22-10 with the second chapter to go to 2-1 and drop Zack to 1-2.
I mean, you say that, but this rematch drew 22,000 less fans, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. This match was fucking awesome.
Yes.
They went out there and they were like, we are going to show all these fucks who said our Tokyo Dome match sucked. That was their goal. And you can see, and I really wasn't that surprised, because to me, first of all, I thought some people were too hard on the 45-minute match. I went like 3 1/4 on it. It's not like I hated it. It was just too long. But to me, there was a really good 22-minute match in there that got stretched to 45 minutes. So I'm not shocked at all that they had an awesome 22-minute match.
I mean, would you include me as one of the people too hard on it, as the guy who named it the worst match of the year?
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess so. Then I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Shota, he came out fast. He was just like yelling in Zack's face as he nailed him with a forearm. Just really fired up for this. You could tell. Zack worked Shota over for a little bit and hit him with these very hard European uppercuts. There was this really cool flash pin sequence a little while later that included some rare repeated 1 counts. You don't normally see like lots of 1 count kickouts in a row. So that was cool. Shota did this really nice looking spinning springboard DDT. He went for the second chapter, but Zack quickly countered right with the Zack driver. Very cool looking spot, but he couldn't go for the cover because both men are down. I do feel like Zack overuses that spot a little bit, the Zack driver desperation and I can't cover him spot, but because he does that. I think he does it in the next match we're going to talk about too. Great spot though, just after the 15-minute call, where Zack catches Shota's arm in midair to counter one of his these lariats that Shota does now, and just kind of takes him down like this flying armbar takedown. That looked really cool. That led right into this like long submission tease. Red Shoes, like he's down there on his own son's face, screaming at him to see if he wants to tap out. Where Shota finally makes the ropes. That was very dramatic. Zack then tells Red Shoes directly, if you don't stop this match, I'm going to hurt your son. just like I heard Goto. That was awesome. Just a great dick.
Oh, I didn't catch that. That's so good.
He just turned right to he's like, if you don't stop this match, I'm going to hurt your son like I hurt Shota. That was a great dick move. Shota, so Zach starts like kicking him on the mat repeatedly, and Shota's like screaming, "Come on!" Like, this is the most. Again, he's actually looked pretty fired up in this tournament, which is like, again, one of the big critiques of him. He's looked pretty fired up. He's looked like he's been trying to be into it. He no longer looks like he's there under threat of sniper fire, so it's a big improvement. Zach ends up putting him down with a big lariat of his own that Shota takes this great flip bump for as soon as Shota gets back up. But then Shota comes back and hits him with his own big lariat, and Zach takes an even better flip bump. But Shota goes for second chapter. Zach counters with the Zach driver again. This time he is able to hold on for the pin attempt. I thought that was going to be the finish, but Shota kicked out. That was awesome. Shota comes back with this gigantic lariat that just decapitates Zach again. Another great flip sell from Zach, and he finally hits the second chapter, and that gets the pin. 4.5. This is the second best match of the tournament for me. I have it above Shingo Takeshi that we're going to talk about, and I have it right below Yuya and Taichi. So just amazing match here.
Yeah, I also really, really enjoyed this match. I'm not surprised either they had a great match. The other reason why I thought that would be the case was they've always been really good in preview tags against each other. In the build-up to Wrestle Kingdom, they had a fantastic build to that match. And they also had the one tag preview match I watched was the one from the night before this, which also had Murashima showing out and putting on a great Young Lion performance. But there was great fire between Shota and ZSJ as well. Honestly, I increasingly just think it was the right choice to make ZSJ the champion for this G1.
He's been really good.
He's been so good. Every one of his matches for me have been at least 4.25. This one was 4.25 for me. And I think because he is just so much more of a prick this time around, who doesn't try to like bathe in the praise of the crowd, it really works as a wall that the younger wrestlers have to overcome. And Shota showed that here. So I don't know. I would still kind of prefer that Umino's story not revolve so heavily around the world title or who has it at the moment. And I kind of wish he could maybe get in the GHC title scene or the tag title scene. But he's really good again. And I'm getting excited for future matches from him again, which is a nice feeling.
Yeah, totally. So, Shota, he's looked so much better in this tournament, for sure.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the Oda Ward Gym shows, Friday and Saturday. I'll just do the attendance for both before we can get that out of the way. So the Friday show with the Tanahashi David Finlay main event did only 1,308. So a crowd you could have fit into Korakuen Hall. That was a disaster. That was a show where the Shiori Poi come see how great we talk about how great we are and listen to a Sing anniversary show did more than double. Did 2,800 something.
They did lower numbers than TJPW.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
The night 2 did a much better number, 2,250. So that was better. Still not great or anything. But to me, it's the big thing. I mean, first of all, it was, Saturday show. It's better than Friday show, especially for Oda Ward Gym that takes fucking forever to get to from downtown Tokyo. I think it's 45 minutes by train or something. It's pretty long. So, even though it's still Tokyo Prefecture, it's pretty far out there apparently. But yeah, so that's the Saturday show had a big advantage from that perspective. But the Tanahashi retirement tour is just not drawing. I mean, I've talked about this on Omakase in past weeks, but the only recent show for the Tanahashi retirement tour that's drawn anything is the Tanahashi Jam, which was the special show that had a lot of outsiders on it, and also was the final show ever in Nagoya, the Aichi Prefectural Arena, also known as Dolphins Arena in Nagoya. So I feel like a lot of fans might have come out just to say goodbye to that building, because it's closing forever, not just for renovations. That's it for that building. So that hurt. That putting that aside, I mean, yeah, that match against Gabe Kidd at Tokyo Budokan that bombed for the global title. You have this show that bombed. You have, there was another one I was thinking of that now I can't think of it. The Dragon Gate show, the Kobe World. He didn't really give them a bump at all, being the big guest star. Hiromu's show 2 years earlier did like 400 more. When Hiromu guest starred on that, did like 400 more people. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's just not drawing anywhere for anybody. So it is very concerning, I think. These other the Sapporo Night 1 didn't really draw super well, where he's the main event against Taichi. I mean, that to me, so it's weird that the Tokyo Dome tickets, the first pre-sale for fan club members hadn't started yet. For people who don't know, and I've been a fan club member a while, so I always get these emails. 2 years ago, it started. We got the first email telling us the ticket prices, and basically telling us when we can enter the lottery, because we're the first people that get to enter the lottery for ticket sales. That started. The first email was July 14th 2 years ago. Last year was even earlier. It was July 1st. We're sitting here July 26th recording this, and we still haven't gotten the email. So I don't know if they're debating whether or not they should charge a really high price for this show. Maybe that was the original plan. This is obviously total speculation on my part, but maybe the original plan was to charge higher ticket prices for Tanahashi's retirement show. And the way these Tana shows are drawing is having them second guess. And there's like debate going on, in the New Japan office about what ticket prices to charge for that show.
Or they might be thinking maybe they need to use a different layout for the Tokyo Dome than what they've been using in previous years, because they're going to have to hide having a smaller audience than they might have originally anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good. I mean, things are not going well for them attendance-wise, and I think they've really got to do something big to get people back on track with this Tanahashi retirement tour, because people don't seem into it at all. How it compares, by the way, so you mentioned Summer Sun French Fest, which we're going to talk about, that took place like 4 days before this. That did 1,384, and Tokyo Joshi, famously does not draw big crowds in Japan, so they did beat them. It's pretty bad. Stardom did 1,000.
I like that you had to specify in Japan.
Yes, in America they did a really good crowd recently.
Yeah.
Stardom did 1,378 for the Cinderella final, which not a big show for them really, and that show beat this one by almost 1,000. The All Japan did 2,098 on March 29th for June versus Kento, and 2,280 for the Champion Carnival final on May 18th. New Japan themselves did 2,348 for New Year's Dash, and 3,335 for the anniversary show on March 6th. That's crazy now. And even 3,044 for the Best of Super Junior finals on June 1st. So, yeah, I mean, this show was way below all those. And I mentioned the Poi Sayori show that did 2,837 on May 31st. I will say G1 in this building has not drawn as well as some of New Japan's non-G1 shows in general. They didn't run the G1 at all last year. I believe it was one of these New Japan buildings these Japanese buildings getting refurbished. So you have to go back 2 years ago. They did one single Oda Award show instead of two, so that was obviously going to do better than the other night. That only did 2,316, which is not that much better than night two. And that was a Kazuchika Okada versus Will Ospreay main event. I remember people freaking out about that number at the time, because it was like Okada versus Ospreay only did 2,300. So it is kind of crazy that Okada Ospreay only did less than 1,000 more than the Takeshita Shingo night two on a 2-night show. So that, to me, if anything, says how bad that number was more than anything else. 2 years ago 3 years ago, 2022, which is still partial COVID restrictions, both nights did beat both nights here. So night one did 1,919, so up more than 600 from night one here. That was a Jay White versus Ishii Ebane. And night two did 2,518, so it did better than Ospreay Okada, despite being a 2-night event. And that was a Naito Tana main. So that was above this show by about 250 or 260 or something. So yeah, what I'm getting at here is they really missed Tetsuya Naito, which, if that's not obvious to people by now, which hopefully it is, but you'd think it would be.
Yeah, they need new stars desperately, and I think there's green shoots here for, any number of them. but it's dire right now.
It is very dire. The shows that were not dire, so let's get into the actual matches. Bolt and Oleg defeated Sonata in 9:57 with the Kamikaze. The problem with this one was early, especially the crowd. And so this crowd, again, 1,300 in Ottawa is not going to sound great. And they really didn't sound great for a lot of the show. So probably just got swallowed up by the building. But yeah, they didn't really seem like they cared much about this. They did finally get behind Bolton a bit after he escaped the Skull End. But Sonata at one point, did I say who won, by the way? I think I forgot to say that. It was Bolton in 9:57 to Kamikaze, and that moved Bolton up to 3-1 and dropped Sonata down to 1-3. But yeah, which is also where they are now, since this is the most recent A-Block show. But yeah, Sonata tried to take the ref out of position, hit a low blow. Bolton dodged it. He caught Sonata in mid-air off a moonsault and hit the verdict, as they still call it in New Japan, which I love that they still call it that. Do you know why they call it the verdict?
No.
Okay, so when Brock Lesnar came into New Japan, he had to go through a court case for WWE where they were trying to hold him to this ridiculous non-compete that basically they had negotiated with him when he got asked to release for his contract in 2004. And they basically gave him this ridiculous non-compete that said he can't do anything wrestling or MMA related. He can only go do football, and that was it. So Brock, and it was like for 10 years or something. It was really, really long. So Brock sued them in court. The case took forever, but he did win the case, and that's why he called it the verdict, because he got the verdict that he was allowed to hit allowed to wrestle and elsewhere. Yeah,
that's really cool, actually. Yeah.
Ended up having a really terrible run in New Japan, of course, but he did at least give us the verdict, which they still call it on English commentary, and I believe on Japanese commentary too. So, yeah, really, really cool. But yeah, he hits the verdict, goes for the Kamikaze, but Sonata escaped. They went back and forth before Sonata hit this kind of looking shiny wizard to the back. When he goes to Sonata from the front, Bolton just caught him and then lifts him up and hits the Kamikaze with the pin. Again, very strong finish. It saved this match for me a little bit. I still only go Gentleman's 3 on it. It was fine. Not much more than
that. Yep. I went 3.25, so I guess I enjoyed it a little more than you did. I'm just really enjoying Sonata in general. This G1, which I didn't anticipate happening. He's kind of being a really good, reliable source of single matches to put over the new baby faces. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry for the pause there. I was hoping you were going to keep talking so I could finish answering something. But the next match was Yuya Uemura versus Callum Newman. Yuya defeated Callum in 10:32 with the deadbolt suplex. This was a good match. Wasn't like anything like super, super great, but I enjoyed it. So, kind of like a slow start. And again, the sparse and quiet crowd did not help. But Callum did eventually hit this really cool looking double stomp from the inside of the ring onto Yuya's back on the floor. That looked brutal. Yuya worked over his arm a bit, and that kind of ended up paying off where, they did some nice suplexes from both guys. Callum then did this really cool flying Bushiaku knee. He almost like took Yuya's head off with it. But Yuya blocked his attempt at the Prince's Curse by going back to the arm he worked on earlier. And then he rolled through into the deadbolt suplex, and that got the pin. So yeah, I liked it only because it paid off the arm work. Like they did the arm work and then it ended up playing right in the finish, which I always enjoy. So yeah, 3.5. Good match.
I guess I liked it more than you. 4 flat for this one. I remember worrying a little bit about Callum in the G1 because despite thinking he had improved greatly with the match against Goto, I wasn't sure if he could consistently deliver great singles matches, and I'm very happy to be proven wrong. I thought they both looked terrific here, and I like that Callum is leaning heel for a lot of his matches too. I feel like United Empire should try and fill some of the role that the War Dogs vacated now that they're largely face, and they should be the largely Gaijin heel unit. I get the sense that things are kind of loosey-goosey around the booking of units right now, so that's probably not something that they'll officially try to make happen, but I do like when they kind of sense that there's an opening here to run this match this way. And obviously, if you're wrestling against Yuya Uemura, well, you're going to be the heel there. You don't really have an option. The guy's such an incredible babyface. He doesn't really have any other role that's a great fit.
Then the semi-main event, match 3, excuse me. It was Taichi, or match 3 of the G1 matches. Evil beat Taichi in 10:31 with the Reverse Evil. Just love that's the actual name, the Reverse Evil. Evil goes to 3-1, and Taichi drops to 2-2 off of that. So Evil, Fale, and Togo, they all beat up on Taichi's personal young lion, Yasuda, before the bell, so he couldn't do anything later on. Taichi, though, he pulls the pants off a little pretty early, so I could tell they weren't going to go that long. And he went for the super kick, but Fale grabbed his leg from the outside to block. And then Marty Asabi fucking nailed Evil on the side of the head when Evil kept grabbing onto him. I laughed so fucking hard at this because he just fucking clocked this guy. Like, he just was like, BAM! I was like, oh my god.
Marty Asami's he heard the comment from the English commentary and has just really been feeling his oats lately.
He was just like, yeah, he's been the one who like probably gets bullied the most by the house, and he's like, I'm fucking tired of this shit. And he just like nailed it.
It's so good.
I laughed so hard when he just fucking nailed him. It's not even like he just kind of pushed him away. He fucking punched him basically. Oh my god, that was so great. That assist from Marty Asami let Taichi hit a burning lariat, followed by the backdrop suplex hold for a 2 count. But Evil then pulled Marty in the way of a Taichi lariat, so he got bumped, and Togo grabbed the choker. Yasuda knocked him out of the ring, but Fale put him down and then went for the grenade on Taichi. Taichi blocked it, though. We had this long struggle, and then he managed to finally get the sumo toss on Don Fale. That was pretty fun. I enjoyed that little spot. Excuse me. Then he hit a axe bomber on Evil, and he climbed on the apron. Well, Evil had climbed on the apron with a chair, I should say. Marty started counting Evil out, and they basically called back to the Tanahashi, the Hogan Inoki IWGP League final, which was in this building. But obviously Hulk Hogan had just died, so it was on everybody's mind, I guess. I imagine they added that spot as a result, which if you ever wanted to hear one podcast this week, you're not going to get a Hulk Hogan obituary. It never even crossed my mind to talk about until I just realized, oh yeah, Hulk Hogan died. Anyway, they did a spot in this Taichi Evil match because of it. That's my Hogan obituary for you. But yeah, Fale did toss him back in the ring to beat the count. Because people don't know, Hogan beat Inoki with an axe bomber. He axe bombered him off the apron, and Inoki got counted out in Oda Ward Gym. So
okay, I didn't know that, so thanks for educating me.
Yeah, I think they talked about it on commentary, but I could be wrong. Taichi hit another axe bomber back in the ring, but Evil kicked out. Evil ducked another Taichi lariat, and Taichi then gets hit with a chair in the back from the floor by somebody. I didn't even see who it was. Then Evil sent Taichi into the exposed corner, hit his own big lariat for 2, which Evil has a super underrated lariat, by the way. The crowd at this point was chanting for Taichi louder than they chanted for anything all night. So for all you people who hate the house matches, quote unquote, it was the only thing that got this fucking tiny crowd to make any noise to this point. So I just want to point that out, since people always act like they're deaf when that happens. Taichi blocked the Evil. Then he managed to send him into the exposed corner, and he got that cross-leg roll-up he does sometimes for a 2 count. He went for the Black Mephisto, but Evil escaped and hit the Reverse Evil for one of those pins where, yeah, he may have cheated outrageously before that, but he really just hit his move and won pretty clean here at the end. Ended up being quite good by the end, especially if we can get past the house antics, so they don't automatically make you, like, scream and cry and scream or whatever.
Well, again, it's another example of they executed the antics well, right?
Yeah.
So
3.5 stars for me. Good match.
3.5 stars. Wow, I was way higher than you. I went 4.25.
Okay.
By the way, this might have been my favorite show so far, because, yeah, most of it I went over 4. It was, it just hit well today. Sorry, that was yesterday. Evil's also, I think, just sneakily having a really good G1. He's got a good balance here, where I think having Don Fale added like some new variety that his singles matches desperately needed. And I think having a new finisher as well is kind of helpful. And I'm starting to believe that maybe Evil's going to the playoffs this year, which much earlier I would say, oh, he'll be in the mix, but they won't actually have him threaten to win. They might be setting him up to threaten to win. He's looking pretty good. He's having good matches, and I think the new tools kind of round him out and help make him more interesting to watch.
See, I sort of think he's still going to get knocked out by Tana on the last night, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just going to be Tana is just going to, lose on that last night instead and to give Evil the win back. But I guess we'll see. Then we had the semi-main Yoda Tsuji defeating Ryohei Oiwa in 13:43. He beat him with that funky backside. It's spelled Toque. I don't even know how that's supposed to be pronounced. Toque? I don't know. Whatever it is. It's
you can't see it, but I'm making a face because I can't remember what that finish looked like.
It's like this funky backslide. I don't know how to describe it. Like he kind of like it's sort of like a lucha pin, I guess. Like he backslides him and then also like crosses the arms or something, I think.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So.
And I don't think he had used that before.
Maybe not.
Because I remember seeing that.
He had this shit-eating grin after he won. Like I just pulled something, so maybe that was why. Maybe this new flash pin finisher. Good back and forth action early. Nothing spectacular, but good. Tsuji was targeting Oiwa's arm, which he sold quite well. He had Oiwa down from repeated stomps, but Oiwa managed to, the big stomps he does. What the fuck are they called? Curb stomps. Oiwa, though, was able to counter the Gene Blast with this massive lariat, and he smartly used his left arm, since Tsuji had been working with the right arm, so that was an awesome counter. Oiwa went for the Chaos Theory German, but Tsuji instead just rolled him up out of it for a 2 count, then hit a release German. Oiwa got up with this big fiery no-sell, but Tsuji just exploded right through him with the short-range Gene Blast for a 2 count. Tsuji went for the full Gene Blast, but Oiwa countered with his own spear. That was awesome. That was such a cool spot. He covered, but Tsuji kicked out a 1 because you cannot Gene Blast a Gene Blaster, apparently. It just causes some kind of atomic reaction. It doesn't work. Oiwa hits him with the grip, but Tsuji kicks out a 2 for that too. Oiwa hit the Doctor Bomb, but Tsuji kicks out again. Oiwa goes for the grip again, but Tsuji ducks it, and Oiwa hits his Chaos Theory German for a 2 count. He holds onto his waist and then tries to spin him for the grip again, but Tsuji blocks it and grabs his arm before sort of taking him down with that funky backslide for the 3 count, which again paid off the arm work from earlier. He went for the arm again and took him right down to the backslide with the pin. Oiwa looked really strong here. He got a ton of offense and just got caught with the backslide at the end. Awesome closing stretch. I really like this. I went 4 stars flat on it. Just another great match here. And the young guys in A-Block just look really good.
For sure. And call me Dave Meltzer doing star inflation here. I went 4.5 stars on this. I enjoyed the heck out of this match. Oiwa, clearly belongs in any conversation about the best young talent in New Japan. I guess we had kind of known that going in, but I think something like a G1 is really where you need to show that to be true to just make people really believe it. I would love if they could just get him involved in something soon, I don't know, the GHC, some other singles title. I guess the Never would be good. He is in the same block with Bolton. They haven't wrestled yet, right? No. When do they wrestle?
Oiwa and Bolton. Actually, no. Didn't they wrestle early? Or am I thinking of Yuya and Bolton? Let's see. Oiwa Bolton. No, they haven't. No, they did wrestle. I went 3.5 on it. So
is that night 1?
I think it was night 1 or 2. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, shoot. So not the never.
Yeah.
I just desperately want more Oiwa singles matches, you know? I feel like the guy is ready for whatever they want to put in front of him.
Yeah, I totally agree. Then the main event. Hiroshi Tanahashi beats David Finlay in 16:02 with an inside cradle. So Hiroshi Tanahashi goes to 2-2, and David Finlay drops all the way to 1-3, which is pretty shocking. I mean, I think he's about to go on a run here and probably get back to at least contention, even if he doesn't make the playoffs. But
yeah,
so starting 1-3 is something. My first note I wrote about the actual match. I think everyone on this roster will be fucking thrilled when this man retires, and they no longer have to take the current Tana version of this flip second rope senton where he just fucking crashes down on everybody with all of his fucking weight because he can barely jump at this point. Like, buddy, you need to retire that fucking move before you retire, because that looks like he kills everybody every time he takes it or he does it. I mean, Jesus. There was this cool spot. Again, Finlay is so great at this stuff. We talked about in the Taichi match. He's like on the outside. He's mocking Tana's air guitar. He's like, look at me. And then he's preparing to powerbomb Tana into the ring post. And Tana counters the Rana. And Finlay takes this great running bump right into the post. Or counters the powerbomb with a Rana, I mean. And Finlay takes this great running bump right into the post with it. Eat shit when he was at his most cocky. He's so good at that. So shout out to Finlay for that. They hit this. They did a big forearm exchange back in the ring. Finlay hit this big dominator in the ring for a 2 count. Tana hit a pair of sling blades. He got a 2 count off that. He went up and hit the high fly attack crossbody and went for the high fly flow, but Finlay was able to get his knees up at that point. He tried for the high fly flow again, but Finlay, or not again, sorry. He tries for a stinger splash in the corner, but Finlay caught him and I guess sort of powered him straight over into oblivion. It looked a little off because Tana was almost dead weight, so it's probably supposed to be cooler than it actually looked. He did hit a second normal one after that for a 2 count. He went for a powerbomb again, but Tana countered into a sunset flip for another 2 count. Tana hit a couple of these really cool counter slaps when Finlay was trying these wind-up elbows, but Finlay came back with this huge headbutt. He went for the overkill, but Tana caught him out of nowhere with an inside cradle, and that got the pin. That gives Tana win number 99 all-time in the G1, so he might hit 100 pretty quick here, unless he's about to go on a huge losing streak. I guess we'll see. Finlay threw a great tantrum afterward, too, so that was great. Again, Tana managed to have a very good match by sheer force of will. Again, and it helps that Finlay's really good, too. I was a little bit lower on this than some of Tana's other matches because he had to go a little bit longer, too. But I ended up going 3 3/4. It was very good. Just didn't quite get to 4-star level for me.
Yep. Star inflation for me again. I went 4 1/4. And I'm also at the point in this tournament where I'm getting really invested in the results for some of my favorite wrestlers. So I was crushed when Finlay lost, and
I was really like, oh my god, really 1-3?
Yeah. And sure, he's probably being set up for the classic Gato run where he's just going to win from here on out to get into the playoffs or like barely squeak in. But I would hate it if Finlay didn't advance. That seems kind of like a waste of like one of their best wrestlers in his prime.
Well, see, the problem now is he's facing Yuya on the last night. And the only scenario to me where that wasn't going to be winning get in is if Finlay was so dominant that he's already like won the block and Yuya has to win to get in. But now that's not looking possible. So yeah,
I guess isn't that part of what makes the G1 so great though? It finds a way to break your heart.
But yeah, Finlay and Yuya, you're probably only one of them's getting in, which obviously I would much rather have both of them in, but I guess we'll see. The standings for A block, since that was the last A block show we'll cover. Evil, Tsuji, Bolton tied for first, 3-1, 6 points. Oiwa, Taichi, Yuya, Tanahashi, all 2-2 for 4 points. Finlay, Callum, Sonata, all 1-3 for 2 points. B block, the final B block show of the current week, was also from Oda War Gym. We did the attendance already, but it was earlier today on July 26th on Saturday. This was also the first show after they announced that Gabe Kidd was officially pulling out. So now all these point totals and win totals are inflated by the fact that they all got their free 2 points for, Gabe Kidd surrendering or forfeiting, I should say. I forgot to watch the promo where he dropped out. I don't know what he said or anything. Did you see it?
No, I didn't.
I
thought I heard though that he said he was still going to be at Forbidden Door.
Oh,
Does that sound right?
Thank God. I was worried about that. All New Japan fans everywhere were just fucking freaking out at the idea that we might not see Gabe Kidd.
And that does kind of rub a little salt in the wound, doesn't it? If that's the case, I that's just a thing I thought I saw on Discord. I might be wrong.
Yeah. Then we had Great-O-Khan to start the B-Block show. Great-O-Khan defeats Yoshihashi in 12:27 with the Eliminator. I do want to mention, so I watched this show live. So in some cases, I took a few less notes on some of these matches than I would have otherwise. But I watched the show live pretty much from like match 5 on, so like from the end of the tag matches. Match 5 had Katsuya Murashima and Tanahashi against Hartley Jackson and Ryohei Oiwa. Murashima power slammed Hartley Jackson at one point and got this enormous reaction. Arguably a bigger reaction than any of the actual block matches got in night 5. I mean, this is 900 more people, so that helps. But yeah, it was a huge reaction for that before, of course, Hartley put him right the Death Valley Driver after that. So I guess they're calling the Jagged Edge. It's a fucking Death Valley Driver. We got to name a Death Valley Driver? Anyway.
Look, he's the Jag. It makes sense. I think it's a clever pun.
Match 6, the first G1 match. Great-O-Khan defeating Yoshihashi in 12:27 with the Eliminator. That moved O-Khan to 4 points and left Yoshihashi still at 8 points because he now has 8 points. He was 4-0 entering this match because of that fucking forfeit win over Gabe, just as we all expected. Yeah, so I thought it had a pretty boring start. And it was like, I was just like, is Great-O-Khan losing and not putting any effort? Is Yoshihashi going 5-0? But because it was like, what is going on here? It did pick up after that, though. There was a pop-up eliminator, the claw slam from Great-O-Khan. That was like a really cool moment. And that got an O-Khan chant going. He took forever to cover, though, so Yoshihashi was able to kick out. There was another spot where I have no idea what counter they were even attempting to do. When O-Khan tried the eliminator again, Yoshihashi supposedly escaped. It looked like he just got hit with it and no-sold it. I guess it was supposed to be like an arm breaker or something, but didn't look good. The rest of the closing stretch was cool, though. O-Khan did finally hit the eliminator and got the pin. I went gentleman's 3 at the end. There was enough stuff here that I could say it was fine, but there was a lot of boring stuff, too, and that one spot looked bad. So,
yep.
But anything, I feel like 3 was probably generous. The more I'm talking about it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description of the match, but I was really invested in seeing GOK get those 6 points, right? Because it becomes very difficult for him to make the playoffs if Yoshihashi is at 10 points. So I guess that investment paid off. I enjoyed the match a little more. I went 3 1/4.
The next match, Zack Sabre Jr. defeated ELP in 1920 to go up to 4 points, leaving ELP at 4 points as well. They're calling it a modified Dragon Sleeper. Yeah, it's like a rib choke, basically.
And notably, this is ZSJ's first win in the ring for the G1.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure, that's right, because the only other one was a forfeit one.
Yep.
Look, here's what I was saying about this match. I can't come on here and tell you it wasn't awesome. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It was also one of these matches, though, where I'm like, did it need to be this awesome? Because it's like, I feel like it kind of hurt the next match by how much they burned out the crowd doing almost like a fucking WrestleMania main event match here with all the kickouts and everything. And, they're two best friends. Maybe it's Gato's fault for putting the second and putting Shota Red on next. Because as we'll get into, Shota and Red could not follow this at all. The live crowd didn't give a fuck. And you have these two best friends who were always going to want to go out there and steal the show together. Why wasn't that the semi-main event? Because Shingo and Takeshita were not going to have any trouble following them. But, asking Shota and Ren to follow them was just way too much. And I just, that was the part of this that annoyed me. I mean, they did a lot of awesome stuff in this match. They did some stuff that looked a little too cutesy to me, like the where they were both flopping back and forth early on in the knuckle lock and the repeated snap mirrors where they were each hitting. But after that, they were just doing, ELP hit some better-looking dives than usual, including his big over-the-railing one he loves doing so much that, to me should probably be a bigger match move, but he just does it all the time now. He had a nice tornado DDT off the second rope at one point before Zack rolled to the floor to avoid being pinned. They traded the Zack driver. ELP got his own Zack driver. There's a lot of cool stuff here. Zack ended up getting him with this flying armbar takedown, and tried to tap him out one of his wacky submissions, but ELP was able to make the ropes. ELP then nearly got the CR2, but Zack turned it into a triangle. ELP was able to powerbomb out of his way to that, I should say. And then he did hit the CR2 for a very close 2 count. He went for the Thunder Kiss Splash. Zack got his knees up for it and hit a PK. They traded cradle attempts before ELP got the super kick, but Zack got his foot on the ropes to stop the pin. Zack hit this enormous slap and then hit the Zack driver, but ELP kicked out again, which does ELP need to kick out at the World Champions finisher after all that? I don't know.
You're very surly about this match, John. Have you considered that they should have been considerate and had a worse match?
I agree. Oh, my dad's dropping in on me in the middle of recording. Dad, I'll call you back. Recording my podcast.
Right.
My dad doing a run-in on the podcast. Because I have one of those Alexa devices where you can just drop in.
Oh, really?
So I just can drop in and video call me whenever he wants. And he's probably going to tell me about how bad the Yankees were again. But anyway. So
much to your delight, I'm sure.
Yeah, I am not a Yankee fan. For anybody who's not getting it, who doesn't want to get the wrong idea, I'm a Blue Jays fan. My team is doing awesome, so do not at me. Anyway, ELP. I forget where I was there. That show threw me off. Okay, ELP kicks out, so Zack goes straight into the rear choke. ELP stood up and managed to fall backwards, but Zack kept it in, and ELP finally had to tap. I mean, I was surly about it, but I have to hand to ISIL here. I mean, what else can I do? It was an awesome match. It was 4 1/4. So,
man, remind me to never get on your bad side and get the ISIS. Christ. Yeah.
Look, there's people who need new material on the Voice Wrestling Discord, so I gotta give my hate listeners what they're after.
Yeah, you haven't hated on AEW enough recently. You got to redirect your ire towards ELP.
There's one crossover there too.
I guess I'm closer to consensus here, where I really enjoyed this match. I
gave it 4 1/4.
I gave it 4 1/4 too, so actually we're on the same page here. I will note one thing. It is very funny to me. Well, not funny. I don't think that's the right term. It is interesting. Let's go with that word. It is interesting that part of Zack's skill set now is striking, because that was traditionally his weakness, both striking and getting struck. But here it's a key part of how he gets the win over ELP. Some of that I think is just champion's prerogative. When you have the belt, you just get to hit harder. That's how it works. But it also just fundamentally looks great, and is another example of how he has improved as a wrestler.
Yeah. So, there you go.
All right, do we want to get sad for a minute?
Ren Narita, I think I like this more than you did, but it wasn't great or anything. Ren Narita defeats Shota Umino in 17:45 with the Hell's Guillotine. I mean, again, the biggest problem with this match is the crowd just didn't give a flying fuck. And when you have a crowd that's not making noise, I mean, it's not even like it makes the match come off worse, but also, I mean, wrestling being what it is, wrestlers feed off the crowd reaction too.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, not having that crowd reaction did make it harder for them to get into it.
Well, yes, the crowd was probably a little burned out. I also think this is kind of on Ren and Shota for starting the match with so many holds.
They did start it really slow. That is true. I mean, Ren likes to mat wrestle and he's good at it, but they didn't do a lot of interesting mat wrestling here. No. I will say, I thought everything after Kanemaru did the ring the bell spot at ringside was pretty damn good. Mm-hmm. So he did the ring the bell spot to make Shota release the STF. Narita went for a push-up bar, and Shota kind of countered it with a drop kick. I will say Narita kind of had to just stand there for a second, which that didn't look great. Nope. But after that, Umino got this counter lariat on Ren coming out the top of the guillotine knee. That looked pretty decent. Then he hit this running knee just as the crowd actually started to light Narita chant. So I did not expect that. The crowd got behind Narita of all people. Kanemaru tripped Umino up on the floor. Shota and his dad were both yelling at him from the ring, but Shota doesn't get hit with the push-up bar anyway and hit this really great lariat that Ren took this huge flip bump for. Ren came back with a low blow and then hit the double cross, but only got 2. Ren then did hit the Hell's Guillotine for the pin. I went 3.5 on it, which reading back the description feels again like I was generous.
Yeah.
Like 3.25. I didn't.
The whole thing with the bar
liked some
just
of
did
it.
not work. It was such a mess.
But I don't know. There were parts of it I really liked, and it
No.
didn't. I don't know. It's not like I gave it 4
They
stars,
were both
so.
showing flashes of a better match in there for sure. No, I think they just made a dog's breakfast of it. I went like 2 3/4. I was really down on it, and also just personally disappointed. One, that Umino versus Narita match from last year, I thought was such a cool star-making performance from both of them. And I was looking forward. Yeah, the Korakuen one.
Yeah, it was really good. I thought it was really underrated at the time.
Yeah, and I was looking forward to the rematch, especially with Shota feeling like a big deal again after beating Zack in a great match, and Ren also feeling like a big deal after beating Zack after a great match. And instead, I kind of thought this match was a bit of a wet fart. Part of it, and a key reason why, is the cheating segment was a complete bungle for the most part. Outside of Kanemaru hitting the bell, I still think that's a good spot when they pull it out, as long as they do it judiciously.
Yeah. The main event, Konosuke Takeshita defeated Shingo Takagi in 23:56. He got the referee stoppage with the crossface chicken wing. I was a little too tired at this point watching this live to do the play-by-play, and it's like they did 7 trillion moves to each other. I'm not complaining. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was big move match.
It was the big bomb freight match you'd expect. I don't feel bad not putting this as over as some other people will, because I feel like this is like the default match that everyone's going to put over from this G1. Again, for good reason. It was amazing. I went 4.5 stars on it. It's my third favorite match of the tournament behind Suji. Not Suji. Between Yuya versus Taichi and Zack versus Shota. I just I'd rather be the one who's spending my time on audio, especially if this show's going so long. But spending my time on audio, like putting over stuff that I feel like other people aren't going to put over as hard. Everyone's going to put over this match. I mean, it's going to be everyone's match of the tournament probably. I mean, they just went out there and they traded a million bombs exactly as you want to see. They had the exactly classic G1 bomb throwing match. They're both awesome pro wrestlers, and they had way more time than they did the Tokyo Dome, and they had a better match as a result. I mean, it's not a big shocker, but I don't know. I feel stupid, kind of like not. I'm not trying to downplay how great it was. It was 4.5 stars. It was an awesome match. I just think you're going to hear that from everybody. So
shoot, I feel like I'm downplaying it now because I did enjoy it, but I also only went 4 flat. Partly because I looked at my list and I was like, there's a lot of other matches I put at like 4.5, 4 3/4 that I thought were much better than this, or I enjoyed more. I'm not going to say much better. I'm going to say I enjoyed more. We'll say stars just reflect enjoyment, not like some ideal of better or worse.
Unless you're Dave Meltzer, in which case they're totally objective. Don't forget.
Yes, totally objective. No. I can't tell you why. I thought it. I saw people saying match of the tournament. I was like, yeah, I could see that. 4.5 sounds reasonable to me as well. I just have to be honest and say, you know what I think it is, what the culprit is, and I was complaining about this on the Discord. I think Shingo flags when his matches are going to the next gear in the same way over and over again a little too often. He has too many patterns and it's starting to annoy me. So for instance, he does the Made in Japan as an early pinfall attempt, right? And that's when they're going to hit the next gear now. Now the match has kind of started. And I would love it if he would just mix up the middle of his matches a little bit more. Maybe that's harsh. Maybe I'll go back and watch this and go, oh, you know what? Maybe I was just still sad about how bad Umino versus Narita was, and I was watching this a bit with my arms crossed. But I think I'm the low man on this.
It made the gap look really big too, because you had only 1,300 people there for night one, and they actually made quite a lot of noise for Shuji Oiwa, as much as they were going to, basically. And 2,200 people here, they didn't make any noise for Shodan Run, so that was considered.
Yeah, it was missing some atmosphere. I don't blame the wrestlers for that. They worked really fucking hard, though.
But yeah, so again, awesome fucking match, 4.5, but that's my third best match of the tournament so far. So if that offends you, I'm sorry.
No, they're going to yell at me. They're not going to yell at you. I'm taking I'm the lightning rod for that now.
Yeah, there you go. So the B block standings, these are standings that are a little messed up because some people everybody got their 2 points from their Gabe forfeit. So some people have quote unquote wrestled 5 matches and some people only wrestled 4 matches. So it'll all even out the end because everybody's going to end up getting a night off. But who gets the night off in the final now? Since who is Gabe supposed to wrestle in the final? That's a good question.
Was that Ren? No, Ren was the second night.
Okay, so the final.
No, Ren was
Shizuoka. Yeah, Ren wrestling Takeshita. Shingo Drilla, Ren Takeshita, Yoshi Zach, Shota Okan. Who's missing? No, we already said Drilla's supposed to wrestle already. Oh, no, it's not Shingo either. Oh, it's ELP.
Oh.
Ha ha. ELP. You don't get a block final match. Ha ha.
Do we give like an extra star to Takeshita for having to actually wrestle all of his matches in the block? Does he get like bonus points?
That's a good point. He's the only person to wrestle 9 matches. The B block, so I just wanted to give that thing though before we get to the standings. So we have 2 wrestlers who are 4-1 already with 8 points. That's Yoshihashi and Ren Narita, just as everyone expected. 2 wrestlers who are 3-1 for 6 points, which is Takeshita and Drilla. 2 wrestlers who also have 6 points, but they're 3-2. That's Shota Umino and Great Okan. ZSJ has 4 points, but he's 2-2. ELP also has 4 points, but he's 2-3. Shingo has 2 points. He's 1-3. His only win is by forfeit. He has yet to win an actual match. And Gabe, of course, is 0-9. So, Gabe Kid, sorry about your damn luck, I guess. You're not going to win a single match in the G1 this year.
I feel bad for him, honestly. This is bad. Shit fucking luck.
That is true.
Just as a viewer, like I would have loved to see Gabe get me invested again in his wrestling through what he's really fucking good at, which is having amazing singles matches. So, like, I fell in love with the guy during his first G1 run when he was just doing nutty shit all the time and attacking everybody before the bell and just generally acting like a nutcase.
I loved all that too. Yeah,
that was so good, and I kind of thought maybe we'll find the magic again through the G1, and it was not to be.
So quickly to go over what's coming. So this week we have Block A Nagoya tomorrow on Sunday the 27th. The show that will probably happen by the time a lot of you hear this, but it's Bolton versus Tsuji, Callum versus Finlay, Taichi versus Sonata, Yuya versus Evil, and then the main event Tanahashi versus Oiwa. So, not the best A block night on paper, honestly, but Bolton and Tsuji should be really good, even though it'll probably also be short. So, we'll see what Tana and Oiwa looks like. Tana's matches have been good so far.
Oiwa should win that, right? And get his win back?
You would think.
Yeah.
Wednesday, so I can't give ticket updates for that because I already pulled it off the website, but it wasn't looking good last time I checked. Wednesday in Osaka, also not looking... Well, actually, this one's looking okay because they have first floor arena at few remaining, second floor special at few remaining, second floor reserved, and royal seats 2 through 6 are the ones that still have normal availability, and the front row sold out. So it's going to be a decent crowd. This is in that weird Yamato University arena that's like kind of not a great venue in Osaka, like definitely a house lights venue, but there's like nowhere else to run in Osaka right now, unfortunately, with Edion closed down. So B block, you have ELP versus Great Okan, Drilla versus Narita, that could be good. Shota versus Shingo, so the Monkey series continues from earlier in the year. And then ZSJ versus Takeshi, that's the main event, which is a match I'm sure many people have circled. So
that sounds like a pretty good night to me.
That does, yeah. Friday they're in Kagawa in Takamatsu. The Oh, there's like one B block show here? Why is that? There's one B and 4A. I don't understand that. They just labeled it wrong, I think. Yeah, the way to go, Charlton, with the website. I was like, wait, Callum, not an A block. He just labeled it wrong. Okay, so Kagawa gets Callum versus Sonata, Oiwa versus Evil, Bolton versus Finley. That could be fucking great. Taichi versus Suji, semi-main event. That would be fucking great. And Tanahashi Yuya, main event. Oh boy, this show looks fucking great. I mean, this one's going to be really, really good. So that's coming up this Friday. Ticket sales so far. Oh, this actually might be one of their best draws of the show, of the whole tournament, because they're front row sold out. Rows 2 through 3 are sold out. Rows 4 through 6, Arena A and Arena B are all few remaining, and Arena C is already sold out. So yeah, this could actually be a pretty good draw for them, relatively. I don't think it's a big build or anything, but it shouldn't be one of these ones that look horrible compared to previous years, based on how the tickets are going.
I'm crediting Yuya.
Yeah, I mean that is a good card though.
It is.
Saturday they're in Hiroshima, April 2nd, so that's a B block show. That has Shota Yoshihashi, ELP Shingo, who's your daddy again, I guess. Drilla versus.
I forgot about that feud.
Drilla versus Takeshita, Zack versus Okan. Not the strongest card. It was supposed to have Gabe against somebody big, right? I'm trying to think. Who was Gabe supposed to wrestle?
I bet Zack versus Okan will be really good.
Who did I not mention? No, Shota's on the show already. This was supposed to be Gabe and Narita, which they had an awesome match at Korakuen. So that would have been really cool to see the rematch of. So yeah, this is one about Gabe's absence.
And low key, they have a really good rivalry going between the two of them.
Yeah. And that show, ticket wise, not looking too good. They've sold out of Royal seats, and second floor C is sold out. Second floor B is few left, but the majority of seats are going to be arena seats, and those are still regular availability. And second floor A is regular availability. So probably looking at another bomb there. And the next Sunday show, that's August 3rd from Fukuoka, because that'll probably happen for the next time I record. Bolton Callum, Taichi Oiwa, let's go. Yuya Sonata, they actually had a shockingly good match back at Sakura Genesis, so maybe they can have another good one. Finley Evil, hopefully they can make up for the dog collar match. And then Tanahashi Shuji. So not the greatest A card, but there's some stuff I'm interested in there at least. And Fukuoka not selling well at all. So front World Seed sold out. Everything else normal availability. So not looking good. Yeah. There you go. There's your New Japan. So we're over 4 hours at this point. Should we make an executive decision? I feel bad cutting Marigold, especially if you did the doc, but I don't know, maybe you could turn it into a Voice of Wrestling article or something. I feel like we should really end with Tokyo Joshi.
Oh, you don't want to do All Japan either?
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot we were going to do that. No.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I only half watched that main event, to be honest, too. So
yeah.
The other half, I had to be training my horse girls.
It was All Japan. It was not very good. I mean, look, they're having a good year. What do you want me to tell you?
No.
There's your review. Having a bad year.
Why don't we go on ahead and do TJPW, and if we feel like it, then do Marigold. At least touch on it a little bit. I think I can cover it pretty quickly. If you don't have the energy to host through it, I'll host it. Does that sound good?
Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
I'm just worried about if people are going to listen to a 5-hour podcast.
I mean, the flagship did a 5-hour podcast recently for Hulk Hogan. We can do a 5-hour podcast for how great Japanese wrestling is right now.
He's a racist, so who cares?
Right?
Tokyo Joshi, Summer Sun Princess, 2025, July 21st from Oda Ward Gym, 1,384. So that was their best Oda Ward number ever, right? I think.
I don't know.
I remember hearing that. That's what I remember hearing. It's definitely better than the one they did earlier this year. The one they did earlier this year, I think I said was because I think I said that when I did the other one. It was only 1,212 on March 6th for Grand Princess. So yeah, up almost 2,000, almost 200 people. I mean, so yeah, pretty good little number for Tokyo Joshi. So yeah, this was the show. I started watching it live, and I turned off into the first hour to watch the Stardom Sapporo show live, and went back to it. But because I was watching it at night, and Nicole was in the room, and this was also all the undercard stuff that's at its most goofy, Nicole was once again in total work ready mode, where she was just very.
Look,
very,
we welcome all voices and viewpoints on this podcast, even the ones that are really cranky.
She really didn't like it. It's too bad I don't have her in here right now. I should actually text her and tell her come in. Nicole, I'm going to see if I can text her and tell her. Nicole, come bury Tokyo Joshi to my listeners. She probably wouldn't do it, but I put it in there. But yes, Tokyo Joshi, Oda World Champ 1384. She was, again, like, I quoted her on Twitter, and she was like, I think she said, oh God, what the hell did she say? She was like, there hasn't been a lick of wrestling so far in opening matches. You should play back LOL what? But yeah, she was like, there hasn't been a lick of wrestling. And I tried to quote her on Twitter, and I misquoted her, and she was like, "Quote me right at least." And I was like, "Okay." Hasn't been a lick of wrestling because she saw
Which match was this for?
No, she saw like the opener and the giant panda match, which she was like.
Oh, the giant panda match is what did it. Yeah.
And she was like, "There hasn't been a lick of wrestling," and like the Devin who was on last week, he joked on Twitter. He was like, "Nicole has a secret cage match account." It's like,
I mean, who's to prove us wrong?
Yeah, it is funny. But yeah, the show opened with Himawari and Ren Kotatsu defeating Shino Suzuki and Uda Takami. Himawari pinned Takami with the Sunflower Tempest in 10:06. And thanks as always, by the way, to the Dramatic DDT site, Jamie, who has been on the show before. Actually, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing in Japan again at the end of the year. He always does a great job with the giving you the what I would almost call like the old Japanese result type, like the way they used to do it on like Strong Style Spirit and stuff, where they give you like who beat who and everything. Not the cage match Leiji style, but yeah, just this was an opener. I mean,
yep.
It was a match.
It was an opener with a rookie who I wasn't aware had debuted recently, so I also got
you know way more about Tokyo Joshi than me, so definitely want to give you the floor. But I'll just say this was like 2 1/4. I didn't do anything for me.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I went like 3 1/4 on this. I don't have that much to say about this or most of the undercard, to be honest. This was a breezy little show for the most part until we get to the big title matches at the end, which I think also fairly describes Tokyo Joshi big shows in general. This was a good showcase for Himawari in particular. I thought Shino also showed up well. I would really like to see Himawari move up the card a little bit more. I think she's like sneakily a very good power wrestler, but also clearly has a very strong like character and sense of how to add interest in a match, how to like do weird things that the other wrestler that kind of catches them off guard. And of course, it's really funny to see her whip people with her hair, which English commentary, by the way, is kind of a must for this show. Mr. Haku is very, very good at providing context for everything. Balian Aki, who I think rightly gets a lot of shit for being very, very loud sometimes and in a way that isn't additive to the match, was much, much better here. And
who's the third chair? Oh, they had like
they rotated. They rotated. So okay. Like Yuki Nicole... Kamifuku came through.
Yeah. And also, what's her name? The other foreign wrestler, Jada Stone.
Jada Stone.
She was good. She was good. I thought.
Yeah, she was.
I already talked about Nicole when I tweeted out. Remember when you said there hasn't been a lick of wrestling, and I misquoted you at first, and you had me correct you.
Oh yeah.
So we were trying to figure out what you saw. You saw the opener and the giant panda match, right? I think that was it.
I did see the giant panda match, yes.
You were trying to fall asleep. That's what we're about to talk about. So perfect. What'd you think of Andrea's giant panda?
But I don't know if that was the one I said that about.
Oh, you talking?
Or unless it's the same match. The one I was talking about, I think, was the one where the girl like goes to sleep or whatever.
Oh,
Yep,
Raku?
that was the match.
That was the one I said that had the middle.
Yeah, that was Andrade Giant Panda.
I mean,
that was Andrade. That was
because he was tagged
partner.
Raku.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, so I mean, to be fair, that describes Tokyo Joshi in general.
Remember when Devin, who was on last week, was joking that you have a secret cage match account because there's a certain type of cage match person who fucking hates this type of wrestling, and you're like, Nicole's a secret work lady. She doesn't like goofy Tokyo Joshi. But there you go, everybody. So I don't have to get the hate mail now from Tokyo Joshi fans. It's all going to go towards Nicole. So I've put a new target here in place. She's my decoy. What is the word? There's a Japanese word, right, where you have the fake. You have the real, the real politician, the real shogun, and there'd be a fake shogun. I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. It was a shadow minister or something. Nicole's my shadow minister. She's taking the heat.
I think that means something else, but I don't know.
Okay. No, it's there is a term. You know, I'm thinking of in not to go to Tokusatsu again when we're 4.5 hours in, but Shikanger. Remember the Red Ranger?
Oh, we'll talk about Tokusatsu later.
The Red Ranger turned out not to be the actual, the actual prince of the ninja clan or whatever. It turns out there's a secret princess basically. But so I'm the secret. I'm the decoy for the secret princess, I guess. Or she is being my decoy, I should say. Taking the bullets the other way around.
I'm completely lost. Can we move on?
Match number 2, which Nicole just buried. Andreza Giant Panda and Raku defeated Kyoko Inoue and Palm Harajuku. Andreza pinned Harajuku with the Andreza Press in 9:41. I don't know. I felt like I haven't seen him in a long time. It felt like the Panda didn't really work as well in this match or something. It kept really deflating.
Yeah.
It's the poor Panda they couldn't get it back up. They kept taking forever to get it back together. So yeah, I've definitely seen the Panda work better than it did in this match, I will say. I did not give this a star rating. It was a Panda match.
Yeah, it's very slight. It's goofy. The highlight really is seeing Kyoko Inoue be a goofball. Which I think she's very good at. Tagging with Palm was a stroke of genius, and I did appreciate that Raku gave us everything we wanted from a Raku match in the first 10 seconds. So, yeah, I gave it 2 3/4. I enjoyed it.
Nicole kind of talked about it. She hates that woman. That
hates Raku? How could anyone hate Raku?
She's stop trying to go to sleep. That's basically she gets so mad about it. We get it, you're a sleepy girl. She does not like Raku.
She's a sleepy girl, but she also has the ability to make everybody else sleepy.
That's true.
It's pretty powerful.
But yeah, Raku, I don't know, because she was also on in that bar when she was in an early match, I guess, on Grand Princess. I remember Nicole just being disgusted with Raku. Just thought it was funny. So
I can't imagine anyone hating Raku.
I think she's pretty funny, but yeah, Nicole hates her. Match number 3: Wakahana Uehara, Toga, Mifu Ashida, and Kira Summer defeated Yuna Manase, Mahiro Kiryu, Kaya Toribami, and Chika Nanase. It was Wakana submitting Yuna with the banana pillow in 11:27. Big note here is Mifu is sure flexible. That was my big note coming out of this match.
That's her whole gimmick, which I think it looks cool, by the way. Erina in Marigold kind of has a similar gimmick, right, with how flexible she is, but I think Mifu just pulls it off better.
Yuna Manase was bullying Mifu too, and then she briefly had this tall girl stare down with Toga. That was pretty cool. But yeah, that whole part was the highlight. But yeah, I just kind of thought this was acceptable pro wrestling. Not much more than that. We're 2.5.
Yep, chance to get all the undercard involved and give them a little bit of shine, a little chance to show off, and that's what they did. Moving on.
Next match is where it starts to pick up for me. So 3-way tag. Yuki Aino and Haru Kazushiro defeated Yuki Kamifuku and Veini, and Arisa Endo and Jada Stone. When Aino pinned Endo with the UBV in 12:09. This is where we get the Kamen Rider belts. So Yuki and Haru,
Yes.
Yuki Aino, I should say, because there's two Yukis. Yuki Aino and Haru have the Kamen Rider belts. What a fucking contrast! You have these two fucking nerds coming out with the Kamen Rider belts, and you have Yuki Kamifuku and Vanny fucking strutting around. It was like, wow. Like,
it's also, she has everyone in TJPW. It is mostly a very cute promotion, but Yuki really leans. Kamifuku leans into a more adult appeal, shall we say? Right?
Yeah.
Especially when Vinny's there too. It's delightful. I love the contrast.
Yeah, they were. I just wrote down as one of my notes. Kamayu and Vanny are like such a fun little like effortless heel team. I mean, they are. They're just such assholes, and it just works every time. Yuki Aino somehow managed to lift Arisa and Jada for a gut wrench suplex at the same time. That was so fucking impressive.
Yeah, she's so strong. I love her.
The highlight spot of the match. This match was a lot of fun. Better than I expected. I went 3.5. This is where the show started to turn around for me.
Yep. And we're probably not going to talk much about the Princess Cup, but Yuki Aino is my pick to win it, or my hope probably, because she is my favorite in TJPW. But she feels set up well for it, and she looked really cool in this tag match. So
yeah. Then we had the special tag match. Chris Brooks and Emi Sakura defeated El Desperado and Maki Ito. Sakura pinned Ito with the Queen's Gambit in 12:36. So Brooks and Emi, they come out and they have a bunch of butlers with them, and they drink tea at the top of the ramp because Emi does that whole Queen thing. She brought
TDK, get it?
Yeah, there you go. Then Despy and Maki, they enter to what is, I believe, is Maki's classic theme, right? Like her original.
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was an anime theme of some kind that Despy loved.
I thought it was like
but that was a guess.
The original theme. But yeah, maybe you're right.
These could both be true, right? That she could have originally entered to some anime theme that, like, Despy, who is roughly our age, like, loved, right? So
it is very possible. There was like so they do the singing and dancing, and Despy doing it was really, really, really funny. And they kept saying on commentary he did it way better than Chris Brooks, which I thought was funny too.
Yep. Yep. English commentary spent a lot of time speculating about what Brooks's employment situation is with the Neo Ito Respect Army. Like, is she still his boss, or does she have like new underlings? What's going on there? Very important lore.
Funny. Very important lore. The streamers also kept him from doing they had a lot of streamers, and they kept him from doing a split leg entrance onto the ropes correctly, and then he was like still all caught in the streamers when he got back up. That was really funny. So they have this goofy comedy match where Emi Sakura also gets busted open the hard way by having she had her own partner's boot thrown into her face. She got busted open hard way. That was so fucking funny.
Broke her nose for this match.
Yeah. We did the rubber band spot. It made Maki cry, but then when Maki shoved over Desperado, he started crying too. That was so fucking funny.
Despy is living his best life. He gets to do this and death matches, and he's IWGP Junior Champion. My God.
He's like, he just does whatever the fuck he wants.
Yep.
It's great. It's really great. Emi ends up pinning Ito with the double underhook driver, which is the Queen's Gambit. Fun match, wacky tag, 3 1/4. Enjoyed it.
Yep. Went 3 flat on this. Very fun.
Then we had Miyu Yamashita defeating Billy Starks with the Crash Rabbit Heat in 15:45. This is one of those matches where like it was so violent and not even in ways they intended. Because there was this moment where Billy did a spine buster on the outside, starting with Miyu like on the chairs, like standing on the chairs. She like carried her over to the apron. And I guess we're supposed to drop her back first on the apron, but Miyu's not a small woman, and she just kind of lost grip on her, and her ends up being like a murderous spine buster, but she like hits head first on the apron. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So,
that when I saw that, I thought, oh no, they're gonna have to cancel the match. Miyu is gravely injured. Yeah. But no, they recovered and Miyu paid her back several fold. So
yeah,
because they got gnarly in this match.
she gave her this Death Valley driver off the apron to the floor at one point.
Yep.
Yeah, very gnarly match. Miyu, like I said, got to hit the Crash Rabbit heat. Physical and hard hitting, not like great or anything, but very good. 3 3/4. A little scary at times. And, but, you know, Billy has a very bad reputation among AEW fans. I remember when they all started. I'm just supposed to talk about what people say in the Slack. I forgot. I just say people who are not to be named were burying her. And, you know, I was like, well, I liked her match at Sun Princess at least. But yeah, I guess among the AEW fans, she didn't have a good match with Toni Storm on Wednesday, I guess, on Dynamite. Not that I saw it. I'm just going by what other people said. But yeah, she had a very good match here, even if it was also kind of sloppy.
It was sloppy, yeah, but they recovered. So, yeah. Moving on.
Yeah, what's your stars for this one? I'm just curious.
Oh, sorry. I thought I gave it already. 3 1/4.
Oh, wow. I liked it a lot more than you did, I guess. International Princess title. Mocha Miyamoto defeated Suzume with the Korakuen in 12:55. Suzume failed in her V6. It did feel like she had that belt forever. Mocha becomes the 14th International Princess Champion. I like the story that Mocha is like, you know, she's a traditional Japanese girl and she wants to win the international title because she thinks it'll help her spread traditional Japanese values. It's a unique story. That was cool. And this was like, what, her 3rd time challenging for it or something?
Yeah.
She got a lot of. I know she had challenged for it a bunch. She was due to win. Unfortunately, the match it wasn't bad, but there were some awkward moments. There was like a bit of unfortunate miscommunication early during an Irish Whip reversal spot, and it just never clicked to me at a high level. So I ended up going 3 1/4. You know, it was pretty good, but I think for Mocha's big win, they probably wanted this to be better.
Yeah, I'm burying this match. I thought it was just bad.
Oh, wow.
I think a lot of it is because Mocha never really got any great offense in and kind of wins suddenly out of nowhere. And Suzume kind of depends a lot on some rest holds that kind of go on for a long time. It's just a match with zero momentum, and it's a real shame that this is how Suzume's reign ends, which I thought was otherwise pretty good. Mocha is also like kind of just as a wrestler in general, just someone I struggle to find interest in. It feels like her matches just don't have a lot of great momentum, even if, for one thing, I'm a huge fan of like her kit, right? Like her look. She looks to me like a character design from an SNK fighter game.
Yeah.
And but unfortunately, like I've never really loved any matches she's done, and I think putting the secondary belt on her, kind of a waste. It needs to go to, any number of other middle carders they have. By the way, apparently she's sick and is going to miss the first round of the Tokyo Princess Cup. So
yeah, I heard that. So that's a bummer.
Just a bummer overall on all of this.
The semi-main event. This is the absolute match of the show. The one that I would highly recommend even a non-Tokyo Joshi fan watching. Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao defeated Rika Tatsumi and Miyu Watanabe. So Kyoraku Kiyome defeating Daydream. Nakajima pinned Miyu and with the diving senton in 25-32 to make their second defense. So Miyu and Rika, people are going to have no idea what's going on with this, but they have these giant pitchfork things. I think they're called Sasumata,
man catchers,
right?
Yeah,
Sasumata is the Japanese term, I think. It's because they're dealing with a monster, right? Is that the idea?
Well, didn't they get them from a DDT street fight? And I think carried the weapons over from there. I didn't see the match, so I don't know. But ever since Daydream reformed, they've been carrying those man catchers around. And so those kind of became part of the build to the match.
So yeah, basically it's the way I describe this match. It's half wackiness, but actually like funny and interesting wackiness with the the man catchers, and then Hyper Misao did the old pretend to give up your spray can, then pull out a hidden second spray can trick. Which I thought that was funny too. But then even during that part, though, they did some really impressive stuff. Like Miyu is very, very strong, and she was able to lift Shoko up with the big pitchfork thing and just hold her up in midair. And it looks so fucking impressive.
She does a spin while Shoka is attached to the man catcher. It's so cool.
Yeah. She is a strong, strong lady. later on, but I would say that's the first half of the match. The second half of the match, then they just have an awesome wrestling match after that. And they just do a whole fucking match basically. That's really they completely drop the comedy stuff and just do an awesome wrestling match. So they had this really cool spot where Miyu just grabs. This was really the Miyu Watanabe show, by the way. She grabs Hyper Beast out of midair when she runs in towards her, lifts her straight out of midair into the giant swing. Super impressive. And Misao is not a tiny woman either. She's like 5'5". So, and the fact that Miyu was able to just grab her out of midair like that and just hoist her right into the giant swing in one motion was so cool looking.
Yep.
She was doing these battering ram sledges to the chest on Shoko that looked brutal. She hit this super impressive double power slam on both her opponents. Just the Miyu show for me. She was awesome here. Shoko finally did pin Miyu, though, with the senton off the top. I would go 4 1/4. If I have any critique, I thought the finish was a little out of nowhere after Miyu had been totally dominating, but still an awesome match.
Yep, and I could see that. I went 4.5. This, to me, kind of embodies what I want from TJPW. A little bit of comedy that's actually pretty funny, and then just an effortless transition into some really cool match work.
Yeah. It's really, really, really good match. That is for sure. Main event, Princess to Princess title. Oh, sorry. Do you want to say something else?
Oh, I was just saying also another brick in my case for Kyoko Kiyome as one of the best tag teams of the year.
I mean, I feel bad now not voting for Miyu in 30 under 30. I feel like she probably deserved it. But
yeah, that probably was a miss. Yeah. Because she had an amazing run during that voting period with the Princess of Princess belt. So
yeah, which I hope she gets it back, honestly. Princess to Princess title, speaking of that, Mizuki defeated Yuki Arai with the Cutie special in 21:35 to make her third defense. Okay, I wrote this down to ask you this. Why does Yuki Arai, obviously was a former idol, cover herself in the French flag all the time? Is there a deep story to this, or is she just like a Franceboo?
She might be a France weeaboo. I don't know. But no, I think that's just her colors. I think that's the color she likes.
Because she's like French flag everywhere. It's just very weird to me. But
it's a good color scheme for her.
It's a good color scheme, yeah. I found this pretty... So the problem was I got spoiled on the winner before I watched this, so that always hurts a match. I found it like kind of boring and interesting a lot of the way. It did get better later. Both girls did look fired up towards the end. And by the time it was over... I ended up going 3.5. So I thought it was good. It just didn't strike me as a great match or anything, and it just never really grabbed me on that level. But again, it had the double disadvantage with me of me being spoiled already, and the fact that I'm not like super invested in Tokyo Joshi or Yuki as champion. I mean, if anything, I kind of wanted Yuki to win, so I was like, oh, okay.
It's no, I think that's a fair rating. I gave it 4 flat. But I can see where 3.5 comes from, partly because like part of the story of the match is Yuki Arai is not ready for this level yet. Mizuki is way above her. She just has wider variety of moves. She is just able to absorb Yuki Arai's offense. Yuki Arai is going to have to take this loss as like the first chapter in the story of her getting to the top of the promotion by getting stronger, adding more moves to her moveset. And just in general improving. And she's been a pretty competent pro wrestler while also 100% dedicated to being an idol. So I'm kind of excited about the possibilities that she offers as a dedicated full-time wrestler. As the English commentary pointed out, by the way, you can already tell that she is putting on muscle that she would have never been allowed to as an idol. Especially on
that
the back, which
point.
I think is really cool. We're getting Muscle Girl Yuki Arai. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, because like you see, there's a lot of Joshi wrestlers like that where you're like, they're cute enough to be idols, like true like band idols. But like here's like a great one I think of is Natsupoi, who like she doesn't like, she's very tiny obviously, but her back is like very muscular. There's like that famous shot of her at like at Ryogoku where like this camera's like zooming on her back that she uses like her Twitter header photo. Her back looks huge. So even though she's like a tiny 4'11" little thing. But yeah, I feel like if she was like, and she obviously likes to sing too, so that's part of why I thought of her right away. But yeah, it's just interesting that There's certain physiques you can have as a even idol wrestler that you cannot have as just a singing idol. So
yeah, well,
unless
Yuki
you-
Arai, I think, was also held to a different standard than any other idol that we're watching here because she was a national level idol, right? She
That's
was
true,
on
too, yeah.
she was on national TV. She was in a huge idol group that had a lot of exposure. Like, it was a really big deal that she joined TJPW. So
Yeah. So there you go.
Yep.
The Princess Cup. Let's see. Okay, I just want to go over the shows real quick. So it starts on July 27th. So it starts tomorrow in Shinjuku Face. The first round is July 27th and August 2nd. So the August 2nd show is at Axe City Hamamatsu. Some of the same buildings Stardom's running, actually. Actually, that might be the only one now I'm looking at. And Korakuen. Then they're doing Shinagawa Grand Hall in Tokyo, August 9th for the quarterfinals. Osaka Ideon number 2 on August 17th for the semifinals. And then Korakuen Hall, their first attempt running Korakuen since March, I believe. August 23rd for the final. So, and you said you thought Yuki Aino was a favorite.
Well, she is also facing Mizuki in the first round. So that's hopefully a good sign for Aino. Gotta say, like, there's some good matches here that I'm looking forward to because we also get Rika versus Shoko. I think Himawari versus Haru is going to be sneaky good. Yuki Arai versus Yuki Kamifuku probably will be pretty good. Suzume versus Wakana, also pretty good. I just described most of the first round matches. Look, it's a good tournament, folks. They're a good promotion. What do you want me to tell you?
Shoko Nakajima versus Rika Tatsumi, too, right?
Yes. That's probably the one I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah. All right, so we've gone 4 hours and 40 minutes. Do you want to very quickly preview the Marigold Dreamstar Grand Prix?
I still do. Do you want me to host it to kind of give you a break?
Yeah, just like try to get through it as quickly as possible because I don't know who is still going to be listening at this point.
I will get this done in under 10 minutes. Let's go.
Whoever is listening to the end of the show, I'll do that at the end. But it's like they deserve a new kind of medal at that point.
Look, I think we're doing good audio here.
I think we're doing good audio.
So,
but like, who else is covering all this shit?
Exactly.
It's like us in Pure Wrestling Spirit. It's like, who else covered like New Japan and all of Joshi?
Right. Well, and who else is taking the time to translate what the schedule is for Marigold because I could not find it in English.
Exactly. I mean, they'll probably cover that on the Joshi. God, why am I feel
Jumping Bomb Audio?
Jumping Bomb Audio.
Yeah, give my notes to them. Like, let them kind of go through that, and yeah.
I was gonna say but yeah, I was gonna say like I was gonna say they were the my brain is trying to mush. I was gonna call it like the Joshi Flow Show or something. Like,
we really need to get you to stop podcasting.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Marigold Dreamstar Grand Prix 2025. I'm going to do a quick overview of this. So we have the J. Michael approved format of 2 blocks of wrestlers, 8 wrestlers in each block, round robin, 2 points for a win, none for a loss. Winner of each block just goes to the finals. That's it. Clean and simple.
Classic.
Yes, exactly. 2 leagues, Dream League and Star League. In your Dream League, we have Utami Hayashishita, your current world champion.
Give the absences because I find this interesting.
Okay, yeah. So notable absences are Bozilla, Sari, Nori, and sadly Shozuki was injured, so she can't participate this year.
Tell me the Nori thing. What happened with her?
Oh, Nori? She just works in a different promotion. She wrestles at LLPW.
Mm-hmm. So she was a guest star last year.
Yep.
Yeah, so no one ever watches that. I mean,
I don't think it makes tape.
Yeah.
And she's extremely good. And it's a very small promotion, so.
Yeah.
Kind of a shame that she doesn't get more exposure, but what can you do?
Yeah. Okay, so go Dream League.
Dream League. So Utami Hayashishita, your current Marigold World Champion, is first entry in Dream League. Then you have Mayui Watani, your current Marigold Superfly Champion, Victoria Yuzuki, Koki Amore, Seri Yamaoka, Chiaki Reiseto, and Senka Akutsuki. So, those are your 8 wrestlers for Dream League.
Utami also won last year.
Utami is, the defending champion as well for the Dream League. For the Dream Star.
Yeah,
the whole tournament.
Yeah.
And she did also win Dream League last year. That's true. So, not a favorite to win though, because I just don't see them like giving her yet another accolade. And on top of that, her last match is against Koki Amare. That smells like Koki Amare is playing spoiler to me.
Yeah, probably. There's what I'm going to say on this block. This block looks really stacked, except for Koki Amare, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And she is like the big anchor of this block, unfortunately. So.
Well, actually, I think there's someone who's even worse. That's Chiaki.
Huh? You don't like Chiaki, huh?
I don't. She really doesn't do anything for me.
Okay.
Koki, at least. Look, I don't like how hard she's pushed, but I can kind of defend it because she obviously has the charisma, the look, the star power, like everything you can't teach. She has it already. So if she just gets good at the pro wrestling part, you've got a star.
She just never shows any progress at all.
She just doesn't. It's a shame.
Maybe
I'm not going to give up on her. Is the other thing, right? These are more opportunities for her to show improvement, and they have a dojo now, which they didn't all of last year. So
that's what I was about to say. So that for people who haven't heard, they finally opened their physical dojo. It looked pretty nice in the pictures, and Shuji Kondo's their trainer, and you could definitely do worse.
Yes, he was a trainer for another promotion, right? Like Wrestle One.
Of Wrestle One, I believe, yeah.
Of Wrestle One, and they're supposed to be pretty good too, right? So
yeah, they're trained. I think their trainees are pretty good. Yeah.
I do think this does raise a question to me of what happened to their old trainer, Kaku. It was the old trainer from the early days of Stardom, who also was a trainer at Actress Girls. I can't remember the name now.
I think she's still around.
I think she's still around too, but I wonder if this is kind of an indictment on her current training. If they have so many rookies who are underperforming like this, and the first thing Shuji Kondo says when he comes in is, you guys got to work on the basics. You can't do anything else if you don't have the basics down.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to feel rough for Fuka.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, this block is otherwise very stacked. I mean, obviously, Senka being in here from Marvelous is a huge win for the entire tournament.
Yep.
But yeah, some very good matches here. Senka versus Sari is obviously very hype. Mayu versus Victoria again. Utami versus a lot of people, but Utami versus Mayu.
Yep.
But yeah, some great stuff here.
Really excited for a lot of Victoria Yuzuki matches here as well. I don't think she's advancing out of the block, but I think it's significant to her that she gets to face her mentor. I also think matches against Rei Seto and Sari and Senka are going to bang. They're going to be like great early indicators for like why Marigold is going to be really, really good in the future.
Mayu's going to win this block, probably, I would think.
I would think so too, yes.
I think not going to win... I was going to say, if she's not going to win the tournament, it still makes sense to have her lose in the final, probably.
Yeah, I agree. And her last match is against Victoria Yuzuki, so I think that's a big, emphatic win for her to beat Victoria.
All right, give me the Star League, which
Star
doesn't look
League.
as good as the Dream League, unfortunately.
Yep, it's not as stacked. We have Mai Sakurai, Miku Ano, Mirai, Chikugoto, Kizuna Tanaka, Misa Matsui, Nagisa Nozaki, and Chan Yoda making her debut.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I think Kizuna Tanaka, she seems to be like a least favorite of the Jumping Bomb Audio people for some reason. I
don't know why, because I think she's pretty solid, especially considering how early on she is in her career. I think she shows very good instincts.
I thought she's looked pretty good recently. I mean, maybe she was really bad earlier on when I wasn't paying close attention, but I think she looks pretty good now.
No, I think she showed up very well. Yeah. She had a great tag team with Victoria Yuzuki going.
But yeah, so there's some cool stuff in this block. I mean, Mirai versus Miku Ano should be good.
Yep, they had a legendary feud at the beginning of Marigold. So getting them to see them reignite that is fun.
But yeah, it's like there's just kind of like not quite enough people. Like Mai's usually good, Miku's really good, Mirai's really good. After that, it's a lot of like, could be good, is
Yep.
good for the level, but like not like anything like I'm like, oh, I gotta see that. So
Yeah, so Chika Goto, who seems weirdly prominent in the poster for someone who I think if she gets over 500, that would be a huge step forward for her.
she's popular, I think.
I guess I mean, I understand why. She's cool as heck. And she's gotten much better. I'm invested in seeing her improve as a wrestler, and I think she's
Yeah.
made a lot of great steps. So I really am looking forward to her performance in Star League, but I don't necessarily think she's going to be anywhere close to the star of this block.
Yeah. Miku Anou to win the block and the tournament.
Yes, that's what I have too.
That's what I'm figuring. I mean, just coming off the, being selected for the Nai goodbye just makes a lot of sense. I don't think she's gonna win the title, but I do think she's gonna win.
I think it depends on when they do that. I wonder if they're going to hold off until their big show in the fall.
They have
they have a big show in October. I could see them doing the Miku Anou win there.
So there you go. I don't think we have to go night by night, do we? Because we've already gone so long.
No. Let me highlight a couple more matches I'm interested in and give like some background real quick. So, Rei Sato versus Victoria Yuzuki, I think, is a really interesting match to highlight because Rei Sato recently turned heel and joined Darkness Revolution. And the reason why she did it is because Victoria Yuzuki got on her damn nerves. Frankly, it was justified too. Have you seen the match?
I haven't seen the match where she turned, no, but I heard everybody saying that she was being really annoying or something.
Yeah, Victoria Yuzuki was being extra tryhardy this match and kept dragging Rei Sato around by her hair to get her to do things like join in for like a combined tag team hit. There's an extended sequence where Rei Sato is getting beaten down by the heels for a very, very long time. And midway through that beatdown, Victoria Yuzuki jumps across the ring and tries to drag Rhea out of the Darkness Revolution corner by her hair. And it goes from kind of funny at first to starting to feel bad for Rhea, how she has this asshole as a tag partner for this match that doesn't really mean anything. And it's completely justifiable for her to turn heel. I thought it was a good development for her. I also think they want to like maybe give her, I don't know if an edge is the right term, but I often think about that Will Ospreay quote where he talked about a good way of being a well-rounded champion is also having a heel run, right? I think that's kind of what they're doing here. I think they're also trying to just hook Rhea into the other rookie rivalries that are going on with like Sari and Victoria and so on. And also, I think it like added like a nice grittiness to Victoria's character, right? That she's kind of an overachieving like overeater or do-gooder who's isolating people because of how ambitious she is, which like also kind of fits everything that we know about her so far. So that's a match I'm looking forward to. That's also like buried in one of the shows that is almost certainly going to be a VOD.
The next, what are we going to say? Oh yeah, so the show starts next. Is there any other matches you want to highlight? Actually, before I give the final.
I'm looking forward to Sari Yamaoka specifically doing a lot of singles work, which she hasn't had that much of a chance to do. And I don't know. Do you think Senka will get any wins in this? I'm kind of feeling no, but
Probably not.
She did have to get wins to get here in the first place. So
yeah. So it opens up with a doubleheader next Saturday, August 2nd, Ideon. So a morning afternoon doubleheader. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna watch that.
You don't
like. In general, with this fucking tournament, I'm just like, why do you guys have to go head to head with the 5-star, which is also head to head with the G1? Like, you're trying to kill me? Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's. I kind of feel like the smart way to go about this is just don't watch the whole thing. Don't watch the. Yeah, they should have done it in the fall, 100%. They should do it like roughly the same time as the N1.
Yeah, like be the other. You can have Wrestle Universe has a big men's tournament, a big women's tournament, and neither of them are going head to head against the fucking industry leaders. I mean, Noah figured it out and swallowed their pride when they were originally running it partially head to head with the G1. I don't know why the fuck Mario had to do this, but Anyway, it starts April 2nd. It does run into September because it takes a long time. There's a lot of breaks between shows.
Yeah,
So
and they only wrestle like a couple matches on most shows. So
yeah, so it might be easier to follow later on after their opening. I just have no idea I'm going to watch those two shows because it's like there's a G1 and the 5-star, and I have something to do on Saturday night, so it's just like already going crazy trying to figure out. I'm just not going to watch the Marigold probably, unfortunately. Probably have to watch them way later. But there's a big gap between 8-3 and 8-9, so maybe I can use that to get caught up. There's only 2 matches on 8-3. But yeah, it ends on September 14th at Korakuen. So.
Yep. So it does go on for quite a while too, is the other thing, right? Like the 5-star, the G1 will all be well wrapped up by then. They're going to be wrapped up by the 8:30 Korakuen Hall show, actually, right?
Yeah, I believe so. 8:30.
So in that case, like that's a good jumping on point if you're just too busy to watch the 8-2 shows.
All right, folks. So we went almost 5 fucking hours, even for us. That was insane. Yes. So really, the round of applause should be for the listener if anyone actually made it all the way to the end of this. And I really, again, you should like shout yourself out in the channel, the Voice Wrestling Discord, and like be like, "That's right, I listened to all 5 fucking hours of Omakase 258."
It's the TikTok sensation that is sweeping the nation. They're calling it the Wrestle Omakase Challenge.
But yes, we do. It's a really long episode. All right. Next week, me and Quinlan are going to be on together. We're going to do the next week, the G1. And then I think I'm doing Stardom by myself. But it's just the way it worked out, I have to travel to my dad's for something and then go to this thing with him on Saturday night. Mm-hmm. Just no time to do anything else as a guest. And he doesn't really watch Stardom. So he might watch like a show or something, but I might just do the Stardom part by myself. We'll see.
I mean, you could get your dad on the podcast. That sounds
That
fun.
is true. I could get him on and have him come on and talk all about what he thinks of Stardom.
You're going to ask him to talk about Stardom. You'll get like 10 minutes of conversation, and then the rest of it's going to be about the Yankees.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait to call him back and be like, what the fuck? The podcast is so long. That's the kind of voice my dad gives. Anyway, I'm going delirious at the end of this 5-hour podcast. So, anything you want to plug, buddy, this time?
Nope.
Yeah. So we'll have you. You'll be back on, but before Japan, I'm sure. But if not, I'll see you in Japan.
Alrighty, sounds great, man.
But yeah, you'll be on before that, I'm sure. Unless this was it. Unless you're like, I'm done. 5 hours.
No. You let me know when you have another 5 hours to record, and we'll go ham again. No, let's plan shorter episodes from now on. I'm so hungry right now, and I still have to cook my own dinner. God damn.
God damn. All right, folks. Thank you, as always, for listening. You can follow us on Twitter at WrestleOmakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And see you the fuck later.
Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling listener. Dave Ryan here. Have you ever wondered to yourself how many hidden gems are hidden away inside the last years of World Championship Wrestling? Have you ever asked yourself how many tenuous gags can be made about the name Mike Enos? And have you ever thought about what it sounds like for 2 Irishmen to interpret a very chaotic company through its B show? The answers to all this and more are just a click away. Check out Days of Thunder every second Thursday on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
Life is a workout, and Smoothie King is here to help you power through. Whether you're crushing morning miles or sprinting through back-to-back meetings, give your body the energy, protein, and power it needs to help you conquer your goals. Only at Smoothie King.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.